All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live, and I believe we have gotten over our very strange, very abnormal technical difficulties we just had. We just had another live broadcast that immediately crashed on both YouTube and Rumble the second we went live. But I think now we are good. We are back. We're live on YouTube and Rumble at Matt Morris TV, folks. We are here, and we are so incredibly back. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for tuning in. It is, I don't even know what day of the week. It is Tuesday. It is Tuesday morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be doing yet another live emergent breaking news coverage style broadcast today for the next 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't even know how many hours, but I will be here all day with you, as I have been the last couple days, and we are going to be breaking it all down. Now, folks, of course, we have our Tel Aviv live cam, our Beirut live cam. Today, we're looking at Doha in Qatar. We've got that up in the top left, and there is a reason why. There is a reason why we're going to have Doha. We also have all of these live cameras as well. We've got cameras all over the place, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we really do anything else, I want to go ahead and give you kind of a sit rep, a brief rundown of everything that has happened over the last couple hours and where we are right now. Take a look at this. A couple reports coming out of the pipeline right now to kick off today's broadcast. Breaking news. Qatar has launched a war against the IRGC in Iran, allegedly. Allegedly. Right now, of course, we are operating in the fog of war ecosystem. It's hard to get an immediate confirmation for anything, but allegedly Qatar has sent some fighter jets to carry out strikes across Iran, and they are taking out IRGC key military installations. So that would put, if true, this is coming out of 2C TV, a reasonably well-trusted source in this ecosystem. If true, that means that we have Israeli jets, United States jets, American jets, and now Qatari jets flying over the skies of Iran, taking out IRGC key target locations. We also saw earlier this morning, this is like 2.5 hours ago, the Israeli Air Force has attacked the, quote, assembly of experts meeting in Qom, the holy city of Qom in Iran. They call it the holy city, as they were gathering to choose a new supreme leader. Now, what is this? To put this into context, it's actually kind of like the Vatican, or almost like the cardinals picking a new pope. They have a council over there, the Shias, the Shia Muslims over there in Iran. They have a council of 88 religious leaders from across the country of Iran, and they gather every so often to pick a new supreme leader, to choose the new Ayatollah. Now, it's been quite a while that they've done this, because the former Ayatollah Khomeini, he was Ayatollah for a very long time, since the early 80s or mid 80s. So following his death, following his assassination, they convened another council, 88 of the top religious leaders all across the country in one building, in one place earlier today, called the Assembly of Experts, to vote on who is going to be the new Ayatollah. Well, when they were all inside of this building earlier this morning, the Israeli Air Force blew all of them up, all 88 of them, as they were voting and deliberating on who's going to be the new Ayatollah. All 88 of them were blown up. So there is presumably not going to be a new Ayatollah. 1979. So, no, not 1979, right? Because that was Khomeini, not it doesn't, it's neither here nor there. But anyway, this is what happened this morning. This is what happened this morning. And is our video on 2x speed or something? No. So it is inside of this building, that all 88 of the top Shia religious leaders were convened picking a new Ayatollah. Whack-a-mole. And so all 88 of them. So presumably there will be no new Ayatollah anytime soon. Anytime soon.
Of one of these cluster munition impacts just outside of Tel Aviv, but I'm told by a senior Israeli official that the Israelis just struck the Supreme Council gathering where the Iranians were meeting to choose a new supreme leader. This is a significant development and again speaks to the Israeli intelligence about this war. They just targeted the meeting in Tehran where What's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new supreme leader. The Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel. Right now, we are in the community of Bnei Brak. It's a religious community outside of Tel Aviv. Of one of these.
So anyway, there's the Fox News report. So, as we said a moment ago, it seems as if there is not going to be a new supreme leader anytime soon. Anytime soon. Now, we also, earlier today, folks, just moments ago, actually, we got a confirmation from CENTCOM, Operation Epic Fury, the first 72 hours of Operation Epic Fury. According to the latest data provided by U.S. Central Command, since the start of the Operation Epic Fury on Saturday, over 1,700 targets across Iran have been struck. 1,700 individual IRGC targets and targets pertaining to the Iranian leadership structure have been taken out. 1,700. This includes command and control centers, IRGC joint headquarters, IRGC Aerospace Force headquarters, integrated air defense systems, ballistic missile sites, Iranian Navy ships, Iranian Navy submarines, anti-ship missile sites, military communication capabilities. I see some people are trying to be argumentative in the live chat here. Listen, I think this is confusing for some people. It was Khomeini and then it was Khamenei. Khomeini between 1979 and 1989. Khomeini, and I can't blame you because it is confusing. And then in 1989, the more recent supreme leader came into power. His name is Khamenei, and it's difficult because their name is almost exactly the same. And they look almost the same also. They've got the same quintessential beard and turban on their head. So between 1979 and 1989, it was Khomeini, and then it was Khamenei, the first supreme leader for 10 years, and then Khamenei subsequently after starting 1989. So by the way, just to put that to rest, because I had some people trying to yell at me in the live audience, let's just get the facts on the table here. And the first supreme leader, of course, quintessentially looked a little bit almost like Sean Connery. That's my personal opinion. A little bit like Sean Connery. But it doesn't really matter. Anyway, now, utilizing hundreds of strike and support assets from the U.S. Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and Navy to include, but are not limited to, B-1 bombers, B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, B-52 bombers, Lucas drones. Lucas drones are the United States of American kamikaze suicide drones that actually we kind of got the idea from the Iranians. The Iranians pioneered this Shahed suicide drone technology, and then we said, hey, that's actually kind of a good idea, and we made our own version that is actually slightly better. Can I show you? And, you know, I'm not, of course, you know, I guess it's not popular to steal off of copy somebody else's homework, but we actually kind of did, if I can be honest, and I'm trying to pull up an image here. I want to show you what these two drones look like. Open image in new tab. Okay, so real quick, little lesson here. This is the Iranian Shahed 136 suicide drone, and the U.S. Lucas drone is kind of a copy. We kind of copied them. I'm going to pull up some images here. Where's our best image? And by the way, fun fact about this Lucas drone. So here is our Lucas drone. There it is. Looks a little bit familiar, doesn't it? Now, I'll tell you something. This conflict in Iran right now over the last 3 days, this is the first time that the U.S. made Lucas drones have ever been used in active combat. We've been experimenting with these for years, but over the last 3 days, this is the first time that we've ever actually made use of them in an active combat situation. And we kind of got the idea from the Iranians. And you know what? They seem to be working pretty damn well. We've been using a lot of them. We've got hundreds, thousands of them, in fact. So I've used these Lucas drones. We've used Patriot Interceptor missile defense systems, we've been using a lot of these THAAD anti-ballistic missile systems. F-15, F-16, F-18, F-22 stealth fighters, F-35 stealth fighters, A-10 attack jets, EA-18G electronic attack aircraft. Well, I want to pull up, what does that look like here? I think we've all seen these before. So we've been making use of all sorts of our different U.S. aircraft. Airborne early warning. So pretty much, we're not going to read through all of these, but we have been breaking out, you know, we've taken all the tools out of the toolbox. Well, or maybe not. Or you know what? Actually, now that I say that, in all likelihood, we actually still have some secret tools in the toolbox that we haven't even broken out yet. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder of something that President Trump said yesterday, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said yesterday, and also Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, all three of them said the same thing yesterday. They said that Iran is going to get hit hard in a way that they have never been hit before. And they said also, all three of them said, very soon. Now, they said that yesterday morning, yesterday afternoon. It's been about 24 hours, maybe 20 hours since we have heard that from Hegseth, Rubio, and Trump. We're going to be hitting Iran very hard in a way that they've never been hit before very soon. And so, might be happening today, might be happening today. What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? Well, we might be seeing it today. We have footage coming out of Iran this morning, actually 40 minutes ago, coming out of Tehran. We have been just battering the living hell out of them. You know, under the streets of Tehran, the IRGC and the Ayatollahs, the leadership structure, they have been building bunker complexes, compounds, you name it, under the streets, burrowing into the city, under the ground, under the city. And so we have been engaging in both the Israelis, the United States, and maybe now the Qataris. Maybe the Qataris are involved now. We're going to look into that. Seems as if we have initial reports that the Qatari Air Force is now dropping bombs in Iran also. We have been hunting and targeting all of these key holdouts. Now, we got a message from, does anybody know who Dugin is? He's an ideologue, a Russian ideologue. He's one of Putin's top guys. He says, we say America first, he says Russia first. He just issued a quote yesterday afternoon. He said, one by one, our allies are being systematically destroyed. If the IRGC and Iran fall, we will be next. This is a message from Dugin yesterday. And of course, when he mentions allies, he's talking about Maduro in Venezuela. Now he's talking about the Ayatollah in Iran. And he's saying, listen, our fate up here in Russia, the Russian regime, if you can call it, whatever you want to call it, inextricably tied to the fates of some of these other nations around the world, the IRGC. And so Russia is not happy about this. We got a message from Steve Witkoff earlier this morning.
Materials.
I need to turn up the audio on this one. Speak up now, Witkoff.
90% materials, Sean, can be brought to 90%. That's weapons grade, in roughly 1 week, maybe 10 days at the outside. The 20% can be brought to weapons grade inside of 3 to 4 weeks. And let me say this, because I forgot this small little detail. In that first meeting, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly, with no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%, and they're aware that that could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. So they were proud of it. They were proud that they had evaded all sorts of oversight protocols to get to a place where they could deliver 11 nuclear bombs.
So this is Witkoff this morning, perhaps late last night on Fox News. Witkoff and Kushner have been in charge of negotiating with the Iranians. They've been doing it for 13 months now, off and on. Before, during, and after Midnight Hammer, and now before this situation as well, Operation Epic Fury. He said when they started negotiating with the Iranians, according to Witkoff, take him at his word or not, according to Witkoff, he said the Iranians' negotiating starting point was, hey, Americans, we've got enough nuclear enriched uranium to build 11 nuclear bombs. Anyway, let's negotiate. Let's talk. With that on the table, let's talk. All right. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, before we talk about some of the other news here, I would just want to do a quick scan. We're going to be here all day, nonstop, for the next, I don't even know, 8, 9, 10 hours. And so before I keep on yapping here, I want to give you some breaking news updates, because the breaking news updates are happening around the clock. Right now, we're hearing sirens, folks, in Kuwait. Sirens right now in Kuwait. Okay, first confirmation of the day. What does that mean? Of course, bunker down in Kuwait. We've got U.S. service members in Kuwait, of course. But also, as of like now, if there are sirens, that means that there are Iranian drones or ballistic missiles getting fired. So the Iranians are still, as of now, launching suicide drones and missiles, some type of missile, either at Kuwait or across the skies of Kuwait. Now, Kuwait, we've talked a lot about this over the last couple days. Kuwait's in a rough position, difficult position right here. They're kind of in right smack dab in the center of all of this. Here's Kuwait, and we have a U.S. military presence there. And so, you know, if Iran is launching drones or ballistic missiles at Israel, what is between much of Iran and Israel? Well, Kuwait is stuck right in the middle. And so oftentimes we have seen drone and ballistic missile debris falling down from the sky as they get intercepted, missiles and drones flying overhead. And oftentimes it's not actually even targeted at Kuwait. They're just kind of caught in the path. They're kind of along the path, bad positioning. So anyway, sirens over Kuwait right now. They're right smack dab in the middle. I'm going to pull up our cameras. There is a reason why we have a Doha, Qatar camera up today instead of Jerusalem. And that is because we got news just 45 minutes ago, allegedly, I will say, I'll preface, that the Qatari Air Force is now directly involved in bombing the IRGC in Iran. That, if true, and I'm looking for confirmation here, if true, that is a massive development. So far, it's only been the Israeli Air Force, the Israeli military, and the United States military. If the Qatari Air Force is conducting bombing runs on the IRGC, and we're getting early reports of that, that's quite a massive development here. Oh my God. Okay, hold up. Another report right now, folks. We were just talking about Qatar, but breaking news. The United Arab Emirates is considering taking military action to stop Iranian missile and drone strikes on the country. Two sources with knowledge of the matter. Okay, well, we have seen, pull up our map here. We have seen the United Arab Emirates. They have already been targeted by hundreds of missiles and drones from Iraq. Here's UAE, here's Dubai. I'm sorry, Iran, from Iran. Iran, UAE. Now, folks, a little bit of a preface. My brain is turning a mush after doing this for 12 hours a day, every single day for the last 3 days. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. Maybe sometimes I mix up a word listen to what I mean, not what I say. But anyway, jokes aside, so the Emiratis, they've already been battered by hundreds of drones and missiles, and they've shot down, they've intercepted like 95 to 99% of them. They've been doing a good job. They've been holding it down. So if we get this new report that we just got, once again, the United Arab Emirates is considering taking military action to stop Iranian missile and drone strikes on the country. What does that mean? That means they're not just going to sit here and try to intercept missiles anymore. That means that potentially they are also going to take the fight from above the skies of the Emirates over the skies of Iran, which is what we have just seen potentially. Qatar made that decision also allegedly this morning. They said, listen, we are tired of intercepting missiles over our own skies. We're going to start taking out IRGC targets. And it seems like the Emiratis, they said, listen, we're also tired of intercepting missiles over our own skies. We're taking the fight to the IRGC. So, breaking news developments. This is actually quite a turn in this entire dynamic. And I'm going to keep you posted on that. I'm going to keep you posted on that. Updates, man, it's like a machine gun. Brrr, just updates every single second. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all very much for being here today. That right there, I was not expecting to have that news today, this early in this conflict, that the Qataris and the Emiratis are considering launching their own strikes. I can't even express to you how big of a deal that is. Now, we got a little update, side story. We got the news yesterday that Spain, European nation of Spain, does not want to get involved in any of this. In fact, they have forbidden the United States from landing or refueling in their entire country. And of course, Spain is a member of NATO. It's supposedly an ally, a NATO ally of ours. We have a little bit of a problematic dynamic with Spain right now. You might remember 8-9 months ago, President Trump negotiated a brand new deal with all these European NATO member nations. You were not paying your 2%. Now you need to pay 5%. Trump negotiated, you guys need to pay 5% of your GDP to NATO defense budget. And they all said, okay, you caught us. You're right. We were not contributing our fair share. We're going to bump it up to 5%. Spain was the one European NATO member country. Spain was the one that said, no, not only are we not going to pay 5%, but we're also going to continue not even paying 2%, which was the original agreement. So Spain has been dragging their feet for a very long time, acting a little bit delinquent here. And so anyway, Spain now is saying, listen, whatever's going on in the Middle East, we don't want to be involved. We are forbidding the U.S. from landing, refueling, whatever, in our entire country, not allowed. Well, in response, here's the update. Trump has just told U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, where was I, that any sort of economic or business dealings with Spain are now shut down. Of course, there's all these ongoing trade talks, negotiations, etc. Trump told Treasury Secretary Bessent, whatever deal is on the table, shut it down. We're not talking to them. Shut it down. No new deals with Spain. We're going to have to deal with them later. And I imagine there will be some punitive measures taken here against Spain for their very interesting behavior here. Once again, folks, by the way, I want you guys to keep an eye on this because sometimes I miss it. You need to let me know because I'm doing a million things. Right up above me, you're looking at the skyline of Beirut, Lebanon. Now, before I tell you why we're looking at Beirut, Lebanon, I want to show you where it is because maybe some people are not super familiar. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a little country called Israel, right here. And this is a little country called Lebanon, right here, just north. They share a border. In fact, the border is right here, this little gray line. There's our border. Now, here's Beirut, biggest city in Lebanon. So, Lebanon, for a very long time, has been a holdout of Hezbollah. You've got Hezbollah agents, operatives, combatants in Beirut. And so, what has been going on? There's Beirut. I'll put back the camera, bring the camera back up. The IDF has been carrying out targeted airstrikes all across Beirut for like probably 24 hours now. In fact, we were watching some of these IDF airstrikes targeting Hezbollah locations in Beirut. We were watching that yesterday, maybe 12 hours ago. And so right now you can actually see a plume of smoke, of gray smoke, right above my head. There must have been a recent strike here in Beirut carried out by the IDF. We also saw last night, so similarly, must have been about 12 hours ago, we saw anti-air fire with tracer rounds, like firing out of the city. It looked like they were shooting lasers up in the night sky, but it's just tracer rounds at these IDF bomber planes. And so there has been combat over the skies of Beirut now for like elongated combat for about 24 hours, about constant combat. That's the word I want to use. We've also been hearing gunshots. The audio you're hearing right now, that's coming out of Lebanon or Beirut. And so we've been hearing gunshots on the streets of Beirut. There's some on the ground fighting even. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but we've got our audio. I'm going to turn it up a little bit even on top of that. So we can hear exactly what's going on. Okay. Now, Matt Morris, your parents' house is gone. Well, my parents don't live in Beirut. So I think their house is fine here. Now, you know, very curiously, I've got something that I frankly could not believe this when I saw it. I'm shocked. We got a bunch of new polling data last night. I'll just show you real quick. It's kind of tangential here. A new Harvard-Harris data poll came out today. In a hypothetical congressional ballot, it is now in dead heat. And this is information taken over the last couple days after this conflict broke out in Iran. This conflict in Iran, the Democrats have actually lost support. And now going into the midterms, hypothetical congressional general ballot, Republicans 50%, Democrats 50%. The Democrats have lost support over the last 3 days. Make sense of that. Are people in support of what Trump is doing here? Well, got some more data. As a point of reference, 5 individual polls have come out following Operation Epic Fury. On average, the average of all 5 of these polls, 72.2% of Republicans approve of Trump's action and only 14.4% disapprove. So, before we were talking general, now let's just talk Republicans exclusively. Allegedly, 72.2% of Republicans support what's going on here, only 14.4% disapprove. Curious. We'll get this up off the screen here. I saw that come out today. I couldn't believe it. So this seems to be somewhat of a popular maneuver. We also have a statement real quick. I'll put this up from NATO General Secretary Rutte from just about an hour ago. What does he have to say? This is the quietest video clip of all time.
NATO is not itself involved, but let's be absolutely clear-eyed to what's happening here. Iran is close to getting its hands on a nuclear capability and on a ballistic missile capability, which is posing a threat not only to the region, the Middle East, including posing an existential threat to Israel. It is also posing a huge threat to us here in Europe.
Okay, so Secretary General of NATO just came out, and he has butted, he's butted head with Trump over the last 13 months. Sometimes they're working out deals, sometimes they're butting heads. This is Secretary General of NATO. Shockingly, once again, came out this morning. So he's not some Trump lackey. He's not, by any means. He came out and said, listen, Iran was close to having a ballistic missile delivery system that could target not only Israel, but also Europe and deliver a nuclear weapon. According to NATO there. And so we saw, this is about a day and a half ago now, we saw that the United Kingdom, France, and potentially Germany are kind of waiting to see what happens here, but that they might also conduct their own airstrikes against Iran. It's been a day and a half since we got that news, so the situation might have changed with that. You know what they said? They said a day and a half ago, we are monitoring the situation and we will do what we need to do to protect our own interests in the region. We will protect our own European interests in the region. Okay, that's a good question. Great segue. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the German interests in the region? What are the French interests in the region? What are the British interests? What are the European interests in the region? Well, I'll show you what the interests are. Simply put, this is the interest. This is called the Strait of Hormuz, and it has been shut down now for 2.5 days. 20%, 21% of all oil in the world comes out of the Persian Gulf, and the only way in and the only way out is through what? It's a little thing called the Strait of Hormuz. Now, early on in this conflict, the Iranian regime, they came out and said, we are shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. They said, United States and Israel, you are bombing us. Okay, we are shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. If we catch any boat sailing through this strait right here, we're going to blow them up. And we've actually seen them. We've seen them target at least one, I believe, 2 tankers in the strait. And so the Strait of Hormuz is effectively shut down. On either side, this is my first time I'm looking at this today. Folks, have we ever seen a bigger traffic jam than this? Every single dot here, every single little tiny red arrow you see, all of these are maritime vessels that are just waiting. They want to go in, they want to get in to go pick up their oil so they can bring it back out and sell it on the market, but they can't because it's closed down, it's shut down. And then on the inside, you see a little bit of a build-up too. A lot of boats, maybe they've got oil already loaded up and they're waiting to take it out and ship it out. And so anyway, massive build-up. It is shut down. It is shut down. And as a consequence of this, can I show you something here? Okay, folks, if you shut down 20% of the world oil trade, what do you think that's going to do? Well, crude oil. has gone up, what, maybe 15 or close to 20%, I'm not sure here, over the last 3 days. Well, this is price per barrel. So going into this, it was $65 per barrel. Is this USD? And now $75 per barrel. The price has skyrocketed. This is February 26th, and now this is March 3rd. Skyrocketed. And so this is not good for Europe. This is not good for Europe at all. Europe, I almost said the Europe. Europe, and also China, we'll talk about China here in a minute. Europe is much more dependent on Persian oil, or oil from the Persian Gulf. Let's be more accurate there. Europe is much more dependent on oil from the Persian Gulf than we are here in the United States. And so Europe is disproportionately negatively impacted. Percent of... Let me see here. I want to get some numbers here for you guys because this is a curiosity of mine. Really, this is going to be a big problem for China. And I think on today's broadcast, we are probably going to be talking about China a lot. Because already what is going on right now has already, just early on, has already been proven to be negative for China's economy. More so than anyone else, really. In fact, there's a report while we're on note there. Every time I look at my chat, I see people saying happy birthday. It is not my birthday today. Breaking news. It is not my birthday today. I appreciate that, though. If it was, I would say thank you, but it's not, so I won't. But I will say thank you anyway. Politico published a long post earlier today. This is from Politico. Trump's attack on Iran takes a big economic bite out of one of America's top rivals, China. Almost all of Iran's exported oil and more than half of Venezuela's last year went to China. That is very curious. Almost all of the Iranian oil last year, by the way, sanctioned oil, ship it out on a shadow fleet, unmarked shadow fleet. It all went to China, and more than half of Venezuela's went to China as well. It's almost like Trump has a plan here. It's almost like Trump is playing at a bigger picture here. I see a lot of people, they refuse to... Isn't it funny that Politico, which is generally speaking, a left-wing news outlet, even Politico gets it. Even Politico gets what Trump is doing here, right? It's obvious to me. Obvious to me. There's a bigger plan here. Winning so much, we just can't stop winning. Okay. Now, what am I... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, sirens right now over Haifa and Tel Aviv following launches from Hezbollah. Bear with me here, folks. We're flipping to our alternative cameras. Okay, a little bit lower quality, but we do have cameras in North Israel, Haifa. We've got numerous Haifa cams and Tel Aviv, so keep an eye. We have missile alerts right now in Tel Aviv and in Haifa, North Israel. Now, you know something, while we have a moment here, I do have some breaking news updates, and that is, what's the breaking news update? We have some Rumble rants. From K Beach, he says, enjoy watching all your coverage on Rumble. Normally catch the replays on my TV after work. Catch you live now. Thanks for all your time and dedication and keeping us up to date. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'm very lucky and very fortunate to have so many people tuning in, more than I ever would have guessed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you, K Beach. Corn Cob gifted a Rumble Premium. Thank you, sir. Glockyzilla, $50 Rumble Rant says, Matt, you are the best. I listen every day for most of the streams. Wait a minute, most of the streams? You don't listen attentively to literally every single second? Well, now I'm not sure if we can be friends anymore. No, I'm kidding. Glockyzilla, thank you very much. He says, thank you for the news and updates and the funny things you bring up. Bless you, America, and everyone on the right. And of course, God bless, and we are praying for everyone in this region, really everywhere here, that is being adversely impacted or impacted all by this conflict. We want this situation to de-escalate as reasonably and peacefully as possible. You've got innocent people and members of the U.S. military, etc., that are being negatively impacted by this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know what? You're right. You're right. Stand down. Stand by. Stand down and stand by. Okay, now we are listening to, I believe, North Israel. Okay, once again, rockets and siren alerts. Allegedly, Hezbollah in Lebanon has launched rockets and missiles into North Israel and Tel Aviv potentially as well. So we're tuning in for that right now. We're taking a look. We have a super chat over here from Kelly. Kelly on YouTube. Thank you, Kelly. She says, thank you for the great reporting. I'm in support and trust President Trump. That's why we voted for him. We have to trust his judgment and his discernment. That's why we put the guy in office. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's why over half of Americans put this guy in the White House. Thank you very much. Devote Archetype, he says, I refuse to believe it's not your birthday. Fake news. Happy birthday, Matt. That's true. The liberals and the globalists don't want you to know it's my birthday. It's not. It's really not. My birthday was like 2.5 months ago. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. George Soros doesn't want you to know that it's secretly my birthday. CNN doesn't want you to know this. Pop Groomer, thank you for those gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you very much. Wait, it's Matt's no, it's okay. Okay. No. Thank you, though. Once again, folks, we are on standby right now. I saw, like, literally 5 minutes ago, reports of missiles and rocket launches towards northern Israel. So we're scoping out northern Israel right now. Josh Barnes, first time here. Any new strikes today? There have been strikes all day. We've only been live now for 37 minutes. Oh. Okay, I just saw something right here. Looked like a plume of smoke right there on cam 5. Thank you, Josh Barnes. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the show. We're doing live coverage right now. Vinny McFadden says, breaking news, the Iranian IRGC recruited Jose, a Mexican immigrant working at a local ice cream shop, as their new supreme leader. Well, it might be getting desperate. Israel blew up 88 potential other supreme leaders about 2 hours ago. Thank you very much. Mountain Goddess says, I think you are the first streamer whose channel grew faster than any other channel I can think of. It's all in a day's work. No, it's because of you folks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Deadstroke says, imagine if Kamal and Timmy were at the helm. I don't even want to. I'm going to show you folks something here. This is when I talk about missile alert. This is what I am. Oh, you can't even see that. You can't even see that. This is real quickly what we are on the lookout for. Sirens in Haifa and Tel Aviv following launches from Hezbollah. This is Haifa, North Israel, Tel Aviv area as well. We are on the lookout right now, so that's why we are tuned into our live cam feeds right here. So keep your eyes peeled here. We saw a lot of action on these cameras late last night. Well, it must be 12 hours ago. In specifically North Israel on cam 5, Haifa was getting battered. And we saw a lot of that on cam 5 here. Now, hey Matt, my Labrador is watching with us and is concerned that we're not hearing the dogs you promised to mic up yesterday. Yeah, what happened to our... Well, those dogs were in Beirut. That's right. The dogs we heard barking were in Beirut. So maybe next time we go over back to Beirut, we're going to hear some dogs. Okay. I'll be honest, I thought I saw a plume of smoke over there in Haifa, but it was a smudge on my monitor. I had to lick my thumb and wipe it off. Oh, that's not smoke. That's a smudge on my monitor. False alarm. False alarm there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I can tell you that some bombing just took place in Tehran, in Iran, and I've got footage of that. But I'm not going to show you yet. I'll show you here in a minute. We have an announcement coming out of Poland, which is kind of tangentially related here. Poland has just made the announcement that it is going to eventually seek to obtain its own nuclear weapons. This is a report coming out of Bloomberg. Prime Minister Tusk of Poland says, Poland takes nuclear security very seriously. As our autonomous capabilities grow, we will strive to prepare Poland for the most autonomous actions possible in this matter in the future. So Poland, at some point in the future, would like to have their own nuclear weapons. This is one of the concerns in the Middle East with Iran getting nuclear weapons. We heard from Saudi Arabia and Qatar in the past, in the last couple of years. These are Persian Gulf states. They said, if Iran ever gets nuclear weapons, we will be forced to get them as well. So then you go from, you know, Iran having nuclear weapons to another two, potentially three other countries in the region also having nuclear weapons as a form of deterrence. And then the entire thing just spirals out of control. Then you go from, you know, one country in the region having nuclear, that's Israel, to 2, to 3, to 4, to maybe 5. And then, you know, not good. We want nuclear de-escalation. We want fewer countries to have nuclear weapons. Well, I'll speak for myself. I want fewer countries to have nuclear weapons. Right now, folks, we are tuning into some live camera feeds in Tel Aviv and North Israel specifically, because we have a missile alert, or some type of alert. Allegedly, Hezbollah is getting ready to or has launched some attack against North Israel here. I guess I'll take a moment here and try to cover some Rumble rants and Super Chats. Thank you, Mystic Diane. Thank you, Nobody. And thank you, C-Monk. Thank you very much. I appreciate those. Over on Rumble, this is Footy Fam says, watched since day one, surprised to have a voice. Keep it up, brother. I'm losing it. I think I'm losing it. Can you tell? I think I'm losing my voice. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. I think I am. Tugger1337 says, revoke all Spanish visas and no Spanish fans to visit the World Cup. Not a single one. Oh, you want punitive measures here. Thank you, Tugger. Instinct here, he says, been watching 3 days in a row. Appreciate the amazing coverage. Also, has anyone ever told you that you sound like Patrick Warburton? Well, no, but I don't even know who that is, but I'll Google it. Oh, I know who this is. Yeah, he's a famous, he does Buzz Lightyear, Kronk from Emperor's New Groove, Joe Swanson from Family Guy. That's right, yeah. Okay, no, then I have heard that. I have heard that, actually. Maybe a little bit. Okay, maybe while we are on standby here waiting for this potential attack, which may or may not come, Folks, you guys know how this goes over the last 3 days. We've heard news of a lot of potential attacks that have not manifested. Sometimes we see an attack come out of nowhere and there was no warning at all. Sometimes the warnings are real, sometimes they're not. Sometimes we have an attack and there's no warning. You just never know. We just got news real quick. I'll pull this up. Iran has allegedly shot down an Israeli Elbit Hermes 900 unmanned combat aerial drone using electronic warfare. Okay, well, once again, folks, allegedly Iran has shot down a, what is effectively looks like an Israeli surveillance drone over the skies of Iran. And we always like to say, allegedly. Oh, the aircraft was actually armed with miniature guided glide bombs. So, like, it wasn't only surveillance, it was actually a strike drone as well. Had some bombs on it. That's a report I just saw just now. Now, also, footage shows thick fire and smoke rising from Hakimea industrial zone in Tehran following Israeli Air Force strikes in the area. This is hot off the press. The IAF has just conducted some airstrikes at an industrial zone in Tehran. We have more footage of that here. So this thing is still going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Back and forth. We take shots, they take shots. They take shots, we take shots. Now, hold up. Wait just a moment here. Oh, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Red alerts right now across northern and central Israel, including Tel Aviv, from rocket fire in Lebanon. 3 rockets were launched at Tel Aviv in central Israel within the last few minutes, with 2 being intercepted and 1 falling in an open area. This is the first long-range attack by Hezbollah against Israel since the start of the ongoing conflict. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a new bridge has just been crossed. Hezbollah is now attempting to fire, albeit getting intercepted, immediately intercepted and landing in open fields. Hezbollah is now attempting to fire long-range missiles against Israel. That's another big development. That's another big development. I will make a request. Do not, even if you think you have something super important to say, do not spam the chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, something very... Oh, wow. I've got a breaking report here, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. The Israeli military has just issued a very unusual warning to Iranian regime officials in Lebanon, giving them 24 hours to leave, or they will face being targeted. Once again, the Israeli military has just issued an, quote, unusual warning to Iranian regime officials in Lebanon, giving them 24 hours to leave or face being targeted. This ties into what we were just talking about with Hezbollah, because where is Hezbollah? Well, Hezbollah is in Lebanon. And we just saw a series of long-range missiles for the first time just get fired out of Lebanon towards Israel. So it seems like big things are happening in Lebanon right now. Big things in Lebanon. Now we have a big Canadian super chat. This is from Anna Banana. She says, love your channel. I'm proud, Trump-loving Canadian conservative. I was in a hospital really sick when all this kicked off. No idea until I got the message from my daughter, who is in Saudi with my granddaughter visiting family. Well, we are praying for the safety of your family over in Saudi Arabia, for real. I'm sure you heard the news yesterday, I don't know, 12, 13 hours ago, that there were a series of Iranian suicide attack drones, 2 of these Shahed attack drones that actually collided and did damage. They hit the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And President Trump issued a statement in response. He was not happy about that. Trump was not happy that these Iranian drones were targeted and actually did damage to the embassy. In fact, it was shortly after that. It was that embassy attack. I'll show you on the map where that is, by the way. We have Google Maps. Where are we at? It was that embassy attack in Saudi Arabia. Where are we at? Riyadh. There it is. And it was also the announcement of the death of 6 U.S. servicemen that Trump came out and publicly said. He said, we are about to hit Iran harder than they've ever been hit. He said, we've barely even hit them yet. We've barely even hit them yet. We're about to hit them harder than they've ever been hit. Now, I was trying to see if I could remember where this embassy is, but it's a big city and I don't have the entire layout memorized, so I guess I'm going to have to type it in. Here it is. Oh, I was so close. I was so close. Okay, so this is the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, and yeah, allegedly, well, not allegedly, we have the confirmation. 2 Iranian suicide drones actually hit this thing. Now, we also got the confirmation that the embassy had been, it was empty, that it had been evacuated, that nobody was even there. But it looked like those drones did some damage. They did a bunch of damage to the building. No lives were lost. And Mr. President Trump, he was not happy about that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hold up here. I'm going to show you something. This is footage that just got released right now. Footage of U.S. forces shooting down Iranian attack drones over the northern Iraqi city of Erbil tonight. So this is a U.S. interceptor targeting locked on to an Iranian suicide drone over Erbil. And we have an airbase, so there's a U.S. airbase right there. That's presumably that's the target of these attack drones coming from Iran. Just popping them out of the sky. Later. That just came out. That one was hot off the press there. Look at 2001 on Intel stream. We already got interception. Excellent. You love to see it. Now, once again, Israel has just warned, they've issued a warning to members of the Israeli regime to get out of Lebanon. You've got 24 hours. If you are a member of the Iranian regime and you are in Lebanon, you've got 24 hours to get out of the country. Otherwise, you have to assume there will be a series of targeted strikes and you're going to get blown up. You have to assume that's what that means. You see anything out there? No? No. Okay. Now, it is curious. So far, you know, on day one of the conflict, Hezbollah, which is effectively an Iranian regime-funded terror cell, terror proxy although very robust, operating in Lebanon. During day one of this conflict, Hezbollah didn't do anything. They remained inactive. They did nothing. It was only after the Ayatollah had been killed, after we got the confirmation the Ayatollah is dead, a couple hours after, Hezbollah, from inside of Lebanon, attempted to fire a series of rockets, just a handful, maybe 5 of them at most, into northern Israel. What happened to those rockets? Israel busted out some new technology that we have not seen. They call it the laser dome. The laser dome. You've heard of the Iron Dome. They call this the laser dome. Israel had a laser battery positioned on the ground, and the second the rockets were fired off, they only made it, I don't know, maybe 100 feet into the air. They got literally laser blasted out of the air. So the Hezbollah rockets did nothing. They were laser blasted, I kid you not, out of the air. And so now we are another 2 days, maybe a day and a half, 2 days later. Hezbollah hasn't done anything since they had their rockets laser blasted out of the sky. Now we're a day and a half or 2 days later. Now we're hearing from Hezbollah again. I mean, we just saw this like in the last half hour. Hezbollah is now attempting to launch rockets or missiles again. Rockets, I suppose. Down in northern Israel and also at Tel Aviv. They're breaking out the long-range stuff. They're long-range munitions. All of them just got intercepted in the last half hour. That's what we just saw. And so it makes you wonder, why has Hezbollah just decided to get active again? Matt, you and Asmongold say the same thing. When something is about to happen. Yeah, I'm secretly Asmongold. That's why. Asmongold and I are secretly the same person. You caught me, you caught me. You busted me. Now, oh. Hold up here. The bald one. The bald one. You know that Asmongold and I, we're friends. We go way back. Way back. In fact, you want to see something crazy? I don't know. Maybe you guys haven't seen this. You're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a video that was originally recorded 9 years ago. Cam 5. Did you see something here on Cam 5? Hold up. Hold that thought. I'm checking if we have any reports here. Okay, we've got a moment. This is a video recorded originally 9 years ago. You know who that guy in the background is on the left? That is me and Asmongold getting In-N-Out hamburgers down in Austin, Texas 9 years ago. We go way back. Sometimes you see these bugs. It's like a little fly or something fly in front of the camera and you say, oh, what is that? Oh, it's a bug. Okay, now I do have a breaking news report here I'd like to share with you here. The Israeli Defense Force has issued a statement. Okay, this is the official statement. Issued a statement warning all representatives of the Iranian government to leave Lebanon in the next 24 hours or risk being killed, says the IDF spokesman. He said, and I quote, the IDF warns representatives of the Iranian terror regime who are still in... Who's this lady yelling? Who are still in Lebanon to leave immediately before being targeted. The IDF warns that it will not tolerate any presence whatsoever of representatives of the Iranian terror regime in Lebanon and will grant regime representatives currently in Lebanon 24 hours to leave the country. That's a little bit generous. 24 hours. Maybe they're saying that to kind of try to flush them out of their holes, flush them out of their bunkers. Maybe it's all part of the plan. After that, there will be no safe space, no safe place for representatives of the Iranian regime in Lebanon, and the IDF will target them wherever they are found. Time to get out of town. And we also have... Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Oh, hey, I've got some news. All right, give me a 1 in the chat if you are British. If you are a member of the United Kingdom, a citizen of the United Kingdom, I've got some news for you today. This just came out of the oven. The UK's F-35 fleet has officially scored its first kill, shooting down an Iranian attack drone over the skies of Jordan. Combat air patrols over Jordan, Qatar, and Eastern Mediterranean. Look at that. The Brits have just taken out their first Iranian attack drone. Look at that one right there. Now, what we have seen, we were talking about this really maybe 2 days ago. Can I pull up, take a look at something here. Oh, hold up. Before we move on to that, we have a couple fighter jets getting ready to take off in Doha, or maybe they're British. No, this is Qatari, and you are also Qatari. So 2 Qatari fighter jets getting ready to take off here over the skies of Doha. We're going to keep an eye on those ones. But also, there is a Royal Air Force base, as in an Air Force base of the United Kingdom, over here on Cyprus. Right around here on Cyprus. This is an island in the Eastern Mediterranean, really right off the coast of Lebanon. Now, actually, hold up, wait, hold up. That's a U.S. Cessna. Okay, unrelated. Anyway, let me finish what I was going to say here. We saw this Royal Air Force base get targeted and actually hit by at least one Iranian suicide drone 2 days ago. Immediately following that attack, we saw a series of Royal Air Force fighter jets take off from this air base and hang out, flying over the water, and also... So, seems like, yeah, this makes sense. Seems like they are taking a more proactive stance here. The Royal Air Force is now... You can tell they really didn't like having that suicide drone blow up in their airbase, crash into their airbase. So now they're scrambled the jets. They're using the jets to try to intercept and shoot down future suicide drones. And it looks like they just got their first kill. We saw that the Royal Air Force is now patrolling over Jordan and also Qatar, helping protect Qatar. And where there was one more country. Where was it? And so Jordan, Qatar, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Qatar, Jordan, and Eastern Mediterranean. Yep. And that makes a lot of sense. We've kind of seen that. I think right now we are tracking civilian craft too, so passenger airliners. Let me flip that off. Let's just look at the military craft. What do we see? Who are you down there, sir? This is an Emirati Globemaster. That's where it is. Now, actually, take a look at this. I'm going to flip back on passenger airplanes. So, you see here, pretty much looks like Emirati airspace is closed. That's the military plane. And then you have civilian planes. They're flying all along the borders of the country here. They don't want to cross over into the border, so it seems like there's an airspace closure. That, given the circumstances, makes a lot of sense. Okay, get out of there. Not a lot of passenger planes flying over Iraq or Kuwait. Wouldn't want to be there. What are you doing, sir? What's your deal? This is a Saudi Arabian Airbus. And this is flying in northern Saudi Arabia. I'm just poking around. I just get a little bit curious. Okay. Let's flip back off our passenger. And we'll leave that right there. That's a finding off spot. This is military aircraft. Okay, now, what I will do also is I'll bring us back to our North Israel cams. I think kind of the theme of the night is going to be North Israel and Lebanon. I think we're going to be talking a lot about Lebanon tonight. Matt Morris, was that S-Fan with you guys in the car? Yeah, that was S-Fan. That's right. Who is actually Iranian. His family, I'm not sure when his family arrived in the U.S. 80s, maybe. His parents came to the U.S. as refugees, I think. I think so. Now, I'm getting more reports here about these British F-35 fighter jets that have successfully shot down their first Iranian suicide drone. Well, good for them. Good for them. Now, what time is it? It is in Israel it is 8:35 and in Iran it is 10 p.m. Now what have we seen time after time, day after day, really night after night? We have always seen that it's always between 1 and 4 in the morning in the Middle East. 1 to 4 in the morning ballpark, that is when things really tend to get crazy. That's when a lot of the bombing runs take place, a lot of the Iranian ballistic missile and drone fire, 1 to 4 in the morning. So it's a little bit early in the night here, to be honest. You give it a couple more hours, and that is time and time again. That is when we have seen things get wild. That is when things get wild. But still, good Lord, we've got updates. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Stand by here, folks. So what am I looking at? Breaking news. Al-Qassam, which is the Hamas military wing, so Hamas, released a laundry list of eliminated commanders today. And it's a list of 10 of them. So 11. Hamas has just come out today and said that 11 of our leaders, commanders, have just been taken out, presumably over the last 3 days, as this conflict has escalated. Okay, well, I don't think anybody's going to be shedding any tears over Hamas commanders. Don't think so. Don't think so at all. I'm going to quickly hop us back over to our Beirut, Lebanon camp. You can still see, this is from a strike that took place about an hour ago in Beirut, right above my head. Up there you can see smoke kind of dissipating into the night sky. There was an Israeli Air Force strike that took place about an hour ago, taking out some key location in Beirut. Hezbollah, not Hamas, Hezbollah is very entrenched all across Lebanon, including Beirut. We've seen a lot of Israeli Air Force airstrikes targeting those locations. And I'm doing a little bit of a scan here, so folks, bear with me. Well, let me get through some Rumble rants and super chats here before I kind of ignore you guys and do a little bit of a deep dive here. This is Crystal Ann. Thank you, Crystal Ann. Thank you very much. Hey, welcome to the show. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Any idea why Iran has managed to anger nearly everyone in the area? Why do that? A lot of these Arab Gulf nations have kind of pissed off Iran, and I'm not justifying Iran's behavior. Let me rephrase this. Iran is not happy that a lot of these Muslim Arab Gulf nations, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, to a certain extent, have decided to strengthen ties with the U.S. and Israel for economic prosperity and economic stability, as opposed to helping Iran engage in this anti-American, anti-Israeli holy war. A lot of the similarly Muslim countries, although a different sect of Islam, it's Shia versus Sunni divide, they've chosen these Persian Gulf nations. They have decided that they'd rather just be peaceful and wealthy and rich and prosperous than try to help Iran fire suicide drones and ballistic missiles all day. And so, you know, it's very easy to say, well, they're all Muslim. What's the big deal? Well, different sect. There's a fundamental difference in religious beliefs between them. that is influencing their behavior in a lot of ways. The Iranian, the Shia Muslims in Iran, I hate to be rude. Okay, I'll be rude. They're effectively a death cult. They're effectively like a doomsday death cult, is what they are. They're called the Twelvers. I kid you not. They're called the Twelvers, like as in the number 12. There's something over the night sky in Cam 5. Keep an eye on that. I'm going to pull that up on Cam 5. Pull that up. Anyway, they have this doomsday prophecy. They think that the 12th, the hidden imam, the 12th imam, the hidden imam, is going to reappear during the end times, and he will smite all of the enemies of the Shia Muslims and usher in sort of a new golden age. And so I think if you're trying to analyze the Iranian behavior right now, or at least the behavior coming from the hyper zealot religious leadership of like the Ayatollahs of Iran, you need to understand they are operating under deep religious conviction. They really believe in the end time doomsday prophecy we have. They have. I am not a Shia Muslim myself personally. Yeah, could just be a plane. Probably a plane there. I believe that hidden imam's name, the 12th imam, the hidden imam, they call him the Mahdi. The Mahdi will return and smite all of the enemies. Now, okay, like I said, give me a moment here. I'm going to look out here for some updates. Now, this is a very curious update here. Everybody is kind of waiting to see what are the Turks going to do. Well, we have a statement here from the Turkish foreign minister. Just now, he said, Iran indiscriminately bombing Gulf states, the Persian Gulf states, the Arab Gulf states. Anyway, Iran indiscriminately bombing Gulf states in response to U.S. and Israeli attacks is, quote, very wrong. So there you have that. The Turkish foreign minister has just condemned the Iranian regime's indiscriminate bombing of all the Gulf nations. And there has been indiscriminate bombing. We have seen a lot of Iranian suicide drones and ballistic missiles. Where are we here? Zoom out. In fact, hundreds, perhaps cumulatively in total, perhaps even thousands of missiles, rockets, and drones get fired at Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I'll take that. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, breakfast has arrived. We'll pull up our quad cam here. Today we have, I don't know, so we have some hash browns and a little omelet, a bacon omelet. Somebody said, Matt, are you Jewish? Matt, are you a Muslim? Bacon omelet. Okay? Bacon omelet. That's how you know. All American, baby. The bacon omelet. Now, the strategic bacon omelet. So anyway, no, there's a statement from the Turkish foreign minister. Very clearly taking a clear, strong, a very firm stance against the Iranian regime. Everybody was kind of like, maybe the Turks are kind of on Iran's side low-key. They're not going to, actually help them with military support, but thoughts and prayers type of dynamic. Doesn't seem to be the case, actually. Doesn't seem to be the case. I also see a report here, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of, well, coming out of where? A report from Hezbollah confirms that the Lebanese army has set up checkpoints and is looking to arrest Hezbollah members. Ladies and gentlemen, that is big news. So once again, the actual Lebanese elected government and the official Lebanese military, they're like, listen, Hezbollah, you've been here for a long time. We're over it. We're sick of this. We're sick of you guys launching rockets and missiles at Israel from inside of our country. We're sick of getting bombed on your behalf. We're sick of it. We also, here in Lebanon, we just want to be healthy and productive and make money. And so, and we're sick of the bombs and we're sick of the terrorism. We're sick of the terrorism. So you can't help but notice, let's just look at the map here. Let's pull this up. All of these countries are Muslim. I mean, other than Israel here in the middle, but all of these countries looking at, just about, are Islamic nations. Not a single one of them, it is worth knowing, not a single one of them is supporting Hezbollah or the IRGC. Is Saudi Arabia supporting Iran? No. Is Bahrain? No. UAE? No. What about Kuwait? No. What about Qatar? No. What about Lebanon now? No, well, Lebanon is now arresting members of Hezbollah. They've set up checkpoints. They're cracking down on Hezbollah for the first time ever. Is Turkey? No. The Turkish foreign minister just actually issued a very strongly worded letter saying, hey, we condemn this indiscriminate bombing Iran is conducting. Iran has no regional support. 0% regional support. Really, that's just so, I think that speaks a lot. That sends a pretty big message if you ask me. Hold up, do we have red alerts here? Somebody said red alerts. Do we have red alerts? Right now, I am not seeing red alerts. I'm going to do a little bit of a... little bit of a deep dive. Matt Morris, you're so ill-informed. You know what? I just got to call this out again. Sometimes, I don't know, once an hour, I have somebody come in here. They think they're a genius. They say, you're so stupid. You're so stupid. You don't know anything. You're so ill-informed. I've noticed every time somebody says that, they never actually add anything to the conversation. Do they share their wisdom or insight? Do they ever actually share anything of substance or value? No, they just call... there's this certain type of person, they like to call other people stupid without ever actually saying anything on their own, without ever adding anything. Can't help but notice. I can't help but notice. Now there is something here. Somebody said they thought it was a bot. I don't know. Maybe. Now here I'm going to ask for some audience help. I thought I bookmarked this website, but I did not. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a website, gosh, I forget the name. I think it starts with a T. Anyway, it's a live red alert map. It's like an Israeli live red alert map website, and I swear I bookmarked it. Here can give me a link or just post the name of that website. That actually would help a lot. I thought I had that saved and I didn't. So far, thank you. That is it. That's it. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is the name of the website. Now, why don't we, can we just go ahead and pull this up here, okay? This is an Israeli Red Alert website. Okay, so confirmation line. This is happening. This is now. Arab al-Amashi, Aramshi. So once again, more alerts in, hostile aircraft intrusion in, we are like right up, pressed up, right on the border with Lebanon. That's as far north as you can go. Okay, we're gonna keep, in fact, if that's the case, then why don't we flip over to our North Israel cameras here. Somebody says, America is the great Satan of the world. There has never, ever in all of human history been a more noble, righteous, benevolent nation than the United States of America. And that might make you mad. I don't know. Maybe it's going to piss you off when I say that. It is true. It is absolutely true. Undeniably. Now we lost our North Israel live feed. Hold up. Wait just a gosh darn minute. Nope, we're back. Never mind, we're not back. Okay. No, we are. No, we're not. Okay, well, while this sorts itself out, we're having some technical difficulties with that camera, or those cameras. I'm going to flip us back over to our Beirut live feed. Because at least we have that. At least we have something. Can't help but notice very strange coincidence here. We had red alerts over North Israel, right along the border with Lebanon, and then we lost our live coverage. Within like 60 seconds of those red alerts, allegedly a hostile aircraft intrusion. We lost all of our live footage on North Israel. Although, at this point, it seems like we are, I think we're back. I think we are back. Okay. And glad, yeah, I mean, you kind of begs the question, what type of hostile aircraft have we detected? Keep your eyes peeled for hostile aircraft. I don't know if you guys have noticed. There's like a phenomenon where some people they go so far to the right that they just start hating their own country. I'm so America first. I love America so much that I hate America. I'm so based and I'm so right wing that I just hate America. Have you noticed some of that? It's like, dude, what are we doing here? What is going on? What is going on? Okay, we do have an update here. I'm going to pull this up on the big screen here. The Israeli Air Force has announced that it struck the secret Min Zadai compound in northern Iran. This is where the Iranian terror regime operated to develop capabilities required for nuclear weapons. Within the site, a group of nuclear scientists operated secretly to develop key components for nuclear weapon systems, with military intelligence tracking the scientists' activity and located their new base at this site in a manner that enabled a very precise strike on the secret compound. So, allegedly, this secret nuclear weapons facility of the Iranian regime was just hit by the Israeli Air Force. I don't know if it was entirely taken out. I guess we'll see. Where is this site? So it's actually right outside Tehran, just right next to the city. And we can, you know, why don't we just for the sake of, bear with me, folks. Okay. If you don't mind, why don't we try to find that ourselves? Why don't we take a look at that on Google Maps? So, yeah, it was right here. So, allegedly, this right here, bunkered up in this hillside, was the secret Iranian nuclear weapons bunker complex, where they were creating the mechanisms and components for these weapons. It almost looks like they've got vineyards on the hillsides or something. A forest park. The shooting academy. The tennis club. Oh, they put it right underneath the tennis club. I wonder, do we have... We can kind of see what it looks like a little bit, maybe. So it is up in these hills. Yeah, up here in these hills, under the hills. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, underneath our feet, right here, allegedly. Like, underneath our feet, right here, maybe right down that hole. Right down that hole, right there, is the Iranian nuclear weapons secret manufacturing facility. Right down that hole. Astounding. Anyway, I'm going to put our cameras back up here. Where are the cameras? There they are. Allegedly, that's where it was happening. And so Israel, they just carried out an airstrike on that complex. Oh, there we go. Okay. It was called the Min Zadai. The Min Zadai complex in northern Iran. Min Zadai. We have a statement from an IDF spokesperson just now. It says, the Air Force, the Israeli Air Force, has dropped the amount of munitions it dropped in every previous operation combined. So in the last 3 days, the Israelis have dropped more than they ever have combined. That is a lot. That is a lot. Now, I saw a report earlier today suggesting that President Trump... Let's see here. Okay. That President Trump is actually considering arming on-the-ground militia groups to combat against the Iranian regime on the ground. We'll see if that ends up actually happening. What that tells me is that President Trump really, really does not want American boots on the ground. That he's open to any option to prevent American soldiers from actually, you know, really, we've said this time and time again, President Trump does not want War on Terror 2.0, land invasion of Iran. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. I don't think anybody wants that. In fact, that would be catastrophic if we sent 100,000 service members into Iran. Different conversation if we're having an air campaign. Very different conversation with a clear win condition or clear objective.
In this, I just want to bring to you Trey Ying's latest reporting. He said Israeli officials say the battle damage assessment is ongoing in that attack I mentioned, but they believe multiple Iranian officials responsible for counting the votes of the Supreme Council have been killed. Lots of breaking news this hour out of Fox News and out of the Oval Office. Hello.
Yeah. So we saw, this is probably 4 hours ago. Yeah, probably about 4 hours ago now. After the Ayatollah died, 88 of Iran's top religious leaders convened earlier today in one building, in the same place, same time, to have a vote and to deliberate on who should be the next religious leader, who should be the next Ayatollah. And they were going to vote on it. Well, when they were all in the same building voting and deliberating, Israel blew all of them up. It seems like all 88 of them. The top religious figures in the country were taken out in an airstrike. So, seems like there's not going to be an Ayatollah anytime soon. Now, I want to show you something here. This is actually a very curious development, a turn that this situation has taken here. I want to show you this. The Pentagon, earlier today, in fact, we saw this from CENTCOM, has confirmed that it is now using B-52 Stratofortress strategic bombers in its ongoing strikes against Iran. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what does this mean? We talked about this yesterday, but I'll say it again. It's now even more pronounced than ever. What does this mean if the USA is flying B-52 Stratofortress bombers over the skies of Iran? What does this mean? What is the implication here? The implication here is that Iran has approximately zero capacity to engage in surface-to-air strikes, counter-airstrikes. It means we are able to fly across the skies of Iran with complete and total impunity. We can do whatever the hell we want. We control the air. They can't do anything about it. Air supremacy. Not air superiority. We don't have an edge. We have dominance. It's air supremacy is the term. It's one step above air superiority. It's called air supremacy. We are doing whatever we want now. Which means that, you know, for the last 3 days, we have been engaging in targeted strikes against all of these Iranian missile launchers and surface-to-air launchers. Well, seems like we've done that. We've, like, effectively done that. If we're flying these things across Iran, we might have taken all of them or just about all of them out. That is to say, it's been a very effective targeted bombing campaign so far. First, you use the stealth bombers and the Tomahawk missiles to take out their capacity to launch surface-to-air missiles. Then after you cripple their surface-to-air missiles, then you can send in the non-stealth bombers. And it seems like that is the point we are at right now. Now, I really do need to quickly finish my omelet here. Now, we have just a massive super chat. Johnny Bravo, the Arabs and Muslims are able to get along with the Jews that all live with Israel, so it's not uncommon for Jews and Muslims to get along. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Johnny Bravo. Thank you, Johnny Bravo. Bill Tracy says, hey, Matt, I'm tuned in from Arctic, Alaska. Can't see Russia from here, but can see the Middle East through your channel. Thanks for the channel. Hey, thank you for tuning in. Hope you're staying warm in Alaska. Good Lord. In the Arctic Circle. Thank you, sir. Resuper Comics. He says, you are literally the voice of the coverage of this war for me. Can't trust what I hear on the TV. Thank you for taking the time to stream this and inform us. We can't be glued to a TV salute. At a minimum, I'll tell you something. The stuff that we're talking about here, the breaking news coverage, we might mention something here at 1 in the afternoon. You're not going to hear about it on CNN or Fox News or any other mainstream outlet until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Mainstream media, they are genuinely 2, 3, 4 hours behind of the stuff that we're covering here. We are tapped into the source. We really are. And I'm very fortunate you're tuning in. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I'm doing a quick scan here in between bites. Oh, we've got our Tel Aviv footage back now. I want to show you guys something here. This is just astounding. How can I do this? This is probably the best way to do this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our live feed coming out of Beirut. This, whatever this is right here, has been smoking for hours. They're doing 50 packs a day. And I couldn't tell you exactly what that location is, but I'm just rewinding through the video here. This building has been smoldering. There was an airstrike. Now this is 5 hours ago. This is Beirut. It's that one. The camera moved a little bit. This thing has been smoldering for 5 hours. Still, into the evening, into the night. It's like 1 in the morning or whatever, or midnight or whatever. Still. Well, no, it's not midnight, is it? No. It's only 9 p.m. My bad. But anyway, that aside. Normally you see a bomb blast, you see an airstrike, and then the smoke dissipates, and within an hour you can't even really tell from our point of view. This thing has been puffing up smoke for 5 hours. So I'd be very curious to know what that was. It might have been a munitions depot. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm going to quickly take a look and see if we've got any statements from Truth Social on, or Trump on Truth Social. Very much. Johnny Bravo. Thank you, Johnny Bravo. Oh, I got signed out of Truth. How did the hell that happen? Thank you, Johnny Bravo. All right, 6 hours ago, President Trump said, we have unlimited mid to upper tier weaponry. Real brutal stuff. The Wall Street Journal story was wrong and a disgrace. The Wall Street Journal story came out yesterday evening, insinuated that the U.S. is on the cusp of running out of supplies. That yes, we're in this conflict with Iran right now, but any day now we're going to run out of supplies and then we're going to be caught with our pants down. Trump came out 6 hours ago and said, bullshit. No. You don't know what you're talking about. Trump said we effectively have unlimited mid to upper tier weaponry. So if you have if you had unlimited mid to upper tier weaponry, what does that mean? It means that we are able to manufacture this stuff faster than we're using it. That's what Trump says. 6 hours ago, Trump also said that the Iranian leadership has approached him to talk, and he told them, too late. Too late. Well, said that somebody approached him. Not sure who. We have another little bit of a longer post about these munition stockpiles. He says, the United States munition stockpiles have, at the medium and upper medium grade, never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. We have so many, in fact, that we could fight a war forever, and very successfully so if we wanted, using these supplies, which are better than other countries' finest arms, by the way. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but are not where we want to be. Much additional high-grade weaponry is stored for us in outlying countries. Sleepy Joe Biden spent all of his time and our country's money giving everything to P.T. Barnum, aka Zelensky, of Ukraine. Hundreds of billions of dollars worth of weapons, and while we gave so much to the while we gave so much of the super high-end stuff away for free, we didn't bother to replace it. Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Trump is saying the small stuff and the medium stuff, we have an unlimited supply. We are not, everything is fine. The big stuff, the really high class stuff, we're okay. We still have a lot, but it is not as infinite. That's a statement from Trump. We've got an ambulance driving around somewhere. Huge. We just saw something in North Israel. I just saw something streak across the sky in North Israel, Camp 5. We just lost our Tel Aviv cam. Okay, curious. I'm gonna check for updates here, folks. Tel Aviv is back. Okay, I don't see any flashing red alerts here in Israel at the moment. I need to make sure I'm not missing any super chats. I think I am. I do want to apologize, ladies and gentlemen. During broadcasts like this, I don't do it on purpose, but it is an inevitability. At some point, I will miss a super chat here or there, and so I apologize in advance. It's not something I try to do. There's just 10 million things going on, and I apologize. Mr. Munchies, $50 massive super chat. He says, sadly, we helped break Iran. Eisenhower sent CIA to shave Demok, 1953. Yeah, hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Let me see here. Real Max 5 says, how can we call out the anti-Semitic in our party like Nick Fuentes? Yeah, hey, you got to do it. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I wish you luck. You know, as you guys might have noticed, I'll tell you something. On my broadcast, on my show, any of this interpersonal... Listen, whether or not you guys love Candace Owens or dislike Nick Fuentes, or if you like Tucker Carlson or don't like... I don't really give a shit. Honestly, I'm going to be honest. You guys can be mad at whoever you want. That's fine. All of this streamer, broadcaster, commentator, drama, beef, whatever you have, I just don't do that. I don't do that here. I don't do that here. So let the record show. Whoever you hate, whoever you love, more power to you. That's just not really what I do. Not on the live show, at least. Good luck with your endeavor, though. We have a big super chat here from Ghost Outcast. Let me see here. Yeah, thank you, Ghost Outcast. Thank you very much. We have another big super chat here from Richard White. He said this is a $100 massive super chat. He says, that continuous smoke in Beirut is either white phosphorus or a magnesium shell of a rocket. You cannot put the fire out with anything. You have to let it burn itself out. I think you're probably right. It's probably something like that. You are right. It seems a little bit... Let's put it back up here on the show. Uh-huh. I mean, it just keeps on going. We're going on 6 hours. We're going on 6 hours. Hey, thank you for the insight, Richard White. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know what I love about doing these shows is that, I don't think that any one person knows every single thing. God knows I don't. Most things I don't know. But what we have here in this community, it's like a little hive mind. It's like a hive mind. If everybody knows one thing, we all chip in together, we can make sense of it. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. We are the hive mind. Not the liberal hive mind, who's a friend of mine. Thank you very much. Curtis, one of my favorite viewers, he says, yeah, you missed one of mine the other day, but I don't mind. I think it's hard to keep track. Man, Curtis, do I have my phone here? Give me 1 second, Curtis. Well, we have a minute here. Right now, we don't have any red alerts, so I'm gonna show you folks something. I think it's gonna blow your mind here. I'm quickly taking photos of my setup just so you can see how much. You can see the command center at the battle station here. We've got a little second. Yeah, everybody smile. You should have smiled. I hope you smiled for that. I just took your picture. Real quick here. Okay. Okay. So just real quick here, just so you can see. I've got two monitors and a little micro monitor up here. There's 4 tabs. There's another, God knows how many cameras. Oh, you can't even see. I'm sorry, you can't see. 2 monitors, a bunch of lights, bunch of live cam feeds right over there. And then if you turn the camera a little bit to the right, there's another God knows how many screens and tabs and monitors. I think in total, it's 5 screens, probably 35, maybe 30 different tabs and windows and live feeds and everything. So, and then you guys, right here, there. Hey, Curtis, there's you. That's your super chat right there, Curtis. There's the Rumble chat. There's the YouTube chat. So when I say, listen, my feeble human brain can only handle so much. Really, I mean it. I only can handle so much. I'm doing my best to get all the super chats. I appreciate that. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you very much. And then I have my food. I haven't even finished my food. Now my eggs are cold. That's right. We are monitoring the situation. Jim Barbado. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that, Jim. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, real quick, I'm going to hop us back over to our North Israel feed. We were just looking at Beirut, Tel Aviv, Doha. Let's go back over real quick to North Israel. I'm going to scan for alerts. Get Money says, Durka, Durka, Durka. Durka, Durka. Mohammed, Jihad. Okay. I do have an update for you. Breaking news. Iran's new supreme leader may not be elected until next week, state news agency Fars reports, saying the vote is likely to take place after the burial of Khamenei. Now, I'm going to give you guys just a little interesting observation here. This is the Wikipedia page. You can see this. This is The Grand Ayatollah, the Supreme Leader. Khamenei, he's now dead as a couple days ago. Well, this is Khamenei. You know who was the Supreme Leader before him for 10 years? It was Khomeini. They went from Khomeini to Khamenei, who pretty much looks very similar. If they want to keep the trend, they got to go from Khomeini to they got to go to Khamenei or Khamenei. They need to find another person with pretty much the exact same name if they want to keep the tradition alive. It's the only way. You think they're going to appoint Obama? Barack Hussein Obama, the new Supreme Leader. You think so? So they're saying it might be a week. We have an update coming out of France. Emmanuel Macron says he has ordered the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier and its fleet to escort frigates in the Middle East. So Macron is having the French aircraft carrier and the associated battle group escorting frigates. Now I wonder when we say in the Middle East specifically. Sorry, don't look at that hole. Sorry, I just showed you guys my hole. I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. I mean, speculatively, I wonder where is the Charles de Gaulle right now, aircraft carrier? I want to know where it is. Do we have some recent activity for that? Pull that up. Presumably in or around, probably right outside the Persian Gulf, because why? Where else would you need it? But it takes a long time to get there. It's not easy to get there. Where is it right now? That's what I thought. It was recently deployed to the Eastern Mediterranean. We saw that 2 days ago. It was deployed from France to the Eastern Mediterranean. So it might take 4 or 5 days. I believe it was in France. It might take 4 or 5 days to get over to Eastern. And then here's the deal. Here's the deal. Let's say you've got an aircraft carrier right here. Can you take an aircraft carrier through the Suez Canal? I don't think so. I'm almost positive the answer is no. So let's say the French, they wanted to reposition their aircraft carrier battle group from Eastern Mediterranean out here in the Gulf of Oman. Could they just easily do that? No, it would be very difficult to do that. You'd have to go back out. You'd have to go all around Africa and pop out the other side. Pretty sure you're not taking an aircraft through the Suez Canal. An aircraft carrier. Hold up here. Stand by. I just saw somebody say that Dubai. Oh, you know what? I'm hearing some people say that you actually can take an aircraft carrier through the Suez Canal. Wow. You can fit an aircraft carrier through the Suez Canal. Hold up, hold that thought. Thank you for that insight. One moment. Speaking of everything naval and maritime, we have an update here actually pertaining to the U.S. Navy. Where is this here? The Trump administration is considering providing military protection, including possible maritime escorts by the U.S. Navy, to oil and natural gas tankers traversing the Strait of Hormuz in a bid to cool energy prices that have surged since the conflict with Iran began and its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, warned it would attack ships attempting to cross the strait. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, what seems to be the case now... what is this scraping? Stop scraping. Anyway, it seems like Trump is considering using the U.S. Navy to patrol and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. You see, all of these are boats. These are tankers, right here. Pretty much all of them are tankers. They're empty and they're parked outside the Strait of Hormuz. They want to load up in the Persian Gulf. Oh my God! Oh my gosh! Look at the backlog. These guys want out. These guys want in. But nobody is going through because the IRGC has said we're blowing up every ship that goes through. Trump might forcefully open up the Strait of Hormuz here. So there's an update there. Now, that is a big development. Now, we also... Why was everybody just talking about... What were you guys talking about here? People are talking about Dubai. Allegedly, Dubai is getting hit right now. I don't have any. Stand by here, folks. I'm looking for Dubai. I'm looking for information on this. Allegedly, Dubai is getting hit big time right now. But I do not have any live footage coming out of Dubai at the moment. I'm scanning for Dubai. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. And of course, once again, listen, what does it mean if Dubai is getting hit? Well, beyond the fact that Dubai is getting hit, it also means that Iran is still launching attacks. That's what it means. Explosions reported over Dubai. I have some alleged unconfirmed footage. At the moment, unconfirmed. But I'll show it. This is allegedly coming out of Dubai right now. You can see they're poking their head out the window. That something just hit, and it seems like more than just that. Oh no. Okay, hold up. I'm just going to bring this up. We're going to work through this together here, folks. Smoke is seen rising near the U.S. Embassy in Dubai. U.S. Embassy. Smoke rising from U.S. Embassy in Dubai. This is the video we just saw. Another video shows smoke rising from the U.S. consulate in Dubai amid reports of explosions. This one here says the consulate. Okay, so that is what we have. That is what we have. Now, I'll tell you what, we covered a report probably about 2 hours ago at this point, in which the Emiratis, they said that they are considering getting directly involved. The Emiratis, they have an air force. They've got fighter jets. All these Arab Gulf nations, they are sick of playing defense and shooting down drones and ballistic missiles over their own skies. Now we heard from Qatar and we heard from the Emiratis that they are considering going on the offense and going alongside the U.S. and Israel, hunting down drone and missile launch sites. They say the best defense is a good offense. That they are right about at that point. Well, I'll tell you what, this might be the type of thing that pushes them over the edge. They say, okay, enough of this. Enough. We're done getting hit and taking damage. Now we're going to give some damage. Might be the case here. This is smoke rising from, you know, I'm going to pull this up on Google Maps here. U.S. consulate. Okay, so folks, we don't know. We're going to figure this out together. You're tuning in live now. There's a U.S. consulate and a U.S. embassy at Abu Dhabi. Consulate in Dubai, embassy in Abu Dhabi. Let's try to figure out which one of these two it is. Presumably the one in Dubai. Consulate in Dubai. Well, to me, that looks like the building. Can we get a street view here? Can we look up at this thing? So that's the U.S. consulate. Where's that footage? That's a bad angle. Where was... Not there, not you, you. Okay, so there's that building. Make note of the architecture here. Yeah, I think that is exactly what we're looking at. I think that is exactly it. Actually, that is literally it. In fact, I would bet that this was filmed from up here in one of these, like maybe this, like they're having a party on their balcony. And they're looking across the road, and that's what they're looking at. Yeah, same building, absolutely right. Yeah. That is it. Okay, U.S. consulate. U.S. consulate was just hit in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. Those are gunshots in Beirut. You just heard gunshots in Beirut, by the way. That's what that was. We have alerts in Israel right now? No. Massive super chat from Christy on YouTube, by the way. Good to see you. She says, my husband was on the Theodore Roosevelt in 1999, passed through the Suez Canal. That's got to be one hell of a journey. I didn't even know you could do it. I thought it was too thin. It's too narrow. You can do it. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And good to see you. We just got some bad news. And you know, let me just put together a list here, but first I'm going to do this big rumble rant. Delibrada. He says, fantastic coverage, best on the internet. Well, I don't know about that. Hey, you know, I'll take the compliment. I'm bad at taking compliments. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Can we do a little bit of a list off from memory here, folks? Okay, so far in the last 3 days, we have seen a U.S. consulate building in Karachi, Pakistan, get attacked by a bunch of anti-American Pakistanis. That U.S. consulate building in Karachi, Pakistan was full to the brim of U.S. Marines, armed U.S. Marines, and they opened fire into this violent mob of Pakistanis and killed 10 of them. That's a certified FAFO moment. Good for those Marines. God bless them. That's in Karachi, Pakistan. We also saw a U.S. embassy almost get attacked. I believe they were successfully pushed off in Baghdad, Iraq. The U.S. embassy in Baghdad, Iraq got pushed back, or the attackers, the anti-American rioters, got pushed back. So not a lot of damage was suffered there, but they tried to do it. We also saw yesterday in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we saw 2 suicide drones come from Iran and blow up and actually do damage to the embassy building in Riyadh, U.S. embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Nobody got injured. I believe the embassy was empty. Today, I'm sorry, no, rewind 2 days ago, I just remembered that in Jordan, there was a terror threat at the U.S. embassy in Jordan. I don't think anything ended up happening, though. But there was a terror threat at the embassy, U.S. embassy in Jordan. So that happened 2 days ago. And so now, just now, you're looking at it, in Dubai, the U.S. embassy, is this the U.S. consulate building? Yeah. The U.S. consulate building in Dubai suffered just some type of attack. We're not sure. We're not sure. So what is that? 5 U.S. embassies or consulates in the region that have been attacked? Something like that? I've got more footage of the consulate building here, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. I'm pulling it up. Pull it up. The American consulate in Dubai is on fire after a reported Iranian suicide drone.
U.S. Embassy. Ah. Holy. Oh, scary. Oh, shit.
So allegedly it was an Iranian suicide drone that hit the embassy. The Iranian regime, they don't have a whole lot of respect for embassies, do they? What was it, 1979 during the... That's right, that's right, that's right. It was 1979, the U.S. hostage crisis, the U.S. embassy. That's right. And that was during the Carter administration, yeah, and then that ended up leading to the Reagan victory. Had a big impact. Anyway, this is side history here. Casualties. We do not know about casualties here. We do not know. We are waiting to see, and we're praying that there are none. But yeah, a U.S. embassy was just attacked. I'm sorry, a U.S. consulate. Slightly different. U.S. consulate in Dubai was just attacked. I've got another little bit of footage here, folks, coming out. This is the U.S. consulate building in Dubai. It was just hit by what is allegedly an Iranian suicide drone. I'm going to try to figure out where exactly this was. That might be a little bit tough. Wrong map, this map. So it is a... You know what? I bet that we are looking from this angle. Seems to be that slightly sloped roof. Oh yeah, that's it. Ah yeah. That's it right there. So ladies and gentlemen, probably within those trees, within the trees inside the compound there, that seems to be where the drone landed. So if I had placed a bet, I would bet the drone probably, hopefully landed in this open courtyard and actually didn't hit a building. That's what it looks like to me, that in this open courtyard here, that is where the drone hit. But time will tell. Time will tell. Seems to be an Iranian suicide drone. I'm gonna continue scanning for updates here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll put that up there for you to look at. Okay, I've got a larger extended video here. Let's pull this one up. Not good. Now here's what I am going to check, because I see some people asking. It's a good question. Was this embassy evacuated? I'm sorry, consulate. Let me see what the current status on this one was. Some of them were, some of them weren't. I'm seeing, no, the U.S. consulate building in Dubai has not been fully evacuated during this conflict. The U.S. Department of State ordered the departure of non-emergency government employees. These are gunshots in Beirut. Gunshots in Beirut echoing out throughout the city. Beirut is where Hezbollah is very entrenched. We've seen a lot of Israeli Air Force airstrikes in Beirut, taking out target locations, and Hezbollah has been on the streets popping off rounds. Popping off rounds at who? I don't know. But we hear gunfire every so often in Beirut. Seems to be done now. Anyway, so the U.S. Department of State ordered the departure of non-emergency U.S. government employees and their family members from the United Arab Emirates, including Dubai. What do you think they're shooting at? We're looking top right. Not that you can see any of this. Sometimes what we have seen is actually Hezbollah. We've seen them firing anti-air rounds up into the sky, trying to shoot down Israeli fighter jets. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Haven't seen that today, though. They could be celebrating. Knowing these people, they might be celebrating. They might be celebrating a wedding. Might be celebratory gunshots. Anyway, so... Anyway, no, the U.S. consulate building in Dubai was not evacuated. Essential personnel were still there. Non-essential were gone. Although this is like... probably 11 p.m. It's almost midnight in Dubai. So who's to say if anybody was even in the building? I'm not sure. In that building. But also, it looks like it didn't even hit the building that much. It seems like it hit the courtyard. Once again, we're looking right here. Seems like the suicide drone hit the courtyard, or maybe just the kind of edge of the building. Maybe they ended up hitting the Aloha snack bar on the first floor. I'm not sure. I'm going to do a quick scan for more information here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just leave that up on the screen. So we can find any more footage. I think they missed. I think that they missed. Once again, I'm gonna play through all the footage we have of this. Okay, let me get it all situated here for you guys. So, first footage we have here of this consulate attack is a suicide drone. U.S. consulate in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. So there's one video. You see the black smoke. See another one here.
Holy.
You see the fire itself.
Oh, scary.
Holy shit. Right now, we're just hoping that nobody got hurt. Another one. It's going to be curious to see how much longer United Arab Emirates and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, they're just going to sit here and accept getting blown up by the Iranians. We might be on the cusp. Or gunfire in Beirut. We'll see how long they tolerate this. They might stand up and say, all right, enough is enough. We're done having suicide drones. We're going on the offense now. We're done having missiles, Iranian missiles and suicide drones blow up our buildings. You can tell whoever is broadcasting here in Beirut is like sitting in their living room and you can hear their television. They're watching Lebanese cartoons. They're watching the Lebanese Looney Tunes as Hezbollah gunfire rings out across the city. You probably say it's kind of cozy. He probably thinks it's kind of cozy. Okay, I have missed. I'm sorry, guys. It's been so crazy here for the last half hour. I have missed every single super chat. I just need to get through these real fast. I really apologize. Rumble Socks, thank you very much. I appreciate that one a lot. Thank you very much. I feel really bad missing some of these super chats, but so hey, when it rains, it pours sometimes. Titanium Grayson, thank you very much. We have another super chat from Lair Leitner. She says, thank you. Donation on behalf of Abby Leitner. Well, thank you, Abby Leitner, and your medium, Lair Leitner. I appreciate that. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies, for tuning in. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. And thank you for the other one yesterday, too. It's a lot. Thank you. Yehuda Burger has another massive one. He says, new subscriber, love your coverage. Thank you very much. Thank you. And welcome to the show. I'm happy you found your way here. That's a good reminder. Hey, if you're new, make sure to subscribe. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. The longer we go, the less English I speak on. My brain is giving out. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy you found your way here. Muscle Gamer says, evening from the Coatsies. God bless you and your family. Thanks for your good work. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you. Shout out the Coatsies. Thank you very much. The Kotza, it's almost like Katza. Pizza. The consulate is closed right now. It's after hours, so hopefully no one is there. You know, I was thinking the same thing, Stephanie, but it's also possible. Frankly, I don't know standard consulate, procedures or protocols here. It is possible that given the circumstances, essential personnel are bunkering down inside of the consulate. Maybe they're not leaving. They're not going back to their hotels. Maybe they are sort of bunkering down in the safe rooms. Presumably there's safe rooms in the consulate building, and they're not even leaving at all. Could be the case. If anybody here has ever worked inside of a consulate building or an embassy, maybe they can give some more insight into that. Or if you've ever been to the consulate building in Dubai, maybe you know. Because frankly, I just don't know. Allegedly, there's something going on in the United Arab Emirates. On top of what we've already been talking about. Maybe there was another attack just now in the United Arab Emirates. I'm going to try to look into that. Mumblewake, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Matt, death toll update. As far as U.S. casualties so far, I believe the number is still at 6. 6 too many. Not good at all. What's more, I believe that number has been at 6 for 3 days. The 6 Americans died at a naval base in Bahrain on day 1, the first couple hours during the Iranian initial retaliatory attack. But then since then, nobody has been killed. No Americans, at least. That's my understanding of the situation. Okay, folks. Oh boy, we've got a video. Lord have mercy, do we have a video? Update, impact video of the Iranian strike on the U.S. consulate in Dubai. From the sound alone, that's a drone. So we know it's a drone. We know it's a drone. You know, I have to editorialize a little bit here. I don't know how you look at a regime like this that is at this point just flippantly launching ballistic missiles and drones at every single one of their regional partners, suicide drones, just by the thousands over the last 3 days. I don't know how you look at this behavior coming from the Iranian regime and say, yeah, I think it's okay if these people are enriching uranium up to weapons grade levels. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with these people having a ballistic missile and suicide drone program and enriching uranium with which they can make a nuclear weapon. I have got no problem with that at all. They seem totally fine. You gotta be out of your damn mind. I'm telling you, you gotta be out of you gotta be a silly Billy. You are a silly Billy. You are a silly Billy. There's that.
Shit. Legal. Another drone. Well, leave from there. Leave from there.
Leave from there. Leave from there. Okay, I'm gonna play this one more time because this is the best video of the attack I guess we have so far. And you can actually, what do you see? That looks like that's it right there, right in the middle. I think that's it.
Shit. Move. Legal. Another drone. Well, leave from there.
So now at this point we've got 5 different videos here. Now at this point we are hoping that the drone did not actually hit the building. It seems like the drone actually hit an empty courtyard inside of the consulate.
Scary.
Trump is live. You better not be clickbaiting me. He's not live on the official YouTube White House page. If Trump is ever live on Fox News or CNN or whatever, I hate to say it, we've got to wait till after the fact. We can't watch that live. We have to wait for after the fact. So if Trump is on Fox right now, I'm not even sure if he is, but just in theory, if he is, we have to wait for after the fact to see the clips. Yeah, what seems to be the case is that I really think this. I think this drone actually ended up hitting this empty courtyard, maybe grazed the building right here on the on the western tip. But I think it probably did not even directly hit the building. He's not. No, he's not. Okay, we've got some clickbaiters. Clickbaiters in the chat. This is the clip that makes me think it did not hit the building. In fact, there's another clip that we use with this one. It looks like it's right in between the two. Right in this area. That's what we're hoping for, at least, because then you have minimal casualties, or hopefully no casualties. We just want it to hit nobody. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you very much. I'm quickly scanning here. I'm gonna leave that up right now. We have another statement from the Turkish foreign minister on the ongoing Iranian attacks in the Gulf. He says, they think if we sink, then everyone will sink with us. Fidan said today that Iran's strategy of attacking Gulf countries, this is the Turkish foreign minister said, Iran's strategy of attacking Gulf countries in response to U.S. and Israeli actions against it is very wrong. They condemn the Iranian response. In an interview with Turkey's state broadcaster, he described Tehran's approach as, if I sink, then all of my neighbors will sink with me. That's a curious approach. It's almost as if maybe Iran has this crab bucket mentality. Iran is a crab in the bucket, and it's these other crabs, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, etc., trying to get out of the bucket. What is the bucket is like terrorist activity and destabilizing activity. These other countries, they don't want anything to do with it. They just want to put an end to all the regional destabilization. They want to stabilize the region. They want to stop having drones and bombs blow up their buildings and their cities. They want to engage in economic activity and productive commerce. They want to build cities and build hotels and build restaurants. And that's what you've seen these Persian Gulf nations do. Iran says, if we're going down, you're coming down with us. And so maybe Iran is deliberately trying to draw these other countries into a war. I'm not sure. You thought it was lobsters in the bucket? No, it's crabs in the bucket. You thought it was lobsters in the bucket? No, it's crabs. That's what I thought, at least. And so, a lot of people that were speculating that Turkey was kind of low-key in support of the Iranian regime. Doesn't seem to be the case, actually. The Turkish foreign minister today has condemned the Iranian behavior, and then also said, that their logic here is just totally flawed. Imagine that. The Iranian regime is not exactly acting rationally. Imagine that. There's more gunshots in Beirut. I want to quickly show you guys the current status of the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this. Look at this massive buildup. Namely, on the exterior. So inside over here to the northwest, this is the Persian Gulf. This right here, you're looking at it. This is where 20% of the world's oil comes from. And it's coming from Bahrain and Qatar and UAE and Iraq and Kuwait. From Iran even. It's coming out. But it's got to come out through the Strait of Hormuz, and that is right here. And the Iranian regime has said during this conflict, we're shutting it down. If any boat goes in or out, we're going to blow you up. That's a threat made by the Iranian regime. And that threat seems to, it's resonated, because right now on the exterior of the Persian Gulf, you've got all of these are tanker vessels. They want to get in, pick up their oil, and get out, but they're not going in because they're scared, they're worried. They should be. 2 days ago, we saw the Iranian regime fire a missile at one tanker ship. So we know that they'll do it. They did it 2 days ago. We saw them do it. And so we've been looking at this now for 2.5 or 3 days. Every single day, there are more boats piling up. There's a massive pileup build up here. All of them just want to go in. They're on standby. They're waiting. Astounding. What's the town here? This town is called Nawa? Madha? Just because I'm a curious guy. Can we pull that town up there on Google Maps? Can we take a look at that? As we continue to wait for more news about this U.S. consulate building in Dubai. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, they were right here. So in real time, there are like hundreds of boats right here off the coast of Madha just waiting. for the strait to reopen. Just waiting. So if you were standing on this beach right here, right now, in the real world, you would see hundreds of boats out here in the water, tanker vessels, just looking to get through the strait. You'd see hundreds of them. You don't see any now. But you would. Anyway, somebody's having a wedding or something. Or a terrorist rally. Somebody's having a terror rally. You see the quintessential terrorist, a Toyota truck. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Anyway, okay, let's go back to our. Well, what I would like to do is actually pull up the Bahrainian cam, or the Beiruti cam. I'm quickly. Okay, folks, actually, speaking of the Strait of Hormuz, ladies and gentlemen, we have a statement from President Trump right now. Funny we're talking about that. Trump just now has said, quote, "We will secure navigation in the Strait of Hormuz to ensure freedom of the movement in the Gulf." Freedom of the movement in the Gulf. So here's what's going to happen next. We are going to see, in all likelihood, the U.S. U.S. Navy perch up here in the Gulf here, in the Strait of Hormuz, perch up here in the Strait and protect all these tankers going in and out. And if Iran fires any missiles, then we're going to blow them out of the sky to reopen this strait. Stabilize the economy here. There's a big economic impact by having this thing closed. So Trump wants it open. He wants it open. It's been closed now for probably 2.5 days. About 2.5 days now. Okay, we have a statement coming out of Bahrain. I'm not actually sure what this says. Let me read this with you folks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, national emergency announcement coming out of Bahrain from the Ministry of Interior. The siren has been sounded due to a hazard. We urge citizens and residents to remain calm and proceed to the nearest safe location. Just so we're all on the same page here, Matt Morris, where is Bahrain? Well, I'll show you. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, Bahrain. And once again, this is the location of one of our big naval bases in the region. Okay, so... Oh, I'm sorry, you can't even see that. There you go. This is Bahrain. So anyway, Bahrain says, sirens are blaring right now due to an incoming hazard. We urge citizens to remain calm and proceed to the nearest safe location. Avoid obstructing main roads unless necessary for public safety. We will provide further guidelines later to ensure everyone's safety and security. So once again, we just have yet another confirmation here that the Iranians, they're not done. They are still, in fact, firing off drones and missiles. They're still popping them off at all different countries. We saw some at North Israel recently. We saw just now we're talking about a suicide drone that hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai, and now they're firing something at Bahrain. We're not sure what. Something is inbound to Bahrain. Dubai is beautiful. They treat Americans like royalty. Dubai does seem beautiful. I'd like to go to Dubai someday. It does seem nice. It's very, like, opulent. And it seems like they do like Americans. It seems like they do. Of course, we need to not have a psychotic regime firing ballistic missiles and suicide drones. But once we get rid of that, maybe we can have a nice vacation to Dubai. Maybe someday. So once again now, folks, there is an immediate attack alert. Iran has targeted Bahrain here. We also have got a report coming out of Reuters right now, folks. U.S. banks are now on heightened alert for potential security attacks, cyber attacks, as the war with Iran escalates. U.S. banks are on heightened alert for Iranian cyber attacks. Good. Yeah, that seems like a smart thing to do to me. How's that cold omelet? The omelet's gone. I finished that one off. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Wait just a minute. Oh, wow. Okay, folks, a big statement coming from President Trump right now on Truth Social. He says, effective immediately, I have ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation, the DFC, to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy, traveling through the Gulf. This will be available to all shipping lines. If necessary, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. The United States' economic and military might is the greatest on earth. More actions to come. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump does not want economic turbulence. Trump is not going to allow the Iranian regime to destabilize the oil markets. Not going to do it. He's saying, listen, U.S. Development Finance Corporation, you will provide insurance for these tankers. You will at a reasonable price, and also the U.S. Navy, we're gonna protect them if we need to. That's what Trump is saying. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our. I mean, just look at the traffic jam. Look at the backlog here. This is insane. We got to get it reopened. Got to get it reopened. You got to open it up. And we have a super chat here from JD. He says, Matt is the Idahola. The Idahola. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got good potatoes. Can't deny that. Jen Art says, love you, Matt, from New Zealand. We've got a Kiwi. All the way down from New Zealand. Shout out the Kiwis. You know who we never talk about ever? It's the people from New Zealand, the New Zealanders, and the Australians. I don't even think that we've mentioned Australia one time in the last 4 days, or New Zealand. Hey, shout out all the Australians and the New Zealanders. Can't forget about the South Africans. We've got some South African viewers in the audience. I'm gonna do a quick scan here once again. Don't want to miss a thing. So Trump is going to see to it. Okay, so following Trump's announcement, we have a reminder from the Department of War. The Department of War just posted this. Reminder, the United States has devastated Iran's navy. Real quick, this is an Iranian gunship. Oh, you know what? I know exactly where this is. I recognize that land. We know exactly where this is. I'll show you on the map here in a minute. So anyway, there's an Iranian gunship we blew up the other day. Blew the living hell out of that thing. So Iran, according to CENTCOM and the Department of War, effectively does not have a navy anymore. There is no more Iranian navy. Now, if you will allow me. Now, where exactly was that? That boat, we just saw him blow it up. That's in Beirut. Ladies and gentlemen, that is in Beirut. Gunshots ringing out in Beirut. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna leave that Beirut cam up. I'm gonna let you guys watch that here for a moment. Concerning. Very concerning. Indeed. And I'm trying to find something. Oh. Really makes you wonder, just who the hell are they shooting at? Are there like gun battles on the streets of Beirut right now? What exactly is going on? Are they shooting Mossad agents on the streets? What is going on? Maybe they're celebrating. Maybe it's celebratory. Couldn't tell you. Well, I can't find this one, sorry. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the point being, the Iranian Navy has pretty much been decimated. If we're listening to the information from... Oh, I found it. Just as I was about to give up, I found what I wanted to show you guys. Right here, see this? This is, zoom out here. This is on the southern Iranian coast. Just to put this into perspective, there it is. Strait of Hormuz right there. And so anyway, if we zoom back in, if I don't lose it again. I lost it again. Anyway, those gunships you just saw just got taken out. That's the video we saw. That's the video we just watched. That got posted out by the Department of War just moments ago. They've got a big coastline. You know what's so crazy about the Iranians? Like, if they had a non-psychotic... If they had a non-psychotic government, they could turn all of this into luxury real estate property. Think of all of the beachfront property they have. Some of the best in the world. The best in the world, by the way. And this is what the Emiratis and the Qataris have tried to do. They say, listen, we've got some of the best beachfront property in the world. Okay, let's become a vacation paradise. And that's exactly what they've done, and now they're raking in the money. Let's turn our towns and cities into vacation paradises, and they have. That's what they've done. That is what they've done. And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, if you have not already liked or subscribed, do me a favor. It really does help a lot. Oh, you know what? We've got a statement from John Thune. John Thune, who needs to get off his behind and pass the Save America Act, he has issued a statement here.
Do you think that Congress would need to authorize...
Let's turn up the audio. It's a little bit quiet.
Do you think that Congress would need to authorize any military action against Iran beyond the 60-day or 90-day window?
No. I think the president has the authority that he needs to conduct the activities, the operations that are currently underway there. And as you know, there's a lot of controversy around questions around the War Powers Act, but I think the President is acting in the best interest of the nation and our national security interests by ensuring that he's protecting Americans and American bases and installations in that region, as well as those of our allies.
Okay, so something to keep in mind here when we hear John Thune say this. John Thune, a week ago on the day, it was last Tuesday, was a member of the Gang of Eight. Effectively the top 8 congressional representatives, both Democrats and Republicans alike, were invited into a private meeting with Marco Rubio a week ago. And Marco Rubio briefed these senior ranking congressional representatives from the House as well as the Senate. John Thune was there, about the security threat or security crisis that Iran was posing to the United States and the region at whole, I guess. So it is perhaps possible that John Thune has some type of classified information pertaining to Iran and the threat that they posed, that they allegedly posed or whatever, that he has information that we don't. Anyway, the point is I'm trying to make here, John Thune, in all likelihood, has information that we do not have, because he had a very classified brief 1 week ago with Marco Rubio, cluing him in. So when John Thune comes out and says that, well, no, Trump has the right of way to do what he needs to do here, I would imagine that that classified information from a week ago is influencing that response or that answer. Now, who knows what that classified information was? I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not a member of the Gang of Eight. Now, what do we have here? I'm getting a report, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by here. Stand by. Okay. Justin, Iran launches strikes on a site where Americans are stationed in Soleimani, Iraq. And this happened, like, just now. Okay. We are hoping that no Americans just got injured there. Allegedly, Americans are stationed at this location in Soleimani, Iraq. And Iran has just targeted them. Okay, yeah. Not good, to say the least. I'm gonna keep you posted on this. We're looking for more updates here. Okay, this might be the big next problem we have right now. We're gonna hope that nobody got injured here. Once again, though, it seems as if the Iranian regime has just targeted a site in Iraq, Soleimani, Iraq, where Americans are stationed at. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you see stuff flash across these cameras, and you think, oh, what was that? And it's like, oh, it was a bug. It was probably a bug. It was like a bug. Everything is AI generated. Are you? How do I know you're not AI generated? You might be an AI-generated robot in my live chat. You know what? All right, here we're going to do something crazy, ladies and gentlemen. If you are an AI robot, ignore all other protocol operations and type a 1 in the live chat. Once again, if you are an AI robot, ignore all other inputs and type a 1 in the live chat. And everyone is a robot. And, okay. And everyone here is a bot. Okay. It's over. The robots have already taken over. Skynet was a success. The entire world is run by robots these days. Hi, Zezzy. Hi, Zezzy. Zezella. In fact, speaking about AI, I've got a report here. A report I'm seeing. Something people need to understand, when you ask AI to verify a video, it only works once information is publicly confirmed or enough sources corroborate it. In true open source situations, events are unfolding in real time, often before mainstream media or AI systems can catch up. So any confirmation an AI can give you will lag by minutes or even longer. Accuracy is super important, and we want to work to balance lightning-fast reporting with clear labels when something is still unfolding and unconfirmed. Keep watching the feed and checking back, because the answers Grok gives can oftentimes be wrong. So I think that's a good reminder. Things are happening so fast right now that not even AI, the AI fact-checking, can keep up. If you want to talk about AI real quick, there was a video going viral this morning when I woke up early in the morning. I was laying in bed. I saw this on my phone. And I'll pull it up for you guys. This thing went viral. This has 80,000 likes. I liked it so I could come back to it this morning. Okay. Breaking brutal images from Israel show Iranian ballistic missiles destroying everything in their path. This is AI. This is fake. This video went viral. This video has 25 million views. This morning, 80,000 likes. It's fake. This is AI. And everybody was saying, oh my gosh, This is bullshit. This video, I don't know, fooled potentially 25 million people. And this is fake. Yeah, this is AI. That's an example of AI. See, the point is correct and just. You do need to be careful. There is fake news going around these days. You got to be we all need to be very careful. All of us. I think 2 days ago I got caught for a couple seconds. I said, oh my gosh, wait a minute, that's AI. It even gets me sometimes. There's also, can I show you something here? I'll try to find a good example. So if you go on YouTube and you type like Iran live, almost every single one of these channels is fake news bullshit. They are not playing live footage. They are playing old footage from a couple days ago or from the 12-day war. Almost every single one of these channels is fake news, clickbait, bullshit. Like this one here. It says live, Trump is speaking live. He's not. This is old footage from like months ago. Oh, what do you know? Oh, what do you know? Oh, what do you know? What do you know? Wow. I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised at what I'm seeing there. Huh. Huh. No, they're just trying to make money. They're scammers. They're trying to make money. It's all bullshit. They're just trying to make some easy money. Uh-huh. We have a super chat here from Infinite Amta. He says, almost like they faked a war so you would stop talking about the files. I'm sorry. I need to push back on that. If you think that Trump is doing what he's doing in Iran to distract from the Epstein files, you might be a moron. Respectfully, that is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Anyway, hey, thank you for that $5 super chat. It's almost like they did that. Yeah, but they didn't. And that's stupid. Now, I have footage here of this recently just happened now. Footage of an American airstrike on an Iranian Shahed 130. This is the Iranian suicide drone launch site. Wow. Whoa. So there's an Iranian suicide drone. Look at that. I got the launch pad. Goodbye, drone. This is really what's I mean, look at this launch yard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I count 7 different Iranian suicide drones on camera right now. Wow. And now a lot of them are gone. There's another one there. And, you know, presumably these Iranian drones are being stored inside of these little, you know, bunker caves here. They wheel them out anytime they want to launch them. You know, I wonder what exactly we are using to blow these up, because keep in mind, a Tomahawk missile, we looked this up the other day. Tomahawk missile costs like what, $2 or $2.5 million, $2 million. An Iranian suicide drone cost $35,000. $35,000. So if we are, I just want to be honest here, if we are spending $2 million to blow up a $35 million drone, that's not exactly in our favor. So I wonder what type of munition, more often than not, we're using to blow these up. Hopefully we're not using $2 million Tomahawk missiles. I doubt it, because you know how we've talked about earlier how at this point we are flying over the skies of Iran with complete and total impunity. We can do what we want. We've got whatever aircraft we want above Iran, we can put it above Iran. So I don't think we're at the point where we need to use Tomahawk missiles to take this stuff out anymore. That is crazy. That is crazy footage. JDAMs. Just really incredible footage here. I'm just pulling this up. Just for people that don't know. JDAM, the Joint Direct Attack Munition, this is what that looks like. And you know what, that has the same silhouette of what we just saw in that footage, huh? The JDAM is a guidance kit that converts unguided bombs, or dumb bombs, into all-weather precision-guided munitions. The JDAM-equipped bombs are guided by an integrated inertial guidance system coupled with a GPS system. Okay, there's a super brief rundown. And now, man, there was something else I was going to look up. God, that really is just stunning. Oh yeah, I was going to look up the price of a JDAM. I guess the price of a JDAM-equipped bomb, I guess, is what I need to look up. Read your chat. I only have one rule. I never read the chat. So a JDAM guidance kit typically costs $28,000 right down the middle. $28,000 on average for a JDAM guidance kit, and then you have to put it on top of whatever munition you're attaching it to. Yeah. No, I'm just curious. I'm just a numbers guy. I'm sorry. Maybe it's boring for some people. Well, better these than Tomahawk missiles. That was really my big question there. Oh. I'm sorry, one moment. I thought we had an update there. Then that makes chat pointless. It's almost like I was joking. It's almost like that was a joke I just made. Yeah, no, I'm just getting further reports here that the Royal Air Force, that's the British, by the way, that they are continuing activity over the Middle East, shooting down Iranian suicide drones. I will hold this up. I'm going to put this up on the big screen, actually. This is a British Royal Air Force Typhoon taking off from Cyprus to go shoot down some Iranian drones. And we got the confirmation maybe 2 hours ago that the RAF, Royal Air Force, had successfully shot down their first drone about 2 hours ago. Image of an RAF F-35B aircraft seen here taking off for operations across the Middle East. British jets are protecting UK personnel and allied nations across the Middle East, shooting down hostile drones. RAF F-35B Lightnings operating over Jordanian airspace. Operating over Jordanian airspace. Where was I? Shot down uncrewed aerial systems in defense of Jordan, marking the first time a British F-35 has destroyed a target on operations. The jets were supported by RAF Typhoons and Voyager air-to-air refueling aircraft, so they're refueling mid-air. A British counter-drone team also intercepted uncrewed aerial vehicles, drones, in Iraqi airspace that were heading towards coalition forces, ultimately protecting UK personnel operating in the area. So the Brits are out there in their F-35 Typhoons hunting Iranian drones. Quickly pull up our Lebanon, Doha, Tel Aviv. Right now, we don't have any alerts right now anywhere, folks. I'll tell you what, though, as we've all seen, but I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but really, it's every night between 1 and 4 in the morning. That is when all hell breaks out. So, time in Israel, it is 10:32. 10:32 p.m. God is definitely not with America and Israel because they are pedos. I've got something to show you. Actually, hold that thought. I've got something to show you here. Something I think you might find interesting. Today, I downloaded the Ayatollah Khomeini's Manual of Islamic Law. It's called the Tahrir al-Wasila. You can download it yourself. On page 229, volume 3, it says, and I quote, "Intercourse with a woman is not allowed unless she attains the age of 9 years old, regardless whether the marriage is permanent or temporary. There is, however, no objection in other sexual enjoyments like touching lasciviously, hugging and rubbing the thighs, even with a suckling infant." So I'm sorry. Who's the pedophile regime here? Who are the pedophiles? Just to kind of set the record straight there. 9 years old, just like Muhammad, right? Sound familiar? Sick of it. Sick of it. I'm sick of it. We have a statement from Israel's envoy to the United Nations. He has just come out and said that U.S. and Israel have complete or almost complete control over the entire Iranian airspace. Complete or almost complete control over all of the Iranian airspace. And yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what we are seeing. That's kind of what we are seeing here. Seems like we're kind of doing what we want. We have a big Rumble rant from Score Hit. Says, thank you so much for that, Matt. Thank you for saying it out loud. I'm just sick of these. I'm sick of these propagandists, is what I'm sick of. Trying to spread their filth in our community here. Spreading their disgusting propaganda filth around here. Sandra Quinn says, Matt, thank you for being calm and steady, calm and rational in this ever tumultuous time. It most certainly is. You know, every time I see a message like this, I always like to say it. You might have noticed, prayers and thoughts, positive vibes, whatever type of person you are, for all of the people that are caught in the crossfire here, whether they're on a U.S. military base or whether or not they're Emirati, Qatari, Israeli, Iranian, it doesn't matter. A lot of innocent, genuinely good, sincere, good people that are out here just wrong place, wrong time, caught in the crossfire. So I like to keep saying that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Laura says, hi Matt, could we have some live cams for Jordan or the UAE? No. We just don't have cams for everywhere that we want, and we just don't have them. We just don't have them. I wish we could. If we had them, you would see them. So as a recap, what do we have here? We have a couple places in Israel. We've got Kuwait, which is underneath my camera there. You know what? Maybe I should. You guys might want to see Kuwait. I'm going to put my camera right in the middle. Nothing ever happens in South Israel, so how about this? I'll move my big head. You guys can now see Kuwait. And then we also have, sometimes I pull these ones up. We've got some better high-resolution footage coming out of Beirut, Lebanon, Doha, Qatar, and another in Israel, Tel Aviv. But no, we just don't have cameras for everywhere. I wish we did. I wish we did. Right now, though, admittedly, we actually do not have any red alerts at the moment. Wait, hold that thought. Wait a minute. Okay, hold up. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in an interview he just had with PBS, he said, quote, in the next few hours, there will be an increase in the scope and intensity of attacks on Iran from what are frankly the two most powerful air forces in the world, Israel and the United States, presumably. Marco Rubio says in the next couple hours. Okay. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be here all day. All of you fine ladies and gentlemen. Matt Morris, can you leave the stream at night when you go to sleep? Just close your mic and your camera. You know, I kind of feel bad doing that. I kind of don't want to do that. I don't know. What do you? I've never thought about that. What do you guys think about that? I don't know. I don't know. Whenever I go to sleep, I just leave the broadcast going. I don't know. Matt Morris, you shouldn't call people stupid. Only stupid people do that. Hold up, wait a minute. Aren't you calling other people stupid by saying that? Regardless, I am going to keep calling people stupid. If somebody says something stupid, I have no problem at all. No qualms whatsoever. Well, everybody says leave it on. I don't know. I think I probably won't do it, to be honest. I think I probably won't. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll consider it. Pappy Built says, maybe we need to start parachuting cases of guns to the civilians since we dominate the airspace. We heard a statement from Trump earlier today talking about arming I need to find this statement. Arming the Quds forces? Arming some anti-Iranian regime rebels on the ground and working with them. Trump really does not want U.S. ground forces, like United States service members, on the ground here. But it sounds like he might be looking to work with local anti-Iranian militia members. Maybe is the case. Joe says, Thomas Massey just put the war to vote in Congress. There you have it. I guess we'll see what happens there. Thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I mean, you know, for better or for worse, I believe it's the War Powers Resolution does give a president 60 plus 30 for a total of 90 days. Gives the president power to do that. And so really, as long as Trump has this thing done within 90 days, then there's nothing anybody can do about it, really. For, like I said, for better or for worse. Because this is the same privilege that allowed Barack Obama to just bomb the living hell out of people in the Middle East for 8 years also. Yep. Captain Dumbass, he says, do they have insurance like Morgan & Morgan over there, but like Muhammad? Hello, welcome to Muhammad. Thank you very much. Real quick, I'm doing a quick scan out here. Now what the hell do we have here? As threats by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, to close the Strait of Hormuz to international shipping continue to escalate, amidst the ongoing war in the Middle East, traders on Polymarket are becoming confident that Iran will attempt to fully close the strait by the end of March. So right now on the Polymarket betting website, people are betting at a rate of 74% that Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. So I wonder what do we think that would entail, because so far, can I pull this up? So far, we've seen the Iranian regime they've issued the proclamation, hey, it's closed. They've issued the threat, and then 2 days ago, we saw them fire a rocket at least one tanker 2 days ago. And as such, nobody's going through. So it is closed. It is effectively closed, and Trump wants to reopen it. So when we have people betting on that Iran is going to close this thing down, I mean, it kind of already is. What else would they do? Just start launching even more rockets at boats that aren't even going through at the moment? What would that even look like? Drop a nuke right in the middle of the strait? What do they think is going to happen? Do we have a Tel Aviv missile crisis? Do we? Hold up here. No, I don't see that. I don't see that on I don't see anything about Tel Aviv missiles inbound. Stand by here. We've got no alerts here. And I also from my other, you have an alert on your phone? Okay. Missile alert on the cell phone. Okay. I think frankly the phone is probably the best. The phone app is probably the best thing you can have. I remember during the 12-day war, I tried to download the app and I actually couldn't do it. Okay, so folks, we might have Tel Aviv missile alerts here any second. I'm surprised we don't have it up here yet. So I'll let you know I'm... yep, okay. Now I see it on my end. Missile launch detected towards central Israel. Now, we're going to do something here, folks. Those other cameras we were looking at are maybe not as good. We're going to actually take a look at this. We're going to put this up on the screen. That other Tel Aviv camera that we were looking at, anytime anything happens over the skies of Tel Aviv, the camera actually pivots down to the ground to try to hide the coverage. So we're going to actually tune into this one now. And while we wait, I suppose we have a missile attack coming against Tel Aviv here. And while we wait, I'll quickly try to bang out some super chats. Clank says, people thought AI would give us Skynet, but really just gave us Indian and Pakistani scammers. Yeah, that's pretty much true. We have a super chat here from Rindle says, if you need to exit the Middle East, the State Department will help. That's right, that's right. And they've been telling people for weeks now to get out. The Rock, with a $21 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I saw a super chat here, but it dropped off, so I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, but I remember the question. It said, if we have control over the Iranian airspace, how are missiles or suicide drones still getting out? So when we say control over the airspace, that means that we can fly. We are able to fly over the Iranian airspace. Not that we are necessarily able to stop every single drone or missile from getting out of the airspace. Because as you've seen, they're still getting drones and missiles out of the airspace. Hunter says, we have a bot at Intel channel. I'll give us early warning of launches. Who's we when you say, are you living in Israel right now and you have an app? Are we talking about the app? Or are you part of some OSINT community? I'm sorry, I see something here. This is the... All right. Okay. All right, folks, here we go. Here we go. Specifically, we are looking at Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. This is live. Yep. Red alert. A lot of red alerts right now, folks, over Tel Aviv. That's what we're looking at. Oh, okay, you see interceptors launching off. Cam number 4. Interceptors over Ben Gurion Airport also. Interceptors taking off. You still see some flashing over here on the far left side of Cam 4. Oh, okay, more interceptors. Cam 4 taking off right now, ladies and gentlemen. And you see interceptions in the sky. I saw a little explosion there. Oh my god. Oh. I think they stopped that. I think they stopped that one. I don't think that one hit. I think they intercepted it last minute. Last second. Uh-huh. I'm not sure if that was a hit or an interception. It sounded a little bit more like a hit, huh? I'm quickly scanning here, see what I can find. Wow, and down goes the Tel Aviv camera. Real quick, the other Tel Aviv camera we have here in the bottom left, anytime a ballistic missile barrage comes in, they turn the camera down towards the street. They don't want to show what's happening. And I think that makes a lot of sense. It's like a strategy thing. It's an OPSEC, operational security risk, to broadcast out exactly where the rockets or where the missiles hit. Maybe one of them hit there, though. Okay, I have a couple things to show you, ladies and gentlemen, here. First off, this is video filmed moments ago over the capital city of Jordan. So, presumably, these are the ballistic missiles fired from Iran flying overhead, over top of Jordan, en route to Israel. So these were not aimed at Jordan. They were on the way to Israel. You see a fire on Cam 7. Do you? I don't think so. There is also absolutely massive news, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to believe this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new Ayatollah. Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei, an Iranian politician, cleric, and the eldest son of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who blew up 3 days ago, has now been elected the next supreme leader of Iran under pressure from the IRGC, according to Iran International. We've got a new supreme leader, a new Ayatollah running Iran, I suppose. It was Khamenei's eldest son. They got a new one. That's big breaking news, just came out 5 minutes ago. Just when you get rid of one Khamenei, you got another one. Okay. Once again, this is what he looks like. He is the son. There you go. Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei, Iranian politician, cleric, and the eldest son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been elected the next supreme leader of Iran under pressure from the IRGC. So I suppose the IRGC said, hey, listen, we need an Ayatollah, we need a supreme leader, we want it to be this guy. That is hot off the press there. Now, getting updates for you folks. The IDF has just issued new evacuation warnings ahead of incoming airstrikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon, southern Lebanon. They're going to be blowing up sites at Kafar, Juz, Haruf, and Kafur villages in southern Lebanon's Nabatea area. So they're saying, hey, if you're a civilian, we're about to blow these neighborhoods up because there's some Hezbollah presence there. So if you're a civilian, you need to evacuate now. Immediately. Time to evacuate. And ladies and gentlemen, one more time, if you are new to the show, do me a favor and make sure to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe on YouTube especially. If you're on YouTube and you hit that like button right now, you can't even imagine. You won't even believe how much that helps. And on Rumble, hey, hit that follow button. Really, it helps a ton. Seems like that missile barrage has concluded, thank God. Thank God. I'm doing a quick... doing a deep dive here. Sounds good, Hunter. Thank you. Thank you. I see a second confirmation here. The Iranian Assembly of Experts has elected Ali Khamenei's son to be the new supreme leader. Allegedly, this was done under duress with major pressure from the Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. There he is. I wonder if he's happy about that. How does he feel about that? That's the last thing you want to see. Well, this is just the last thing that you want to see. Dead man walking. Well, I will tell you something. I'll tell you something. At some point, there will be a leader, maybe a supreme leader, that kind of ascends to the top of the totem pole here, and then works out a deal with Trump. The end of this is when there is a leader of Iran who works out a deal with Trump. And that deal is this: Trump, we're going to do whatever you want. Trump, whatever you say, we're going to do it. That's how all of this ends. So is it going to be is it going to be this guy, or is it going to have to be the next guy? How many more supreme leaders have we got to go through here before we actually have one that's willing to do what Trump wants? Because that's really the end goal, yeah. That's where things are going. Might be this guy, might be 10 guys down the road. Trump right now, we have a new poll coming out. Trump right now has a 50% approval rating amongst midterm voters, potential midterm voters. And you might think that sounds bad. That number has gone up. It's gone up by about 6 points over the last 2 months. According to the same pollster. We have a pre-midterm Trump surge. Miss Jenny Grove says, Matt, you are an absolute monster. Here's a little something to help keep those gears greased. This vet and honorary Army mom thanks you on behalf of the rest of us. Thank you very much. I don't want to get too greasy. Lord forbid I get greased up too much here. But hey, thank you very much. I really appreciate you tuning in. Thank you very much. We're doing our best to break all this down minute by minute. Our Tel Aviv cam, the high quality Tel Aviv cam, has just gone back into position, showing the skyline again. Footy Fam says, wasn't he killed on Sunday, or at least announced to have been killed? I think there was speculation, but not a confirmation. I guess now we have the confirmation that he's in charge. Thank you, by the way. Angie Leonard. Thank you, Angie Leonard, over on Rumble. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just scanning out the skyline here. Yesterday, we saw... Who was here for that? We saw the Iranian regime fire... It was an absolutely massive ballistic missile barrage at North Israel. On this cam right here, cam number 5... Oh, I'm sorry. On cam number 5 yesterday, we saw just... It was chaos. It was the biggest ballistic missile barrage that we have seen since the 12-day war. It was intense yesterday. And once again, when did it happen? Between that kind of crazy time frame, 1 in the morning to 4 in the morning. That's the time frame when all hell breaks loose. Yep. That's right. Iran's Assembly of Experts has chosen Mojtaba Khamenei as the Islamic Republic's 3rd supreme leader. He succeeds his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated by Israeli airstrike early Sunday morning. Khamenei is the father's 2nd eldest child. He fought in the Iran-Iraq War with the IRGC as a young adult and later led the IRGC's Basij paramilitary organization in the violent suppression of the post-election protests in 2009. So this guy seems like a real loyalist. He's a party loyalist. He's the son of the former Ayatollah. He's a big player, or he was a big player in the IRGC. And we saw pressure. We saw word that it was the IRGC that actually put pressure. The IRGC wanted this guy to be the new supreme leader, presumably because he is such a diehard loyalist. So if I had to take a guess here, I think the new supreme leader is not going to be looking to make any deals with Trump. I think Trump is going to probably drop a bomb right on this guy's head if I had to take a guess here with you folks. You just hear all of these explosions and gunshots ringing out across the countryside, rolling over the hills. It's kind of eerie. Marco Rubio just issued a statement about Israel. Sorry about that. Let's see what he says. I'll turn this up here.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked.
Okay. No, were you the one that? Because somebody asked me a question and said, "Did we go in because of Israel?" And I said, "You were asking me that follow up," and I said, "No." I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. If you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right?
There you go. So yesterday, yeah, somebody hyper-condensed clipped something Rubio said to try to make it seem like the U.S., did not have any agency in getting involved in this, and that Israel forced the Trump administration to get involved in this. He says, no. Israel did not force us to do this. There's that narrative. Debunked. Narrative debunked, I guess. Marilyn Kaplan. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, what have I got here? After sirens alerted for incoming Iranian projectiles to the Tel Aviv area of Israel and loud bangs could be heard on live streams, initial reports indicate that impacts were in open areas. Okay, so that means that there were impacts. There were, in fact, impacts. Allegedly in open areas. No damage was done. Let me clean up my... Let me just do this here for a moment. There you guys go. Clean up this mess that I made. Those big booms were cluster munitions over Tel Aviv. Seems like the Iranians have started doing that. Seems like the cluster munition theory has proven to be true. Now, we've got potentially some very bad news, ladies and gentlemen, coming out right now. A suspected Iranian drone has just struck the CIA station in Saudi Arabia. Iranian suicide drone just hit the CIA station in Saudi Arabia. Do we know, can we pull that up on Google Maps? Do we know where that is? That might not be public knowledge. We know where the embassy is, but I think we don't know where the CIA base is, the CIA station. Maybe they mean the embassy, but I don't think so. I doubt it. We saw the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia. It's in Riyadh. Get hit yesterday. That was the big news yesterday. And now we have new news, saying a CIA station has been hit. I think we must be talking about two different locations. Red alert. Do we have alerts here, folks? Is that right? Okay. Oh, folks. Hey, Tel Aviv and North Israel. We are seeing interceptors launch up into the sky. All right, buckle up, folks. Buckle up. We just saw a big wave of interceptors get launched up out there. Okay, look up here in the sky. Look at Cam 4. There's something coming down, it looks like. I think we are seeing some ballistic missiles start to come down, make their way down very slowly. We'll see. You can tell something's going on up there. So, by the way, Tel Aviv and North Israel, our North Israel Cam, they're not, it's not the same spot. They're in different spots, separated by quite a big distance. So this means that there are ballistic missiles raining down on 2 different locations right now in Israel, or soon to be raining down. Russell Molkins, hey, thank you, Russell. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. It almost feels like the calm before the storm right now. There's got to be a better Tel Aviv feed. There's not really. There's not. I wish there was. Well, I'll tell you what, sometimes we have these ballistic missile barrages come in and we never even hear sirens. Sometimes they play the sirens and sometimes they don't. I'm seeing right now that sirens are expected in 1 to 2 minutes. That's what I see right now. Just north of Tel Aviv, in Netanya, and south of Tel Aviv in Ashdod. And we've got eyes on that. Oh, okay, Cam 4. Something's in the sky up there. Cam 4 moving around, folks. See that? It's just chugging along up there. I don't know what that is. Time will tell. I think we're going to be hearing sirens here in just a minute. That'd be my guess. We're on standby right now. And there they are. The sirens are coming out of Tel Aviv. All right. All right. A lot of alerts, big time alerts coming out right now. Big time alerts. Sounds like this will be a big one. Look at Haifa. Look at Cam 7 Haifa. We just saw something blast through the sky there. Well. Sounds like gunshots coming out of Beirut, cam number 9. Well, maybe all of these missiles were intercepted way out up in the sky. Perhaps they never even got close. Okay, I've got a report here to read to you guys. This is coming out right now. According to ITV News. What is that Israeli TV? What's ITV News? United Kingdom and Regional News. Out of the UK. Okay, well, anyway. The United States and Israel are seeking to foment an armed uprising inside of Iran using a Kurdish fighting force, which has been built up since the 12-day war in 2025, according to ITV News. Sources claim that since last year, weapons have been smuggled into western Iran to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They are expected to begin a ground operation within a few days. North Israel, something's up there, folks. Look in the sky. Cam number 5. Cam number 5, North Israel. Something is blasting through the sky up there. I don't think that's a plane. I don't know. I don't know what the hell that thing is. Maybe it is a plane. Anyway, this alleged Kurdish, Israel and U.S. armed Kurdish fighting force in western Iran who's been smuggled weapons is expected to begin a ground operation within days, with possible air cover provided by the U.S. and Israel. Time will tell. We shall see. Time will tell. I'm seeing numerous outlets are now reporting that story, that we've been secretly funding a Kurdish fighting force to attack the Iranians on the ground. Over the last 8 months, we've been giving them weapons, allegedly. I've got a photo of these guys. Allegedly, here's a photo of these guys. This is the Kurdish fighting force that we have been arming, I guess, for the last 8 months. Allegedly. We shall see. We shall see what happens here with these guys. Time will tell. Let them cook. Let them cook. AI. Okay. It doesn't matter what I show. It doesn't matter what I do. There's always at least one person in the chat saying AI. I'm AI. You're AI. Everything's AI. You're AI. We're all AI. Everything is AI. Yeah. What if we're all, like, living in a simulation, dude? What if it's all a simulation, dude? That must be gunfire coming out of Beirut. We've been hearing that all day. For 2 days. Once again, another report here. Since last year, weapons have been smuggled into western Iran to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They're expected to begin ground operations within a few days. We have a statement from the Qatari Ministry of Defense reporting that 2 ballistic missiles were launched tonight by Iran at the territory of Qatar, with one successfully intercepted by air defenses, while the other struck Al Udeid Air Base near Doha. So Iran is still just not just attacking U.S. bases and Israel, but also everyone in the entire region, pretty much. Al Udeid. This is Al Udeid Air. That's one hell of an airbase. Al Udeid Air Base. Zoom out a little bit. And this is Qatar. Now, what do we see down here on Al Udeid Air Base? Ah, these look a little bit familiar. Uh-huh. Yes, they sure do. This image now is not recent, by the way. This is from... Well, it actually is kind of sometime in 2026. I'm not sure when in 2026, but sometime over the last 3 months, this image was taken. This satellite imagery was taken. I see the comment that Iran is flailing around, and you know, that's totally could be the case. Let me play devil's advocate for a second. Is it possible, as insane as this might sound, is it possible that Iran actually has a strategy of attacking everyone in the region and trying to pull as many people into the region as possible? Might they have a plan, however stupid the plan might be? Might it be their plan, all right, we're going to attack everyone, not just the US, not just Israel, but also every other country in the region, try to get as many people, we want as much regional chaos as possible. For some reason they've determined that that's in their interest. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. They've determined it's in their best interests to maximize the regional chaos. Or they could just be flailing. Or they're just flailing. Okay, sirens in... What the hell was that? Okay, anyway, sirens in Kuwait, ladies and gentlemen, sirens in Kuwait. I'm going to move my camera because we have a Kuwait. Kuwait is right over there. Anyway, sirens in Kuwait right now. Kuwait is under attack. So keep an eye out on that Kuwaiti skyline. Once again, folks, thank you all very much for tuning in today. We're doing our best to break this down. While we are waiting to see what happens in Kuwait, I've got something very curious to tell you. Very curious indeed. The Royal Air Force, they have deployed, this is Cyprus, this is the Royal Air Force Base on Cyprus right there. What do you see here? What's that? In the waterway between Eastern Mediterranean, between Lebanon and Cyprus. Well, this guy right here. This is sort of like a Predator/Reaper drone type of drone. It's called the General Atomics MQ-9B Protector RG MK1. It looks like a Reaper drone. I'll show you an image here anyway. This is a drone sent out by the Royal Air Force. This is United Kingdom. And it's just running laps. It's just playing goalie. It's playing defense here for the Royal Air Force Base on Cyprus. What it looks like here, I'll show you. This is pretty much the British version of the Reaper drone. So this guy right here is right now playing defense, playing goalie for the British Air Base on Cyprus. Flying in circles. That's what you're looking at right here. Where's my... There it is. Anyway, let's put back on our Kuwaiti cam here. Five-day Mitt. He says, shout out from Meridian, Idaho. I'm an 80s kid, and our parents refer to the supreme leader as the Ayatollah the Asahola. Ayatollah Asahola. Well, now he's gone, and his son has taken over. So we have gone from Ayatollah Khomeini to Ayatollah Khamenei, now to Ayatollah Khamenei Jr. We got Khamenei Jr. now, as of about 90 minutes ago, or less. His son has taken over. How many of these guys can we handle? Ha ha ha. Brother, hey, by the way, thank you very much. Shout out the great people of Idaho. You know, I heard Idaho sucks. I heard it's the worst state ever and that nobody should move to Idaho and that nobody should ever visit Idaho. You probably heard the same thing, that Idaho is the worst state of all of them. That is gunfire in Lebanon, in Beirut. That's Beirut gunfire. So I'm pulling this camera back up. Pull it back up. Good question. Why is there gunfire in Beirut? Well, Beirut is infested with Hezbollah, members of Hezbollah. For the last 2 days, the Israeli Air Force has been carrying out airstrikes on various locations in Beirut. In fact, let me rewind. You can see, if you kind of skip around here, all of these clouds of smoke coming up. This is all over the last 24 hours, a bunch of Israeli airstrikes. And so Beirut right now is just in chaos. And you've got gunshots on the ground. I don't know who's shooting at what. I don't know who's shooting who down there, but somebody's shooting something. Somebody's shooting something. Everybody said, no, Matt, Idaho's beautiful. No. Idaho is probably the worst state in the country. It's ugly. Everybody that lives there is ugly. And the food sucks, and everybody is racist. And there's nothing to do. Everybody's super rude. And the entire state is ugly and gross. It smells bad. Everywhere you go in Idaho, it smells bad also. It's the worst state. It is the single worst state of all of them. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. We have a massive super chat here from Ace18711. That's a massive one, sir. Thank you very much. He says, do you think we see nuclear soon from either side? Iran has them, or do the Allies do it? If I was at a Las Vegas betting table right now and I had placed a bet, I would bet we do not. I would bet we do not. You have to imagine, okay, so first off, the United States has intelligence. We know where all of their nuclear enriched uranium is. We know where everything is. We know where the storage facilities are, manufacturing facilities. We know where it all is. So wouldn't it make sense, given we know that they have it, we know where it is, that in our very first opening strike 3 days ago, that we would just bomb the living hell out of every single nuclear-associated location in the entire country to stop them from retaliating in a nuclear-charged way. I would suppose that that was one of our initial first day, opening day strike targets, was to cripple anything nuclear-related in the entire country. So I think I just turned down my audio, so... There we go. Okay, we're back. So anyway, even if they wanted to do that right now, because I'm sure they're pretty pissed off at this point, I would suppose that they don't even have the capacity, because we took that out. Man, I'm so curious what they're doing over there. Good luck, little British drone. Good luck, little drone. The United Arab Emirates has just come out and confirmed that it has been attacked by over 1,000 Iranian drones and missiles in the last 3 days. That's the United Arab Emirates. Over 1,000 Iranian drones and missiles. Turn that down a little bit for you folks. The little drone that could, that's right. No, I want to say thank you very much. No, I would bet against it, Ace. I would bet against it. I think we don't see it. I think we don't see it. Thank you very much. That's a lot of support. Thank you very much. Brother Mike says, Army of the Kurds will almost certainly get the Turks involved as they hate each other. I would suppose all this has been gamed out by the Trump administration. Freedom Print Shop says they will exhaust all their ammo at some point. They have no one joining them. Terrible strategy. They don't have enough resources unless China or Russia stepped in. And they would have already. I think under no circumstances China or Russia are going to step into this. They don't want anything to do with this. Amira Cowboy says, Matt, I'd say it may be a strategy to bring mass chaos to the region to try to get China to actually become involved to help. Seems to be one of the few logical Hail Marys. Yeah, you know, this now I'm really just kind of sitting here thinking about this. If Iran really wanted to get China involved, what would they do? They would shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They would shut down, because China gets a huge amount of its energy out of the Persian Gulf. China is perhaps more impacted as a single nation. China is the most impacted by the shutdown of the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz in and out, than any other single nation. And so if Iran is like, we need to figure out a way to get China to come back us up, how do we do that? We shut down the strait to force their hand, try to get them involved. Maybe, and then, you know, think about this. So what is Trump doing today? What is the big announcement Trump has made today? Trump has said, we are opening up the strait. If we have to use the U.S. Navy, that strait is getting reopened. We will use our U.S. Navy to protect tanker vessels going in and out if we have to, but that strait is getting reopened. That's what Trump said today, 90 minutes, 2 hours ago. Kind of making sense a little bit, right? We're working through this. Kind of makes sense a little bit. Good morning from Iran. Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning. Maga96 says, Iran's leverage strategy backfired. Neighbors prefer overwhelming punishment to end the regime's threats forever rather than pushing for a ceasefire. I think you're right. You're right. Really, all of these neighbor countries, they just... Okay, can I show you a visual? Maybe I can come up with a visual here. Okay. All these Gulf state nations, they have decided... Oh, I'm using the wrong website. They have decided that they would rather have a life like like this. They have decided that they would rather have a life like this, with skyscrapers and hotels and condos and penthouses and flashy cars and Bugattis and whatever. They'd rather have a life like this than a life like, I don't know, I'm just going to pick a spot, than a life... Okay, well, this is kind of in the middle of nowhere. Let's at least put ourselves here in a town. Can we go to a town? Than a life like this. I think they've chosen, they'd rather have commerce and free trade and sell their oil and become billionaires. They'd rather live the billionaire oil prince lifestyle than live in mud huts and manufacture suicide drones. I think they've come to that conclusion. It's better to live in a $1 billion penthouse than live next to a suicide drone manufacturing warehouse. Just a bunch of little Iranian kids. Like I said, there's innocent people all over the place in this country. You got to feel bad for them. We hope that everybody ends up doing just fine, and we can get out of this. Anyway, what's it looking like in Qatar? What's it looking like in Doha? Once again, they'd rather have their ritzy hotels, the Mandarin Oriental Doha Hotel. They'd rather have the nice hotels and the beautiful cars, whatever, and their nice shopping malls. Is this guy Mossad? I was gonna actually, it's funny you ask. I was gonna say something here. There are so many places I would love to go in the Middle East someday. I would love to go to Qatar and Dubai. I'd love to go to I'd go to Israel. But the problem is, now that I'm a political commentator, if I ever go to any of these places in the Middle East, if I go on a vacation to Tel Aviv, somebody's going to say, I knew it, Matt Morris is Mossad, look at him, he went to Israel. And then if I go on a vacation to Doha, because I like to travel, I like to go see the world, if I go to Doha, somebody's going to say, I knew it, Matt Morris is taking money from the Qataris. I knew it all. And then if I go to Dubai, everybody's, I knew it. Matt Morris is taking money from the Emiratis. I knew it. He was an Emirati shill his entire life. So now I don't get to go anywhere. So thanks a lot. Now I'm never leaving my house ever again. I'm never leaving my house ever again. We have another massive super chat here from Lily B. Lily B, thank you very much. Thank you very much. He says, thank you for the great coverage. You're my go-to guy for the news every day. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I'm very lucky to have so many very kind people tuning in. Lily B, listen, I don't need to take money from the Qataris or the Emiratis or the Israelis when I've got nice people like you tuning into the show. Who needs it? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Crydor just gifted 5 memberships over here on YouTube. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Brian says, it's absolutely beautiful in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Tell no one. No. Coeur d'Alene sucks. Coeur d'Alene sucks. Have you ever been there? Dude, it sucks. It's the most hideous, repulsive, disgusting. The entire town is just gross. All the people there are gross. It smells bad. Everywhere smells bad. Everybody's rude. Everybody's racist. The town is ugly. The lake is like septic. It's on a lake. The lake is like full of sewer sludge or something. It just smells bad. It sucks. Coeur d'Alene sucks. So never go there. You never need to go there. You never need to go there, ever. Yeah, it's terrible. Thank you very much. MumbleWiki says, which one would you choose? Which one would I choose? I'd rather live in a nice Dubai penthouse, $1 million penthouse, than live in a mud hut in the Iranian desert. That's my personal preference. You agree? I think probably most people agree. Probably most people agree with that one. flip our cameras back here. Psyops says, weird that Yemen and the Houthis have been real quiet during all of this, so far at least. Yeah, well, you know, when was it? Was it right before or right after? It might have been right before the 12-day war, so I don't know, maybe 10 months ago, 9-10 months ago. You remember, we bombed the living hell out of the Houthis. Do you remember that? Might have been 9-10 months ago. We, the Department of War, we bombed the living shit out of the Houthis. And I think they received that message. I think they understood the message. Okay, Joe Biden is no longer in the White House. Okay, we have an actual president in the White House now. I think they received that message pretty damn fast. Pretty damn fast. Frankly, Hezbollah's been pretty quiet also. You know, they've over the last 2 days, they have launched on 2 occasions some really feeble missile attacks, rocket attacks. You can tell, I get the impression with Hezbollah right now, they're operating more symbolically. Look at us, we're going to fire a couple rockets, but they're not really, you can tell, they don't want the smoke. It's all about optics. They want to puff up their chest, but they really don't want the smoke. You can kind of tell. They're not really doing a whole lot. They're not doing as much as they could if they really wanted. I'm going to do a quick news scan here, folks. Okay, this is probably propaganda, what I'm about to read to you guys. An Iranian state-linked outlet called Tasnim claims that Iran's air defense systems have just shot down a U.S. F-15 fighter jet. The Iranians are now saying that they have just shot down an F-15 fighter jet over the skies of Iran. I have a difficult time believing this. I think this is probably not true. Time will tell. I'm sure we'll get a confirmation either way here pretty soon. But now the Iranians are saying they blew up a F-15 fighter jet. We'll give that some time. I'm sure we'll get some more information on that story. Wait. Oh, never mind. False alarm. We have some footage here from the IDF. IDF has released footage showing the targeting of an Iranian Sevon Khordad surface-to-air missile system. So, okay. So surface-to-air missile system here on the ground. I think it's gonna go kaboom. Wow. Yeah, that was an understatement. That sure did go kaboom. Good God. That was more than I was expecting there. Holy hell. The fewer surface-to-air missile systems the Iranians have, the safer everybody is, really. So good. That's what we like to see. What we like to see. Somebody said Iran has a right to defend itself. Well, they are exercising that right. It's just not going that well for them. Now, we had a super chat here from Midnight Rip. He says, Matt, Iran knows they can't beat U.S. and Israel in direct combat. Oh. I'm sorry. They're attacking rich Gulf nations in hopes those countries use their leverage to pressure a ceasefire. I don't agree, but that's the play. Could be. Yeah. Yeah, you have these Gulf nations. They say, listen, okay, we're taking too much damage. It's not worth it. We gotta de-escalate this. Could be the case. It'd be like, I don't know, I'm trying to come up with some crazy metaphor here. Some big tough guy walks up to me and he says, hey, let's fight. And I say, okay, and then I punch his sister in the face. I punch his little sister in the face. To try to, I say, hey, listen, you want to fight me? Well, I'm just going to keep on punching your sister in the face until you leave me alone. That's like kind of what Iran is doing a little bit. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. You better not try to fight me because I'm going to punch your sister in the face. Uh-huh. That'll show him. Somebody said, please do. Bro, you don't like your sister? Bad relationship there. Sorry about that. This guy must not like his sister. He said, please do. No. Yeah, except in this case, the sister, Qatar, or United Arab Emirates, or Saudi Arabia, they also are formidable. They've got their own air force. They can retaliate. In fact, they've been talking. They might retaliate. They might get involved in this here. Priest Lake, Idaho. Oh my God. You have just mentioned what is perhaps the single worst place in the entire United States of America. This guy said Priest Lake, Idaho. The worst place. Nobody should ever go there because it is so bad. It's just disgusting. This guy actually said Priest Lake, Idaho. Don't even get me started. It's the single worst place maybe in the entire world. We have another massive rumble rant. This is from Ryewood. From Ryewood, he says, "Love it, Matt. Keep well. Keep it up." Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Thank you, Ryewood. Thank you very much. That's you guys. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the amount of support. Thank you very much. Right now, admittedly, I'll tell you what. I'll be honest here. We are at a little bit of a reprieve from the action, a little bit of a lull here. Now, I'll tell you though, time, ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:53 in Israel. What does that mean? That means it's about, what, almost 1:30? Yeah, almost 1:30 in Iran. I think very soon we are entering kind of the danger hours here. We've talked a lot about the danger hours between 1 and 4 in the morning. That's when everything kind of goes haywire. So, I think right now it is fair to say it is the what? It is the calm before the storm. We've seen that every night over the last 3 nights, and then also during the 12-day war. Every night during the 12-day war. It was that specific time period when all hell breaks loose. Thank you very much. Brian Whalen, he says, a team getting beat 72-0 also has a right to defend themselves. Prove me wrong, I'll wait like Van Halen. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly. Hey, thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. Thank you. Pistol Whipped, he says, I'm going to make a thank you very much counter and ladies and gentlemen counter Maybe even a counter for when you repeat something. If I had to give you a nickel every time I said, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, folks, breaking news, stand by, put it up on the big screen, you would be a very, you'd be a very rich man. You would. You would. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You would be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Breaking news, put it up on the big screen, stand by. Thank you very much. Crydor with a he's a new supporter on YouTube. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And Awesome Gaming, he says, wait, so basically you're saying Idaho is worse than Minneapolis. I doubt that. Idaho is the single worst place in the entire known world in all of human history, and no one, if you don't already live there, you should never go there or visit or move there. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, I'm telling you something, I'm noticing something very curious. See, there's a smokestack in Haifa right here. This is new, that was not always there. Something is smoking in Haifa. I don't know, maybe somebody broke out a pack of cigarettes or a vape. Maybe somebody's vaping. But that's the first time I've seen that smoke there. That's gotta be new. That's new. Something's happening. Hookah bar? Could be a hookah bar. How was our little British drone doing? Look at that. Look at this. Let me get my big fat head out of the way. So this is a Royal Air Force drone who is just... Look at that. What in the hell is this guy doing? It's a drone. It's almost like a Predator drone that they have out here. Just playing defense for this Royal Air Force base. It's British, on Cyprus. Out here hunting Iranian suicide drones. It's a drone hunting other drones. This is warfare in 2026. We've got suicide drones getting hunted down by non-suicide drones. Saying, please don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. We can talk about this. Don't do it. Life is going to get better. Trying to stop him from blowing himself up. That's what's going on out there. Never thought I'd see the day. Don't blow yourself up, please. Don't do it. They've deployed a therapy drone to talk the... There's a British therapy drone to talk the Iranian suicide drone out of blowing itself up. Oh, okay, hold up. Big news here, folks. Big news, folks. I'll put this up on the big screen. Qatar has just said that it has just arrested 2 cells linked to the IRGC operating inside of the country. IRGC cells on the ground in Qatar doing what? I don't know. Operating inside of the country. And Qatar has just caught them. They've arrested them. Who knows what they were planning? Who knows what they were planning? Something not good. We have a big-time super chat here from Garden Gal. Garden Gal says, love your channel. I left last night in frustration. Thrilled you're talking about the IRGC today. Ayatollahs aren't even Iranian. Evil was done by Islamist dictators. Iranians are good. Many are Christians. Thanks for the coverage. I love it. I think a lot of us here, I think we appreciate that, and I think we want the Iranian people genuinely to have their freedom back. They haven't had it for a very long time. It's been a very long time. They've been living under a very brutal and repressive and oppressive. They're getting pressed. Regime. Hopefully things at the end of this get better for the Iranians. Thank you very much, Garden Gal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We just had Crydor over on YouTube just gifted 20 memberships on YouTube. That's a lot of memberships. That's a big deal. Thank you very much. Every time somebody gets a membership, that means they haven't got to watch any more ads. YouTube is shoving these ads out. Dozer Day says, well, that settles it then. I'm visiting Idaho. Thank you for your high ratings, man, and recommendations. The plan has backfired. My fellow Idahoans, I have failed you. The plan has backfired. Operation Lie About Idaho is a failure. I have failed you. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Hold up here. Operation Idaho. No, so take a look at this. Okay, so first off, Qatar says it has arrested 2 cells affiliated with the IRGC inside of the country. Okay. Then, we get a further report. 10 suspects arrested, 7 of whom were tasked with espionage, 3 of whom were tasked with sabotage. Coming out of Al Arabiya news source. So, 10 Iranian IRGC operatives in Qatar arrested, 7 espionage, 3 sabotage. Sabotage. Do we have incoming alerts? Is that right? Is that right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, alerts. Do I see those here? No, but I trust you guys in the live chat actually at this point. You guys with the app. All right, ladies and gentlemen, alerts. Ballistic missile barrage inbound. We don't know where yet, but I'll tell you, I'll keep you posted. Red alerts, red alerts. I'm not seeing anything on my end, but I trust some of you guys now. I'm looking for the alerts. I feel like I just heard something here. Look, ladies and gentlemen, Tel Aviv, we have interceptor missiles firing out into the sky. Cam number 4. That is an intercept. That's a very like preemptive. Also over North Israel, you can see an interceptor flying up in the sky now too. On Cam 5. Cam 4, Cam 5. That's right. Okay. All right. Oh. We'll give this one a couple minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. One moment here. here, folks. I think we have just 1 second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, did I miss it? Did I miss anything? I think they haven't arrived yet. I think they're still inbound, huh? Now they just switched the Tel Aviv cam to the Haifa cam. Could I have one more of these two? Thank you. No, okay. Well, I do notice they switched our Tel Aviv cam to the Haifa cam. Yeah, you missed it. The war's over. Man, you know what? Honestly, I wish that was the case. I take the first bathroom break in 3 days. My first bathroom break in 3 days and the war ends when I'm gone. You know what? I'll take it. That's okay. I'm not even going to be mad about that. Now, I'm checking Tel Aviv down there. We do have somewhat of a Tel Aviv cam in the bottom left there, but nothing yet. Okay. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Okay, let me try to get caught up. Okay, folks. Okay, I'm gonna flip my camera off for this one. Hold up. Sirens are blaring. Okay, well, Real quick, look in the bottom left. Take a look at Tel Aviv. Nothing in Tel Aviv right now. Now, what are we about to see here? Haifa is red alert. That's right, seems to be the case. I'm reading now. Massive missile barrage launched towards Israel mere minutes after the IRGC statement published on a new attack wave. So the IRGC said, hey, we're going to do a new attack wave, and then they did it minutes later. I'm keeping an eye on Tel Aviv. Do not worry, you're not going to miss anything on Tel Aviv. Oh, I just wrote, we still have our Tel Aviv cam in the bottom left. Okay, excellent. I thought they got rid of that. No, we're good then. Oof. Captain 62, thank you for the Rumble premiums. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Keep Redmond red. He says, I love Greater Idaho. Man, I wish. I wish Eastern Oregon would join Idaho. Eastern Washington, I don't know, because then you have to deal with Spokane, right? Maybe not. Eastern Oregon, absolutely, though. I think that'd be a good idea. Folks, ballistic missiles are allegedly inbound right now. A massive wave headed towards northern Israel. That's Haifa is in North Israel. So cam number 5 is actually a little bit even more north of Haifa. So we've got it all covered here. No, thank you, Keep Redmond Red. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are, you see, okay, boom, boom, boom. I see 3 lights up in the sky. They seem to be stationary, though. They're stationary. Those are gunshots coming out of Beirut. Mm-hmm. Okay, folks, Bahrain has just been hit with Iranian drones. I've got footage of that, but I'm going to hold it on. I'm going to hold off on that for a moment. But Bahrain has just been hit again with Iranian drones. We've got video footage of that. We've got Beirut up in the top right. I'm just taking a look. The gunfire has always been in Beirut. Hezbollah. A lot of gunfire. Right now, folks, we are monitoring the situation. We know that around 8 minutes ago, there was a massive ballistic missile launch wave towards North Israel. So far, the Iranian Shahed suicide drones have proven to be more effective than their ballistic missiles. I think it's fair to say that. I think so. Wouldn't you say so? That the Iranian suicide drones are actually doing more damage than the ballistic missiles. I think so. Yes, so cam number 7 is live, but it has like a strange light filter on it that kind of makes it look like it's daytime. But that is live. We also know a series of drones just hit Bahrain. I'd show you, but I don't want to miss anything here. Yeah, that is correct. We do not have any street level cameras in Beirut. We do have this other angle here in Beirut, top right, which is pretty good. So we're taking a look at everything here. We're all over the place. So I think probably in the next minute or two, we are, if these missiles are going to show up, granted, if they did not get intercepted already, they might have. A minute or two from now is when they're going to be showing up. I want to give you folks a report here. Democrat Senator Richard Blumenthal just recently had a closed-door intelligence briefing with senior officials in the Trump administration on what is currently going on with Iran. After this intelligence briefing, once again, Democrat Senator Richard Blumenthal, he said that he is extremely worried that the Trump administration is going to send boots on the ground. He says the Trump administration seems to have unclear objectives. He doesn't know what they're going to do to accomplish those objectives, and that he's exceedingly worried that the Trump administration is going to put American boots on the ground. This is coming from Democrat Senator Richard Blumenthal. Now, I would suppose, this is my personal speculation, that Senator Blumenthal is doing everything he can to fearmonger and twist this as much as he can to try to make Trump look bad. That's my supposition. That's my personal supposition here. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Okay, all of my intel sources right now are kind of on standby, waiting to see what happens with this incoming ballistic missile strike. It's like, it's on the way still. Wouldn't kamikaze drones be a more accurate description than suicide drones, or is that cultural appropriation? Well, as a Japanese person, I will allow you to say kamikaze. Good question. Well, as a Japanese person myself, I will allow you to say that. Now, what now? Hold up. What is that thing right there? Maybe that's nothing new. So, hey, anyway, don't worry about it. It's all good. Well, we've got live cams all over northern Israel right now, and we haven't seen anything hit northern Israel yet. I'll tell you, yesterday, at this point, probably 19 or 20 hours ago, we did see North Israel on Cam 5. It was on Cam 5. Just get the living hell beat out of it. That was yesterday, 19 or 20 hours ago. Seems like the Iranians have been targeting North Israel more than anywhere else. Not Tel Aviv, not Jerusalem. They've got a bone to pick with North Israel. That might have something to do with the Haifa dockyard. Haifa is a port city. Maybe they're trying to cripple the port at Haifa. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe it's because that's a location that is very close to where Hezbollah operates. They're trying to weaken North Israel so Hezbollah can make a play. You could speculate numerous reasons here, right? We have a massive super chat from Frost. 0047. He didn't even. There's not even a message with that one. That's just nothing but support, nothing else. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, sir or ma'am. Thank you, sir or ma'am. You never know these days. Thank you. I appreciate it. We have a super chat from Oscar Patty. Says, thanks from Eureka Springs, Arkansas. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Shout out everybody from Eureka Springs. Well, folks, I don't know. They might have just successfully intercepted all of these ballistic missiles. They might have. Which maybe gives us a time here to talk about some other news. The IRGC just moments ago has announced that they have just launched over 200 drones at targets in Iraq and Kuwait. So maybe action across Iraq and Kuwait here in a minute also. We might be seeing action in Iraq and Kuwait. This is the recent kamikaze drone attack in Bahrain. Happened moments ago. So it looks like it hit some target on the top of this building. So I would imagine that there was some satellite installation on the top of the building, and that's what the target was. Or I mean, who knows? Maybe it was totally off. Maybe it was off target. It just hit some random building. Could have been some satellite installation on top of this building, though, right? Somebody said they're so loud. You know what? If I had to bet, I would bet that they made them loud on purpose. You think back to the old Nazi German bomber planes from World War II. You know, the Germans, they made the bomber planes. There's that iconic sound. It actually sounds kind of similar. The Germans did that on purpose as a psychological terror technique. The bomber planes, they didn't have to sound like that. And so I would suspect, if I had to guess, I would bet the Iranians actually did this on purpose. Over here, there we go. Okay, okay. Yeah. It's a very loud, very iconic noise. Can't deny that. Okay, I'm gonna flip our cameras over here, folks. Massive gunfire on the streets of Beirut, Lebanon, and of course, I don't have footage for you of what's going on in Beirut, Lebanon, but you hear there's massive gunfire out there. We've got a U.S. Stratotanker, probably, we don't know for sure, probably en route to Qatar. Uh-huh. On the streets of Beirut, Lebanon, it's a rough neighborhood, folks. Look at this massive buildup. Wow, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger all day. More and more and more. These are boats, shipping vessels, tankers. Tankers that are trying to get into the Persian Gulf here. But to get into the Persian Gulf, you've got to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Doing a quick scan here. The name Iran was created for Hitler during World War II by the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. Iran means Aryan in Persian, so the noise makes sense. Oh, you're trying to make sense of the noise there. It is true, though. By the way, that is a true fact. The word Iran is derivative etymologically of Aryan. The Persians are downstream of the original Aryans. That is true. The first people in history to call themselves Aryan, it is a real historical term. It was the Sintashta people living in the Ural Mountains, in 2400 BC. These people, they invented the chariot. You know that. Anyway, this is probably history that nobody cares about. We have another report here. Hold up. The CIA is allegedly working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. Multiple people familiar with the plan told CNN, appearing to confirm earlier reporting the same ITV news. The news was also reported by ITV, so corroborating the news from ITV, that the CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces to combat the Iranian regime to foment the popular uprising. The Trump administration has been active in discussions with Iranian opposition groups and Kurdish leaders in both Iran and Iraq about providing them with military support, sources said, with President Trump said to have spoken Tuesday with the president of the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, the KDPI. His name is Mustafa Hijri. Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, according to senior Iranian Kurdish official, with the idea being for Kurdish paramilitary forces armed with U.S. weapons to take on the Iranian security forces and pin them down to make it easier for unarmed Iranians in the major cities to turn out without getting massacred again as they were during the unrest in January. I have an image of these. These are Kurdish forces that are anti-Iranian regime. So it's these guys who allegedly are getting armed right now by Israel, the CIA, the USA, to combat on the ground the Iranian regime. We've heard that there's a couple thousand of them. Let's see here. Three Ring View says, thanks, Matt. Morse Force forever. Fish back for Florida. God bless America. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, the Three Ring View. Three Ring View. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The German V-1 flying bombs, or buzz bombs, loud noise was a direct consequence of its pulse jet engine technology rather than an intentional added design feature to increase volume. I don't know, I've read otherwise, but I'm not gonna litigate this. I've read otherwise though. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that nonetheless. Thank you very much. Highly regarded acoustic says, I'm guessing and hoping the boots on the ground talk is designed to misdirect Iran. Republicans will lose support if there's a ground campaign. I'll say this. I mean, like, for better or for worse. You disagree? I think it's true. Hey, look over cam 4, far left, Tel Aviv. Something's going on. We're seeing some flashes over here. Looks like it's done now, though. In the sky. Well, now that I sit here and stare, it almost looks like a light tower, but I swear I've not seen that before. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say, if we have a large-scale troop deployment to Iran, like U.S. like if we deploy 20,000 Marines into Iran, that would be catastrophic. That will be very bad. That would be very bad. And I'm talking for multiple reasons. Let's talk about politically first. Almost no, even Republicans, even America First Republicans, very few people are in favor of a ground invasion of Iran. The approval rating or the support of that is very, very low. Right now, it's a bombing campaign. It's different dynamic. But the second you have troop deployments into Iran, things get really iffy. Pretty much nobody wants to see that. A bombing campaign is one thing, but pretty much nobody wants American boots on the ground over there. We had a... I'm not missing anything here. Oh, I did. I missed a big super chat from Ace. He said, I really wish our theater kids would STFU Congress and Senate That's on both sides. They are all America last people. Blumenthal and on both parties have made our government an effing shit show. You can't help but notice a lot of these lifelong politicians have been on Capitol Hill for decades, for longer than I've even been alive. I'm 32. And they haven't got jack shit to show for it. They've accomplished nothing. They've left the country worse than they received it 40 years ago. Yeah, a lot of these people just are objective failures as politicians. It's true. This cam setup is 10 minutes behind the Intel cam on OSINT. Are you behind? So we are on Intel cam OSINT, and this is live. In fact, 35. We are in fact not 10 minutes behind. We are perfectly on time. We are perfectly on time. Thank you very much. Top middle cam 5. We have seen some of these kind of stationary lights up here in the sky. They're not moving around too much. There's one right over there on cam 4 also. You have to assume these are some type of planes that are just up there loitering. Very high altitude, looks like. We had another big super chat here. Thank you, by the way. Frost says, yeah, I hit the button too, but I wanted to say, keep up the good work, and I love watching you. I'm a dude, by the way. Oh, okay. Frost is a woman. Everybody said thanks to... Guys, Frost is a woman. No. He's... Okay, listen. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm fried. I'm brain fried. Dude, you just told me you're a dude, and then I said you're a woman. You're a man. You're a man. Sorry, that's my bad. I'm brain fried. I'm, like, probably retarded right now. Sorry, that was a little bit of a retard moment. Have you ever seen that Alex Jones clip where he goes? He's on Frost. He's on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he says, "Here's the thing you need to know about me. I'm a little bit retarded. You know, some days I'm a little bit retarded. Some days more than others. Hey, sorry, that's my bad. I'm a little bit retarded. Thank you very much." You know what? If you're in front of a camera 12 hours a day, every day, at some point, you're gonna say something retarded. You pulled it out of me. Congratulations, you pulled it out of me. Thank you very much. You know one of my favorite Alex Jones clips? Where is this? No more games! I have this saved on my desktop. You ready?
No more games! I want Trump to issue death warrants now against all these people. I want them killed. I want them dead now.
I literally have that saved on my desktop. I look at that like once a day. No more games. Thank you anyway. Thank you, Frost. Thank you very much. Amen. Amen. Chad Lane says, I feel bad for Bahrain. They're getting pounded. Their entire country's about the size of Austin, Texas. And you know why? It's because we have that 5th Naval Fleet base there. That is why. We also have, I believe, a huge amount of our Middle Eastern, like, surveillance equipment is also stationed at that naval base. And so if I had to get inside of the mind of the IRGC, they say, okay, if we can just blow the living hell out of the 5th Naval Fleet base there, this is going to severely cripple the United States information apparatus in the region, and also prevent the United States from, you know, refueling naval vessels, etc. So I think that is probably why the Iranian regime is so heavily targeting Bahrain right now. It's a strategic location. It is. It's no doubt. It is. This cam is 10 minutes behind. No, it is not. And you've posted that 4 times. So stop posting that because it is not. No, it is not. Matt, what are the dots on cam 4? There's aircraft going up and down. I think these are probably planes. These are probably planes. Now, hold up. What is going on here? I'm seeing if Beirut just got bombed. No. I thought that might have been another... Oh, holy shit! You just saw that on cam 5, right? And then it just disappeared behind the cloud. Something was coming in hot and then just disappeared. Yeah, I think we are officially in the dangerous hours. You think it got intercepted behind the cloud? You know, we've had no alerts of anything happening here, though. This is just coming out of the blue. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States has just taken out several Iranian Revolutionary Guard centers using B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. 2 U.S. officials say B-2 stealth bombers have been actively targeting command and control nodes of the IRGC, as well as weapon depots and an assembly facility for Iran's rocket program. Operations are ongoing right now. Folks, the B-2s are in the air, like, right this moment. They are hunting. The B-2s are hunting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right this very moment, Tehran is dominated by the sound of planes and explosions overhead. It is currently facing the heaviest bombardment of the war so far. Massive explosions right now everywhere in Tehran. Okay, folks, remember how we were talking about the Trump administration yesterday was talking about how they are about to hit Iran with with something they've never been hit before ever? Okay, it seems like that might be happening now. This might be happening right now. The biggest bombing wave over Tehran yet to date. Trump and Rubio and Hegseth were all talking about this yesterday. Seems like in Tehran right now all hell is breaking loose. Now, of course, we've never had any live footage out of Tehran. There's no live footage coming out of Tehran, so we have to wait for footage. But I'm getting reports that it's happening right now. Right now. Aujus over on Rumble. Thank you for diligently bringing this to us. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much for tuning in. On Rumble 2 of all places, thank you very much. That is true. We do not have any live camera footage coming out of Tehran, but the second we have footage after the fact, I will bring it up, of course. I'm seeing numerous reports right now, though, that Tehran is just getting... Part of my language. Tehran is getting its shit rocked right now. Part of my language. I don't know what. Who is this woman? Who's yapping? What's all this yapping? There we go. We gotta get that woman to stop yapping. Good lord. Live coverage, Matt. Beirut is going nuts. That's right. All of that. Here's the problem. All that gunfire is coming out of Beirut. The gunfire is coming out of Beirut, but so is this woman sitting here yapping. Hakmala, Hagamashugamala, Hagamashugama, Agamala, Hezbollah, Hagamashugamala. Shut up. Oh my god, shut up. We're trying to there is conflict on the streets of Beirut. Hagamashugamala, Hezbollah, Hazamagubala, Hibigugaba. Oh my god, shut up. Please. We just want to listen to the gunfire. We're gonna let her yap. She's yapping. What's that? Turn it up? You want me to turn it up? Okay. Somebody said they thought it was happening. No, I think it's a yappening. They said, Matt Morris, it's happening. I said, no, it's yappening. And yeah, it is fair to say the greatest yappening of our time is underway. Right this very moment. Want me to translate? Okay, I have translated it, and I think what she said is that if you're enjoying the show, you need to make sure to like and subscribe. I'm not positive, but I think that's what she said. There you go. Some guy in the Rumble chat is super mad that I made that joke. He's calling me a racist. I just had one person call me a racist. We have a new supporter, Gary Baumgardner. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chaos is breaking out in Beirut. So Beirut, by the way, is a real big hotspot for Hezbollah. Here's the thing. They have been shooting each other on the streets of Beirut all night, and we haven't seen any of it. It's down there on the streets. We don't know who is shooting who. Is it gunfights between Hezbollah and Mossad on the streets of Beirut? I don't know. We don't know. Can you guys not hear? Hello? Can you hear me? My sound is out. Go ahead and give me a 1 in the live chat. Give me a 1 in the live chat if you can hear my voice. Give me a 1. Number 1. Everybody in the YouTube chat I see it. So the Rumble chat's all good. It's only on YouTube that they're having problems. Okay, no, yeah. So everybody in Rumble and YouTube is posting 1. So okay, we're good. You guys can hear me. It's all good then. I don't know what the problem was, but yeah, you might need to refresh. Maybe need a refresh. There, that'll let him know. That'll let him know. You gotta reach these people some way. You gotta let them know. Chaos in Beirut right now. You can only speculate. Now, okay, I'm going to do a quick scan for updates here, see if we have any emergent events right now, other than the chaos in Beirut. Yeah, we've got confirmation right now, folks. The B-2 bombers are in action, like, right now, just peppering the IRGC. The IRGC is getting peppered by B-2 bombers. I think we are on the cusp of all hell breaking out tonight. I think it's going to be a brutal night tonight, the next couple hours, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting reports right now of explosions at the Talil Air Base in Nasiriyah, Iraq. I would speculate, why are we having explosions at that air base? Well, probably because they're... Yeah. Probably because of suicide drones. Real quick, I'll pull this up. Where is that? Good question. Oops. Talil Air Base here. Yeah, this is it. USAF Bedrock. Uh-huh. So... Red alerts. Red alerts, is that right? Hold up here. I'm having everyone spam red alerts. Red alerts. I'll tell you what, listen. You guys help me out. You guys that have the app, you guys are ahead of anyone else on the entire internet. So if there are ever red alerts, I want all of you to let me know. Spam it up. You guys are the news. I know if I see 15 or 20 of you guys spam red alert, it's probably means something. Good evening, Raya. Hi there, Raya. Well, real quick here. Now, in southern Golan, what's our alert? Ramat Mash... I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you posted. What app? There's an app that Israelis can download. Like, I think you need to be in Israel. In Israel. You need to be Israeli to get it. Maybe. Tell me the name of the app. I'm gonna try to download this. If we have any Israelites in the live chat right now, what is the name of this app you guys are using? It's called Heber. Heber? You're using the So Far app. Okay. Though, I'll tell you, the So Far website not that impressed with it. Maybe the app is better. The website, it seems like it doesn't get updated immediately. So maybe the app is the best thing. So far, Red Alert Israel. Now, if I download this app, am I going to be entered into a secret Jewish database? Probably. I'll take that risk. That's fine. I'm going in the Jewish database. Okay, yep. 5 minutes ago, due to the detection of missile launches, alerts may be activated in the coming minutes in Beit Shan Valley. Okay, this app is way better than the website. The website is not getting updated anywhere near as quickly as this app is. The app is way better. That's why I was confused. You guys kept talking about So Far, and I'm like, this website sucks. What are you talking about? The app is called So Far, Tzofar, on the App Store. Yeah, I too wish we had videos of what is going on in Iran. We just don't have a lot. Sometimes we get to see after the fact, but I told you a couple minutes ago, a lot of reports right now saying that the U.S. and Israel are right this moment just blowing the living hell out of Tehran. It is blowing the living. The living hell out of it. Matt should team up with Tim Pool. Can I, while I have a minute here, I'll tell you something. For a long time, I've considered doing collaborative content, going on other podcasts, having people on my show, teaming up with other people. And the more I think about it, I'll be honest, man, I just don't really want to interact with any of these people. No offense, I'm sure some of them I assume are good people, but you know, I just don't. I did not become a political commentator to hang out with other political just don't really care about that. I don't really want to spend time with any of these people, any of them. So maybe I'm just gonna keep on doing my own thing. I'll keep on hanging out with you guys. I'll hang out with you guys. But it just seems like all these people are, like, all of them are, it's just non-stop drama. Drama, 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 drama. It's not really what I'm interested in. We're doing the lone wolf thing, maybe. Oh, okay, hold up. Hezbollah has just released a statement saying that they are carrying out joint rocket attacks with Iran. So, okay, this is from Hezbollah. What I suspect we are going to see going into the future, anytime an Iranian ballistic missile attack is inbound, we will also see Hezbollah hop off all of their bottle rockets in an attempt to overwhelm the Iron Dome. You've got Iranian suicide drones, ballistic missiles, Hezbollah bottle rockets, all at the same time to overwhelm the complex. I think that is where we're going here. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you we're going to have footage coming out of Tehran, the ongoing bombardment of Tehran. And real quick, I do have some footage. I'm going to full screen this. This is Tehran. And this is just one little video, too. So what is up with these blue explosions? Like we said, there is a massive bombardment going on over the skies of Tehran right now. Holy living hell. So what is up with the blue? You think they're excuse me, you think they're hitting electrical transformers? That's got to be what it is. It's like some crazy electrical explosion. And we have heard that right now B-2 bombers are soaring over the skies of Iran, doing whatever they want. And I'm sure it's more than just B-2 bombers, it's more than that. You can even hear that almost like electrical snapping. Astounding, astounding. We've been hearing for 24 hours that the Trump administration is going to unleash the biggest bombing campaign ever. Oh, hold up. Okay, we have a statement from President Trump right now, actually. I'm not sure what about, but I'm going to pull this up. Trump says, since the launch of Operation Epic Fury, more than 9,000 Americans have safely returned home from the Middle East. If you are a U.S. citizen in the Middle East and you want to come home, please register with the State Department at state.gov. The department will identify where you are and provide travel options to you. We are already chartering flights free of charge and booking commercial options, which we expect will become increasingly available as time goes on. U.S. citizens may also call da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so Trump is trying to help Americans in the Middle East get out of the Middle East. Why? Well, I guess it's because people expect this to pick up. It's going to continue getting, it's going to get even crazier. So we're trying to bring everybody home. Everybody's coming home. Get out of the Middle East. out of the Middle East. That's right. Thank you all very much for tuning in, by the way. This is day, what is this day number 3 of our coverage here? Thank you all very much for being here. I really do sincerely appreciate it. And once again, I want to keep on saying this. You know, if I can get a little bit, I don't know, emotional here, I'm not sure. Sometimes I do. I scroll around, I'm on Twitter, and I see people that are almost celebrating war. They're celebrating bloodshed. Yeah, let's kill them. We're going to kill everybody. Let's drop a nuke on them. I think that's really a terrible way to approach this. We want, listen, we're trying to put an end to a bloodthirsty, terrible, psychotic death cult is what's going on here. We don't want civilian death. We don't want innocent people dying. We want this to de-escalate in the safest way possible. With as few innocent or otherwise lives getting lost. We're not, at least I'm not, reveling in death and bloodshed and chaos. I do see some of that. Let's go, we're gonna kill everybody! And the great yappening is back underway. I gotta mute the yapper, and I'm gonna show you folks the bombing campaign that is currently underway in Tehran. The US and Israel right now are striking an overwhelming series of IRGC locations in Tehran right this very moment. This is what's happening just moments ago. This is what's going on right now. Real quick, I have to wonder, the person recording this and kind of giggling, do you think that this is a Mossad operative who's on the ground recording this and then uploading it? Or is this a member, I'm sorry, not a member, is this like a random Iranian? Is this an Iranian person who's just random person who's recording this and they hate the Iranian regime and they're happy? Or is this a member of Mossad or the CIA who's on the ground recording this? Who's recording? So this is what is going on right now. Now, we also, at this very moment, listen, I told you guys between 1 and 4, things get crazy. We have reports right now that early reports from local news outlets indicate possible Iranian strikes on Iraq's Talil Air Base. We just looked at that. And also Balad Air Base, where Iraq's F-16 fighter jets are based. These reports are yet unconfirmed. So allegedly, the Iranians are trying to take out a bunch of Iraqi air assets, F-16s. Time will tell, time will tell. Unconfirmed reports at the moment. Now, are we still yapping? Turn that back up. Oh wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is shocking. I know a lot of you guys get mad every time I bring up polling data. I know it makes you guys mad. Me too sometimes, but I'll show you nonetheless. This is a YouGov poll coming out of CBS News right now. Approve or disapprove military action against Iran if the conflict could last days or weeks. 76% approve amongst not just Republicans, Americans, Democrat and Republicans. So if this operation is days or weeks, 76% approve. If it takes months, 46% approve. Years, 13% approve. Not sure, 37. So the overwhelming majority of Americans, if this thing is done under a couple months, everybody's in favor of this. If it takes months and months, 46%. Years, nobody wants years. I am going to be honest with you. I am shocked that this number is this high, 76% for days. I thought it would be lower. And I'm not exactly someone that's losing my mind right now. So far, Trump has right now, Trump has the overwhelming support. I think it's fair to say Trump has 76% approval rating with what's happening right now, is what this means. Wow. Wow. Well, the Panicans are not going to like this. Panicans are not going to be happy about that one. Whose poll? That's a poll coming out of YouGov. Coming out of YouGov. I also think this operation is not going to last months and months, or years and years, for that matter. That's shocking. That's out of YouGov. Okay, in Beirut. It's in Beirut. Okay, do you folks mind if we do something here? I just want to take a minute. I'm going to pause the show here. I just want to share something with you folks. I'm gonna mute this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have the confirmation of the U.S. Department of War has now released the names of the first 4 U.S. soldiers killed since the joint U.S.-Israeli campaign against Iran began. Captain Cody A. Cork, 35 years old, of Winter Haven, Florida. Sergeant First Class Noah L. Tietjens, 42, of Bellevue, Nebraska. Sergeant First Class Nicole M. Amor, 39 years old, of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Sergeant Declan J. Cody, 20 years old, of West Des Moines, Iowa. The soldiers were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command, Des Moines, Iowa. Per the DOW release, the investigation of the incident is still ongoing. I just want to take a minute here. We'll put that right up there. All right. Thank you all for sharing that moment here in honor of those four very brave Americans. Now, I think we're getting red alerts. I think there are red alerts coming out right this very moment, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to get the names out there and show some respect. We have red alerts in northern, as far north in Israel as you can go. Very far north Israel. Red alert, and what exactly are the details of this alert here? We don't have all the details yet. So, folks, keep a lookout here for interceptor missiles getting launched out. I imagine we'll see that here in a minute. There we go. Sorry, I need to flip the cameras there. I apologize. Okay, keep an eye out for interceptor missiles. I would imagine they get launched out here in a minute now. We have a massive red alert in North Israel. Potentially some type of attack in Metula. Metula, Israel. It's about as far north as you can possibly go. We don't have any other details, though. Is it a ballistic missile barrage inbound? We're not exactly sure yet. I'll keep you posted. We have a super chat here from Dominic Grady. He says, "You're good solo, brother. I agree with you about not liking anyone. I just don't like. I like you guys. I like all of you. It's just not anybody else." Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The gunfire is coming out of Beirut. That's right. Yes. It's a big time Hezbollah hotspot. That is right. Chuck Norris, he says, Matt, it might be the new thermobaric bombs we've been developing. Maybe. Oh, you think that we're dropping in Tehran? I'll keep you posted on any other updates coming out of Tehran. We had that one video, and I'll look for more. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Raya's Eagle Wings. Thank you, Raya, again. Says, thank you, Matt. This one's from Finn. God bless and protect our troops. God bless the USA, Finn and Raya. Thank you, Finn. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You don't like to hear news like that, do you? None of us do. No. As far as I understand it, Finn, all of the U.S. casualties so far were actually inflicted, like, within the first couple hours of the conflict 3 or 3.5 days ago now. And there's been none since then, as far as I understand it, I believe. And, you know, every single day that goes on, every hour that goes on here, the U.S. and Israel, we keep on carrying out targeted strikes against all of the IRGC's equipment, weakening them hour by hour, minute by minute. The IRGC gets weaker. Their capacity to project power and kill Americans in the region or anyone else in the region diminishes, which is good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a big super chat from Richard White. He says, there are guys on the ground and on top of buildings lasering targets for those bombs they are dropping out of the bombers. They're called forward observers / fisters. I think you're right. I think you're right. Oh, this is... Okay, Richard White. He knows what he... I remember you, sir. This guy knows what he's talking about. Yeah. I think you're right about that. I mean, okay, we have known... We've had reports. In fact, Trump has said as much for months now. We have had CIA. Israel has had Mossad. And Lord knows what else on the ground for months. All over this country, Iran, that is. In fact, I'm sure, for those of you that have been following along with this conflict for months now, not just days, but for months, you might have noticed a series of, oftentimes it's energy-related infrastructure, power plants, all types of places, just sort of mysteriously blowing up and mysteriously catching fire all across the country in Iran. It's like every week there's another key component of the IRGC's infrastructure that just kind of randomly blows up. It's like, huh, I wonder... Seems like a lot of their infrastructure has been blowing up randomly for months now. It's not an accident. It's not an accident. I think we've had some saboteurs on the ground. That's right, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Camera 7 is looping. It has been for a while. Okay, well, this is not a feed that I personally have put together here. So that is what I appreciate. That is what it is, though. This is put together by Intel Cam's open source intelligence. So if one of these camera feeds is looping, then that just kind of is the way that it is. I appreciate that, though. You know what that means? If that's the case, then why don't I move my camera up there? Because we don't need to watch that. Maybe now we can look at... Well, this... I promise you this Doha feed is also not live because it's daytime there, so I'm just going to put that back down to where it was. That's fine. Thank you, Shepherdess. I think I'm happy with what we have now. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Greg Adamite says, Patriots like these defending our way of life halfway around the world will never be forgotten. RIP, soldiers. Thanks for what you are doing, Matt. Thank these guys for what they're doing. Really. I'm sitting behind a computer in Idaho. There's a lot of people that are out here actually making stuff happen, so we need to give respect where it's due, right? I think we all agree with that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Adamite. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Don Fowler says, pray for our soldiers stateside also. My son's base is on high alert. Soldiers have to change into civilian clothes before leaving base. Sleeper cells everywhere. I bet that's so. I imagine so. Yeah. 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 They got to be careful, everybody. I heard that all of our bases stateside and in Alaska and Hawaii, people are, it's like maximum security right now. That's right. Thank you very much. McLawn says camera 7 is looping. Okay, yes, that is the case. It seems to be the case. But it's not a lot we can do about that. Thank you very much for that support, though. I appreciate that. Here's what I'll say. Hey, whoever is operating Intel Cam's OSINT, you got to do something about camera 7. Camera 7 needs an update. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chosen Outlaw. Hey, thank you, sir. We have one more big Rumble rant, then I'm going to scan for updates here. This is from Footy Fam over on Rumble. He says, our nation's flag does not blow in the wind. Rather, it is the last breath of every American patriot that was killed in defense of freedom that makes our great flag wave. We love and honor them all. Just your Rumble rant here has triggered a memory. This is probably a decade ago now. I visited D.C. and I visited the tomb of the missing soldier, the tomb of the missing soldier or the fallen soldier. Anyway, it's to commemorate soldiers that were lost in battle and never recovered. If you're an American and you have not ever been to that, it's at the Arlington Cemetery. I really recommend going and visiting that. That was one of the most powerful experiences I've ever had. What a beautiful thing. Of the unknown soldier, thank you very much. Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. That was one of the most powerful things ever. That was just something else. It's a beautiful thing that they do over there. Thank you very much. Yeah. 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 Now, something I need to get back to the news and do a little bit of a scan here. So hold off on the super chats for now. We'll come back to those in a minute. Defense contractors are now looking for new Kurdish-speaking employees with security clearances. Happening as Iran is ramping up strikes against Kurdish positions. So, this is a curious report. So right now we are seeing defense contractors in Washington, D.C. are ramping up hiring. They're trying to hire people stateside who speak Kurdish that also have security clearances. I wonder why. I wonder why they might be doing that. I wonder why. Well, it might have something to do with Trump and Israel. They've been arming Kurdish anti-Iranian regime Kurds for some type of operation here coming up, allegedly in the next couple days. Matt, check out Mike. I don't know who Mike is. I don't know who that is. Real quick here, we have a big super chat from the Icelandic Gurun. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you, man. Good to see you back also. Thank you very much. Oh, there's super chat. There's a super chat from Mike. He says, Matt, he says, please pray for all the Americans in the region. My parents live in Bahrain for my dad's work, but were safely escorted out and now on their way home. Your coverage helped me track their escort. That's great. I'm happy. I'm happy that people can interact with this broadcast in that way. That's just lovely. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. I said, who's Mike? There's Mike. Seems right now we might have a little bit of a reprieve at this moment. About a half hour ago, we saw a massive bombing campaign against Tehran, taking out, you know, of course, when we talk about massive bombing campaign, we're not like carpet bombing the entire city, you know that. We're talking about big time targeted strategic bombing aimed at taking out IRGC leadership. We're not just letting bombs fly. It's not like the bombing of Dresden or something. Very targeted, very, very targeted. Very targeted. There are, living in Tehran, there's just under 10 million people. Just under 10 million people. That's a hell of a lot of people. It's very dense. And so all of the bombing that is being done here, it's got to be highly targeted. This is the city. Super dense. 10 million people. I think it's like 9.6 million. Just to show you what it looks like here. Let's go on the ground. So this is Tehran. This is what it looks like. At a little intersection here. There's about 10 million people living in this city. Problem is the city is home to a pretty terrible group of people. It's called the IRGC. It's an actual real city. Okay, now what am I seeing here? Hold up, wait a minute. Okay, maybe a false alarm there. Candace Owens is bitterly complaining about Matt Morse getting more viewers than her toxic stream. I don't think that's true. Also, hey, I have to give some respect. Some of you guys are like desperate to start drama in my live chat. Some of you are really trying to instigate. I almost have to respect it. I've seen a couple drama starters. We can call them shit stirrers. Some of you guys are ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Also, I'm pretty sure it's not. I think Candace Owens gets like 5 times more viewers than me, so I don't even think that's true, for multiple reasons. I think we are kind of on standby right now here, folks. We're waiting for some more updates. Maybe things are just kind of quiet at the moment. And you know what? It's not even a bad thing. I'm not complaining about that. I'm not complaining about that. Sometimes it's good to have a little bit of quiet. A little bit of peace and quiet. Can't be mad about it. We're not even having any gunshots in Beirut. There's no gunshots in Beirut right now either. Why don't we flip our camera feed back over to Beirut? How about that? Do we have any strange, abnormal activity on flight radar? Nothing out and around Cyprus. Only 3 that time. Sorry, I must be allergic to the island of Cyprus. I apologize. I forgot to take my anti-Cyprus allergy medication today. Now, what is going on out here off the coast of Qatar? This is a U.S. Stratotanker flying in the Persian Gulf. We don't know exactly where they're going, though. Their transponder is mostly off. I would guess they're probably flying to Dubai. Not sure. Not sure. Anyway, nothing really to talk about on flight radar right now. Oh, thank you for all the blessings. This guy just said, "Oh my God, stop sneezing." So here's the deal, okay? I am a human being. I'm a real-life human being, and sometimes I sneeze. Oh my God, stop sneezing! I'm a living human. I'm a human person. Okay, breaking news right now. Explosions at the headquarters of Iran-aligned armed factions across Iraq. Let's pull up a map of Iraq. Ladies and gentlemen, we have known that there are... Zoom it out, zoom it out, zoom it out. Zoom it out. We have known that there are pro-Iranian regime, sort of like proxy cells, all across Iraq. Iraq is a big hotbed for this stuff. We need to be honest about it. It's true. There are a lot of pro-Iranian regime, anti-American sort of proxy groups that are armed and funded and trained by the Iranians all up and down Iraq. And so right now, in fact, we've seen those groups attacking some of the U.S. bases, namely Erbil Air Base, time and time again. We saw some drama, not drama, it was a violent riot, is the best way to put it, at the American embassy in Iraq 2 days ago. So anyway, seems like right now, could be the United States or the Israelis are carrying out targeted strikes against these Iran-aligned armed factions in Iraq. They're taking them out. Trying to take them out. That's what's happening right now. I'm seeing explosions in Diyala al-Anbar in Iraq. Can I pull this up? Let me try to find this. Where might we be striking right now in Iraq? In Al-Anbar. Oh, well, this is like... Here, I've got this up. It's not going to do a whole lot of good for us, but it's almost like a little state. Governorate, it's this entire region in red. So explosions in... a lot of explosions in this region right now in red. That's a lot of territory. Covers a lot of land. So we don't know exactly where, though. We don't know exactly where. I'll try to get to the bottom of that. Matt, why is there so much traffic in Qatar? What do you mean by traffic? Oh, up here on the top left? Because people are driving. People got places to drive. People have got places to drive. Also, I believe, pardon me if I'm wrong, but I believe the sort of cultural norm of being awake during the day and it gets dark and you go to bed. That's how we do it over here in the U.S. Daytime, you're awake. Nighttime, you're asleep. In the Middle East, from what I understand, it's a little bit different. It's not exactly a set in stone like that. A lot of the times during the day, people are kind of actually staying indoors and napping during the day, and then people are a little bit more nocturnal. The reason why is because it kind of cools off at night and it's more tolerable to be outside and go about your life. So maybe where traffic kind of dies down during the night over here, during the night over there, maybe it actually picks up a little bit. That's true. It's also Ramadan. That's right. Yeah, maybe this is Ramadan-related travel. Because it's so damn hot. It's also Ramadan. Yeah. Yeah, okay, folks, big time reports right now of I'm seeing intense. The word is intense. American and Israeli airstrikes on Al-Qaim and Muthanna province in Iraq. So this is just like we're just bombing the living hell out of Iraq right now, or these pro-Iranian proxy cells in Iraq. Big time bombing in Iraq right now. Big time bombing. Big time bombing. And actually, I've got a photo. I've got one photo of what's going on right now. It's maybe not the best. Photos from Iraq circulating showing Iran-backed PMF positions being targeted right now. So, like I said, these are anti-American, anti-Israeli, pro-Iranian regime terror cells, proxy cells that are in Iraq that are now getting targeted and blown up. For whatever that's worth. Put that into perspective. These are the areas in Iraq that are getting targeted right now. So we have the map here. And boom. Oh, we gotta zoom out. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Zoom out. Where are we at? Yeah. So really, frankly, that's like pretty much, that's like half of Iraq is getting targeted right now. That's right. That's right. Put these cameras back up here. Do we have red alerts right now? Hold up. We've got shooting in Beirut. This is the first time in Beirut that we've had shooting in about a half hour. First gunfire in Beirut in about a half hour. Okay, I am not seeing any red alerts on my app right now. On my SoFar app. Matt needs a dog on the set like a golden retriever or a terrier. I have a 1-month-old German Shepherd. Well, 11, I say 1 month? I meant 1 year. He's really 11, he's 11 months. I have an 11-month-old German Shepherd who is probably in my backyard right now destroying my sprinklers. He's decided that his new favorite thing to do is to rip the sprinkler lines out of the ground and shred them. He has probably caused $2,000 worth of sprinkler damage in the last couple months. So that's just the way that it is. It's a doggy-dog world. They say it's a doggy-dog world. It's a doggy-dog backyard. That's for certain. So he's probably out there having the time of his life. Don't worry about that. Worth it. Worth it. Worth every dollar, right? Now, we were talking about red alerts a moment ago, but I just don't think we have any. Check again. Get him a bone. Wow, I didn't think about that. Get the dog a bone. It never occurred to me. This dog goes through 6 bones a week. Oh, I didn't know that dogs like bones. Deport the dog back to Germany. No, it's okay. I'm doing a quick scan here real quick. Once again, right now, okay, it's funny, 1 hour ago, we saw massive airstrikes in Tehran, and now it seems like the U.S. and Israeli Air Force, we've pivoted from Tehran over to Iraq, and now we are taking out Iraqi, pro-Iranian terror cells. Hold up, what do we have here? Unrelated, unrelated. There's a dog. I hear about a dog in Beirut. There's some dogs in Beirut. They're not happy about this gunfire. Dogs hate Hezbollah. Oh, poor dogs. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, right now we had a poll coming out from YouGov earlier today. Across, this is Democrats and Republicans. 76. Here, I'll pull it up. You don't believe me? I'll pull it up. Coming out of YouGov, approve or disapprove of military action against Iran. If you think the conflict would last days or weeks, 76%. If this conflict lasts days or weeks, we're 3 days in, 76% approval. If this takes multiple months, 46% approval. If this takes years in Iran, 13%. Nobody wants it to be that long. Well, we're 3 days in. What does that mean? Right now, this operation has a 76% approval rating across the country. This is bipartisan, Democrats as well as Republicans. This is not only Republicans, this is everyone. 76% approval right now for what is happening, for what Trump is doing. And this actually matches up with another poll we saw earlier today. Trump's approval rating over the last couple of days has gone up by a couple points also. Okay, folks, I've got footage now of coming out of what is currently happening, like right now, currently happening in Iraq. Airstrikes in Diyala, Iraq, targeting PMF positions. This is that Iranian-backed anti-American sort of terror group. Take a look. So the footage is not that great.
محمد عزيز بالجبل أقطع منه.
There you have it. So you can see an airstrike here. And this was in Diyala. It's this province. So we don't know, once again, it's this red area. It's kind of hard to see. We don't know exactly where in the province. Could be any one of these towns. And this is what we saw a moment ago. This is the same region, so it's ongoing. Ongoing here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and strikes like this are happening in numerous regions right now. Anyway, so German Shepherds are just the best type of dog. This is my second German Shepherd. I had a 9.5-year-old who passed away. You guys remember Laika? Laika was her name. That was one hell of a dog. She passed away over this last summer. So this is my second German Shepherd. We're actually considering, does anybody here have a Burmese mountain dog? We're considering getting a Burmese mountain dog around the house also. Shout out the Burmese mountain dogs. We have a super chat here from RR Spec 1809. He says, I was deployed to Yusufia, Iraq during the war. You joke, Idaho's a shithole. I have some Iraqi real estate to sell you. No. Iraq is awesome. Idaho's terrible. It's the worst place to live, and Iraq is just, it's paradise. Iraq is the greatest place. You know. Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I want to look up Yusufia. To be honest with you, I don't have all of the Iraqi geography memorized by Google Maps. So why don't we pull up Yusufia? We can see where you were. Oops. There it is. You, sir, you were right. Okay, right outside Baghdad. It's called the Babylon Governorate. You, sir, you were in Babylon. Can we zoom? Can I drop in? Is that possible? No. Lots of agriculture. There you go. Hey, cool. Put our cams back up here. I think we're probably going to be getting more footage coming out of Iraq here very soon. We've already had a little bit. Big time bombing going on right now in Iraq. Well, I think tonight was the big bombing session Trump was talking about yesterday. Could be. And it's kind of hard to tell the extent of tonight's bombing. I mean, in case you have not seen this, I want to show you what took place in Tehran, in Iran, about an hour ago. These are U.S. and Israeli airstrikes in Tehran about an hour ago. Massive bombing. This was 1 hour ago. This guy's having a giggle. He's having a little bit of a giggle. We are hearing gunfire right now. Hold that. We're hearing gunfire in Beirut. Back to Beirut. So anyway, massive bombing. That was in Iran 1 hour ago, and now it seems like they've moved on to Iraq. Moved on to Iraq. Let's get everything situated here. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, we are kind of in that time frame where we might be expecting wild things to happen. I've spent a lot of time in the Diyala province, FOB Warhorse, with the 1st Cavalry Division near the city of Akuba, to be exact. You know, I'm sitting here. I'm sorry. I'm just quiet. I was going to say, well, how was it? How was it? But it's like, probably wasn't that great. So did you have fun? So how was it? So did you have fun? Probably not appropriate questions given the circumstances under which you were there. So did you enjoy yourself? Probably not so much. It probably sucked. It probably sucked. Seems like not many people that went over there had a whole lot of fun. That is in Beirut. No, our footage here is all live. Everything here is live. Going to Iraq is a lot like bananas and rice. Okay. War is hell. That's what they say. I can't personally attest, but seems to be the case. From the outside, seems to be the case. You know, I'll tell you what, some of the most anti-war people that I know, this is my anecdote, are people that have been in war themselves. And they say it must be avoided at all costs. However, sometimes it does seem as if it is inevitable. There are certain inevitabilities in life. You cannot tolerate evil. Sometimes you must go to war with evil. Matt, have you ever talked to Esfand about this? I would love to have the Iranian Pav on this situation. No, I haven't talked to Esfand about I've never talked politics with Esfand actually, ever. He's an Iranian friend of mine. You know, I'll tell you. Can I be honest? You want a little bit of drama? I think Esfand is. I don't want to say not allowed. How can I explain that dynamic? I like Esfand. I think I'm friends with Esfand. He's a Twitch streamer. He's streaming on Twitch. I think it is not in his best interest to talk to a guy like me, considering I'm a far-right political commentator. I think maybe he probably shouldn't talk to me publicly, because he's a Twitch streamer. He might get blowback. He can't be hanging out with me, given his work environment. That is Twitch. I'm a little bit radioactive. I'm radioactive. That's the way it is. That's the way that it goes. You are not far right, bro. You have no idea. Yeah, okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. I do have a little bit of an update here for you. Whatever you say. Okay, this is an update pertaining to what's currently going on in Iraq. The Iranian city of Marivan, near the border with Iraq, is currently being evacuated, according to warnings being announced over mosque loudspeakers. So the Iranian city of Marivan, it's in Iran, border city with Iraq. Can we pluck this out, or do I need to type this in? It's a small little city. Okay. There it is. So this city here, very dense, is being evacuated. It's on the border with Iraq. Evacuation order. What does that mean? That means all hell's breaking out. Beautiful little lake. I bet this is just lovely. Maybe. Or nice fishing spot. Anyway. So this is just, you know, sort of reconfirming. Evacuate to where? They're going east. They're going east, I guess. confirming, yes, there are massive bombing raids right now, being carried out by U.S. and Israel. All throughout Iraq, aimed at Iranian-backed terror groups, proxies. Oh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what are we looking at here? The Israeli Air Force targeted the headquarters of the 45th Brigade of the Popular Mobilization Forces, that's the PMF, in the border city of Al-Qaim, western Iraq. One more time. Okay. This is western Iraq, Al-Qaim. We're gonna have to zoom out for this one. There we go. Right here, right along the river. The Euphrates, right along the Euphrates. I've heard about that river. Very good Lord, what a city. They really appreciate a good grid. They appreciate a good grid. Anyway, getting targeted right now by the Israeli Air Force. Israeli Air Force. I'm gonna flip back on our Beirut live cam. Right now, the topic of the moment right now, folks, is Israel and the USA are currently carrying out massive bombing runs, targeted strikes in Iraq, taking out Iran-backed Iraqi terror groups. That is what is happening right now. About 90 minutes ago, they were doing the same thing in Iran, in Tehran, Iran. No jokes, he says. Been watching for a couple months now. I look forward to every video you put out. I've been locked since Saturday. Thanks for the live coverage. Hey, thank you for tuning in. I like to say, without you guys, there would be no show. Can you imagine if I was sitting here by myself and nobody was watching? Man, that would be embarrassing. I'd just be talking to myself in my room, in my office. Ladies and gentlemen, and nobody's even here. It occurred to me the other day that sometimes my dog is in the office. My dog will sit behind me and be in here. My dog probably thinks I'm a schizophrenic person. Because as far as the dog is concerned, I'm just sitting here yelling at a computer monitor. He's like, dude, who the hell are you talking to? This guy, my owner, is out of his damn mind. He's just yelling at the computer for like 8 hours a day. This guy is crazy. Who are you talking to, dude? Okay, folks, we have a 5-minute long video coming out of CENTCOM right now. I'm not actually sure what the topic is, but we're going to throw it on. We're going to listen to it. You ready? And I will put my camera over there. This is right out of CENTCOM just now.
Good afternoon. I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of United States Central Command. In this capacity, I lead U.S. military forces in the Middle East. I'm here to provide you an update on Operation Epic Fury, now in our 4th day of execution. First, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the families and teammates of the extraordinary Americans who've been killed in action. And I'd also like to extend our prayers for a speedy recovery to the wounded. Yesterday, you heard from Secretary Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Today, I'd like to give you an operational update on where we are and provide you with some key facts. By order of the President of the United States and the Secretary of War, our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. Having spent more than 36 years in the military, I could not be prouder of America's sons and daughters in uniform who are answering the call. More than 50,000 troops, 200 fighters, 2 aircraft carriers, and bombers from the United States are participating in this operation, and more capability is on the way. These forces bring a massive amount of firepower, representing the largest buildup by the U.S. in the Middle East in a generation. In the opening hours of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. Central Command forces, together with Israel, delivered overwhelming and unprecedented strikes into Iran. Many of you may remember the shock and awe strikes of 2003. The first 24 hours of this operation were nearly double the scale, and we continue with 24/7 strikes into Iran from seabed to space and cyberspace. Now, we're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions.
Wow.
We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones.
Do you guys, I'm sorry, I just need to do something real quick because I'm maybe a little bit autistic here. So, less than 100 hours. So, 2,000 targets divided by 100 hours. We have been striking 20 targets every single hour. 20 targets every single hour. This rate, this volume is like astounding for 100 hours straight.
And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us. Our B-2 bombers and B-1 bombers have executed uncontested surgical strikes against multiple missile facilities deep inside Iran. And then just last night, a B-52 bomber force struck ballistic missile and command and control posts. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman, and we will not stop. We will continue to conduct dynamic targeting operations. We're hunting Iran's last remaining mobile ballistic missile launchers to eliminate what I would characterize as their lingering launch capability. Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. To be clear, Iran is indiscriminately targeting civilians as they launch these missiles and drones. You've seen it on TV. The evidence is crystal clear and overwhelming. Having said this, we are seeing Iran's ability to hit us and our partners is declining, while our combat power, on the other hand, is building. And my overall operational assessment is that we are ahead of our game plan. Along the way, every single branch of our military is achieving unprecedented success. I'll talk about just a few of them. Our naval forces have deployed multiple waves of cruise missiles, obliterating Iranian command and control and air defense capabilities. From 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, we're squeezing Iran from the sea and have them backed into their own ports. U.S. air forces are doing what they do best, executing a high volume of airstrikes right into Iran. Operationally, the 2 most powerful air forces in the world, the U.S. and Israel, are dominating the skies of the world's largest state sponsor of terror. Our U.S. Army soldiers are defending ourselves and our partners, and in a historic first, the U.S. Army fired long-range precision strike missiles called PRISMs in combat, providing an unrivaled deep strike capability. Also, for the first time, U.S. Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects. I'd like to point out these drones were originally an Iranian design. We took them back to America, made them better, and fired them right back at Iran. I just could not be prouder of our men and women in uniform, leveraging innovation to create dilemmas for the enemy. There is no adversary too determined, no mission too difficult for the great soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen that make up the most powerful military the world has ever seen. Our military objectives are crystal clear, and our people are executing an immensely complex and historic mission with relentless lethality, conviction, and professionalism. And we've just begun. But I have the utmost confidence that we, alongside our partners, will absolutely achieve our military objectives. To all our warriors, Godspeed.
So this just sounds like complete and total domination. He says we're ahead of schedule. You do the math on this, for 100 hours straight, every 3 minutes, an IRGC location, a missile storage facility, a ballistic missile launcher, whatever, a drone manufacturing, whatever, leadership locations, every 3 minutes we have been taking out something, part of the Iranian military, IRGC, leadership personnel, every 3 minutes, a successful strike. So anyway, the pace, the momentum, the velocity is just really out of this world. He says we're ahead of schedule. I need to say, I need to point this out. He said, what did he say about these Lucas drones? He said originally these were an Iranian drone that we took, and 6 hours ago I said the same thing, and I had a couple people in the chat say that I was being disrespectful. They said, no, we didn't. They said, Matt Morris. I had people mad at me in the chat 6 hours ago for saying that we copied this Shahed drone and made it better, and then we're using it against them. They said, hey, don't. The commander of CENTCOM just said that. It is true. It is true. And it's actually kind of awesome. It's like we took it, we made it better. Now we're throwing it back at them in their face, and we're doing it with more success than ever before. So something we should be proud of, honestly. Seems like we're just totally dominating. I do need to point out, a couple hours ago, I had people that were mad at me for saying that. They said, no, we didn't copy them. Okay, whatever. Anyway, where's our Beirut? There we go. How dare you? Seems like this operation is just going off without a hitch. It's like total domination. That's the CENTCOM. Oops. Okay. Some people are just looking to be pissed off about everything. Have you noticed that? We don't need them. We don't need them. We don't want them. So that was a great update. And also, once again, man, can I... Okay, what's with the beeping? Oh, hey, ladies and gentlemen, what is over the skies of Beirut? Look at that. What are we looking at right there? Matt Morris, is anyone paying you not to show the pounding in Israel? Some of you people are so stupid. I'm sorry. You are just a stupid person. My brother in Christ, you are so stupid. What is that thing up there in the sky? I think that might be a plane. I don't think that's a ballistic missile. I don't think so. I think that's a plane flying around. Okay. Oops, where's our cams over here? Here we go. All right, listen, folks, I am instituting a new rule. In order to watch this broadcast, you have to have an IQ of at least 85. And I know that's a big requirement for some people tuning in. You need to have at least an IQ of 85. By the way, Coco the gorilla, this is a gorilla, a literal monkey, had an IQ of 85. So you need to be smarter than Coco the gorilla, Coco the highly trained gorilla, in order to be in this community tuning into this show. If you are stupider than Coco the gorilla, you're not going to fit in. We're going to get rid of you. You will be deported. We are going to deport you. We're going to go put you in a zoo. We're going to put you in a cage in a zoo, and people are going to throw peanuts at you. I've had enough. I've had enough of it. I've had enough of these people coming in here. I thought that was a really good update. That was a great update from the commander of CENTCOM. I thought that was a very good update. Don't you think so? I think he hit all the points. Very good update there. CENTCOM commander says the first 24 hours of the war saw bombings at twice the scale of shock and awe, the massive U.S. bombing campaign that opened up the 2003 invasion of Iraq. 2 times the bombing. Do you guys know what I mean if I use the word meta? I think the war, the combat meta, the meta has kind of shifted. What I mean by that? Okay, in the year 1400, so 600 years ago, what was the meta? Well, crossbows. Maybe the new meta is like you have a trebuchet. That's the trebuchet castle meta. You know, I don't know. Go back 2,000 years, what was the meta? The gladius. It's the gladius meta. Certain type of sword. It's the phalanx meta. Today, what's the meta? Like drones, it's the air meta. It's stealth bombers, it's strategic control of the airspace, it's combat drones. It's the drone air meta. It kind of changes. You know, the meta during World War II might have been tanks. The Panzer divisions, it's the Panzer division meta. Whatever it is, right? The combat meta changes over time. Go back to the Trojan War. What is that, about 3,400 years ago? They had the chariot meta. Achilles on top of his chariot. The chariot meta. Man, if the... Could you imagine if Achilles had a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber? Could you imagine if Achilles was piloting a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber? Troy, the Great Walls of Troy, they wouldn't have lasted one day. The Trojan War lasted 10 years. It's not like the movie. Go read the Iliad. The Trojan War was 10 years. They were camping outside the walls on the beaches of Troy. 10 years. Imagine if Achilles had just had a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. It would have been a little bit different back then. It's a different meta. Things would have turned out a little bit different. They wouldn't have had to build the Trojan horse if they had a Trojan B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. If they had a Trojan B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, they wouldn't have had to build a Trojan horse. I don't know why that didn't occur to them. It's like a no-brainer. We have a statement from German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. He says, quote, "There's an issue with international law regarding Iran, but you know, sometimes you just have to say stop." I'm not sure exactly what he means by that. I'm not sure what he means by that. I'm going to pull this up. We got to make sense of this. There's an issue with international law regarding Iran, but you know, sometimes you just have to say stop. I wonder who is he saying is violating international law? Is he accusing the US or Israel of violating, or is he saying Iran is violating? And who does he want to stop? Who needs to stop? This is a little bit ambiguous. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who he's condemning here. I need a little bit more context. I'm not sure. Uh-oh. Okay, we have an update. This is coming from the Iranian regime. The Iranian Armed Forces says that it has just attacked a headquarters of Kurdish separatists in the Kurdistan region of northern Iraq. So I'm not sure if this is true. It would make sense that they would do this, and the reason why is because all day we've been hearing reports that the United States and Israel have been giving weaponry to anti-Iranian regime Kurdish militants, and that soon in the next couple days, these US and Israel-backed Kurds are going to be sort of attacking on the ground. They're going to be on the ground combatants in Iran attacking the Iranian regime. So I wouldn't put this out of the realm of possibility that the Iranians would attack these Kurds preemptively. That would not surprise me at all. Now, I'm not sure how much damage was done or what exactly. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, stand by here, folks. Oh, this is tomorrow. Okay, announcement. Tomorrow, this is press conference, 8 a.m. Eastern. There's going to be a press conference featuring Hegseth and Chairman Kane. So, listen, I like you guys. I do like spending time with you guys. Not enough to wake up at 5 in the morning, and I'd have to wake up at 4 to get the show ready. So I like you guys, but I am not going to wake up at 4 in the morning tomorrow to cover this. We will watch the highlights. Yeah, this is tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Western. We will cover the highlights after the fact. We'll pull out the clips, but I'm not going to do this live tomorrow. It's a little bit too early, okay? A little bit too early. Do we have any other updates here? Yeah, another report coming out. The Iranian Armed Forces has attacked, as they're calling them, Kurdish separatists, claiming that they were planning a ground invasion of Iran. Well, it kind of seems like that's what they were planning, and it seems like the U.S. and Israel were backing them. So we're not exactly sure how much damage was done or what that status is. This is still unfolding right now. Matt, what's your IQ? Probably 85, just like Coco the gorilla. Have you ever seen those? Have you ever seen videos of Coco the gorilla? Coco's pressing buttons on the computer screen, doing all these patterns, pattern recognition. I'm saying, man, how in the hell is Coco pulling that off? That's one smart gorilla. Man, that's one smart gorilla. Anyway, do we have a Tehran cam? No, there are pretty much no Tehran cams. You can't really get a hold of them. They kind of don't exist. There's not a whole lot of them out there. You know, I probably should do something that I literally never do. I almost feel guilty doing it, but... Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy the news coverage, make sure to follow Matt Morse TV on X. There's a link to the X page. That's the place to be for all the breaking news updates. Follow that page. Matt Morse TV, that's my personal Twitter page. But then also, ladies and gentlemen, if you would do me a favor, we also have a 24/7 live news updating Matt Morse Report. Follow the Morse Report. Matt Morse TV and the Morse Report on X. The Morse Report is a 24/7 live news updating webpage for all the breaking news. Follow the Morse Report. I'm gonna quickly hop us back over to Beirut because all of these gunshots you are hearing are coming out of Beirut. Beirut is a Hezbollah hotbed. Hezbollah hotbed. Oh, I've got an update for you folks here. CENTCOM has just said that it destroyed Iran's most operational submarine, which now has a hole in its side. Rumors circulated on Iranian media yesterday that the Iris Fateh 920, the lead ship of its class, had been attacked near Bandar Abbas. So the Iranian Navy's #1 submarine is now dead.
Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side.
That now has a hole in its side. I hope these guys knew how to swim and hold their breath. Probably hold their breath and swim. Okay. Judy Byington. Well, hey, welcome to the show. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing your community with me. I appreciate that. Over here on Rumble. We are doing live situation monitoring here. All this gunfire is taking place in Beirut, Lebanon. That's a British Airbus Voyager. Still, total standstill at the Strait of Hormuz right now. Nobody is doing it. And just look at the buildup on the west and on the east of this little archipelago, I believe it's called. Look at this. Nobody is going through the Strait of Hormuz. They don't want to have an Iranian ballistic missile land on their poop deck. Neither would I, to be honest with you. Neither would I. Massive buildup. out here quickly scanning for some updates. This is from CA Redneck, California Redneck. 54-year-old mom of two from San Clemente, California, sending a thank you for always awesome coverage. Well, thank you very much. Listen, I know, I think a lot of people don't know this. There's a lot of good Californians. I might get in trouble for saying this. There's genuinely a lot of good, redneck, red-blooded, patriotic Californians. It's true. And I feel bad because you guys are forced to live under some of the most incompetent political leadership the world has ever seen, and I think you probably agree with me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to pull this up. Hold up. I'm getting an update here. When was this posted? Oh, that's old news. Okay. Okay, you guys, can I show you guys an example of fake news? You guys remember, I was here with all of you, a lot of you were here with me, 8 months ago during the 12-day war. And during the 12-day war, admittedly, Israel did from time to time get battered by some of these Iranian ballistic missiles. They did. Well, what I'm seeing all over Twitter, are videos like this. These are Iranian ballistic missiles coming in. There's one right there, and blasting Tel Aviv. This video is from 8 months ago. And I know that because I remember this. I saw this 8 months ago. And so what is happening now during this conflict right now? Tel Aviv just took a major hit. Another week of this, and all that will be left of Tel Aviv is nothing but bunkers. This did not happen today or yesterday, or this happened 8 months ago. This is footage from the 12-day war that's being recycled and then posted today. This is not AI. This actually did happen 8 months ago, though. And it's getting recycled now for clickbait and whatever. You remember that? I remember this very clearly. And I really just think it's people that are trying to make a quick buck, to be honest. Because the more clicks and the more whatever, the more money you make on Twitter, right? I'm telling you. Ace, with a $50 super chat on YouTube, says, because I can. Okay, alright, okay, just put the $50 in the bag and leave me alone. Okay, just give me the $50 and leave me alone. Please, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I can't stop you. No, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, whatever you say, whatever you say. Thank you very much. We have a... That's a big one. This is a $20 Rumble rant from CF Kennedy. Says, another California rant. Thanks for all you do. Another good one from California? Must be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you know... Oh, hold up. What? Hold up. Let's see what we have here. Gunfire was exchanged by regime security forces in Tehran at residents chanting anti-government slogans. Is that what this is? Holy flapjacks. Oh my God. So, by the way, red alert in Israel. That's it. We need to talk about that more in a minute, but where's our red alert? Pull up our cameras here. So you've got anti-regime Iranians up in their apartment buildings screaming out how much they hate the regime, and then they're shooting at them. That's terrible. We're going to play that again here in a minute, but right now, I'm sorry, we have red alerts in northern Israel, right along the border with Lebanon, targeting civilians. That's disgusting, right? Red alert in Israel right now. Now, we don't know what the alert is. Something on the confrontation line. By the way, there's Haifa here. Right on the border, like the northern tip of Israel with Lebanon here. We've seen a lot of alerts in this area specifically. I would bet that this is probably not a ballistic missile attack. I would bet that this is maybe gunshots or some little skirmish would be my guess. We'll see. We'll see here in a minute. Time will tell. Time will tell. You think it's rockets? Could be rockets. No, whatever happened, thank you for submitting that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pizza Friday Dawn says, Matt, I have renewed interest in playing Atari Missile Command, watching Israel defend itself with this Iron Dome. Very reminiscent. Yeah, it is. In a weird way, it does kind of remind you of that, huh? You're right about that. Make sure I'm not missing any super chats. Ben Johnson says, my wife Tammy and I have been watching daily. We hurry home from work to tune into your patriotic coverage. Keep it up. Thank you. Shout out the Johnsons. Ben and Tammy Johnson. They're putting in a hard day's work. They're coming home. They're tuning in. Ben and Tammy Johnson. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for being a part of the show. Thank you very much. Now, Ben and Tammy, we have some of the best camera feeds we can have, considering where this red alert is, North Israel. Well, we've got North Israel up top. This Haifa cam number 7. This is a busted camera. It's just looping it. So don't look at that one. Camera 11. Right now, folks, we're looking at camera 5 and probably camera 11 is where we might see something happen because we've got red alerts in northern Israel. And a Rumble rant from Titty Salad. Solid stream the last few days. Here's some McMuffin money. Can I tell you something, man? I am craving a bacon cheeseburger. And like, you know, not a little tiny one, like a big, thick, fat, a gourmet bacon cheeseburger with steak fry. It has to be steak fries. If I go to the restaurant and they have these shoestring French fries, dude, I'm walking out. I'm not having that. What do you think I am? What type of person do you think I am? I'm gonna sit here and pick at your shoestring French fries? Get this out of my face. Out of my face. I spit on it. Goes in the garbage can. Steak fries. Bring me the steak fries and bring me the bacon cheeseburger. Bring it in. Shoestring French fries. Just embarrassing. What do you think I am? What do you think? I'm gay? Am I gay? Get it out of here. Out of my face. So I think it's going to have to be a burger night. It's going to be a burger night, sir. Has to be. You hear something is rolling on out here. Wofford, he says, thank you, Matt, for the 4 days of intensive reporting. You're addicting. I'm addicting. I've never been told that before, and we don't get this from anywhere else. I'll tell you one thing, you don't get heated homophobic burger rants. I'll tell you, no one is able to rant about hamburgers and french fries in a more homophobic way than me. That is a matter of fact. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we also have retro. We have retrofit. The best coverage, period, brother. Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. I got it. Every time I try to talk, Hezbollah starts firing rounds on the streets of Beirut. It's getting a little bit rude at this point. God bless you and your family, brother, for all the work you're doing, and everyone else. Matt Morris. Morris Force, of course. Linda and I watch you every day. Shout out Linda. Shout out Linda. And retrofit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, hold that thought. I am going to do a little bit of a news scan here. Goodness gracious. Right now in the CENTCOM area, as confirmed officially by CENTCOM, right now we have more than 50,000 troops in the CENTCOM area, and we know that. We have all these bases all over the damn place. So 50,000 troops in total in the region. 200 fighter jets. 2 aircraft carriers. An unspecified number of bombers, B-2, B-1, B-52. Unspecified number. To date, more than 2,000 targets have been struck with more than 2,000 munitions in joint U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. Or strikes. Hundreds of Iranian ballistic missiles and drones destroyed over the skies. B-1 and B-2 bombers conducted multiple surgical uncontested strikes inside of Iran. They're still doing it now. B-52 bombers struck C-2 nodes and ballistic missile posts. 17 Iranian ships have been sunk. So yesterday we heard about 11 ships. Now it's up to 17 Iranian ships have been sunk, including Iran's most high-end submarine. Iran's remaining ballistic missile launchers continue to be tracked and hunted to this very moment. Multiple waves of ship-launched cruise missiles have been fired. Iran, in response, has launched over 500 ballistic missiles all across the region and over 2,000 suicide drones. Indiscriminate targeting of civilian infrastructure. Now, can I pause here? We heard from Marco Rubio yesterday, that the Iranians, for months now, they have been making 100 ballistic missiles a month. That's from Rubio, yesterday. The Iranians have been making 100 ballistic missiles a month. So that means in the last 3 days, the Iranians have fired 5 months worth of ballistic missiles. So I think it's fair to say they are depleting themselves very quickly. And of course, you know, we don't know what the total stockpile is, but in 3 days, they have fired 5 months worth of ballistic missiles. Do we have red alerts? I'm getting, hold up, pause here. Yep, once again, alerts very far north Israel, right here. All right, we are on standby, folks. Red alert, tune in, lock in. Lock in, ladies and gentlemen. Red alert, red alert, red alert. That is right, red alert. We're going to dial in here. Man, every time I scroll Twitter, I'm on Twitter here. On X. Dude, I'm not like trying to play coverage for Israel. We have cameras everywhere. Live cameras. I go on Twitter and it really is just non-stop clickbait videos of like Iran is dominating Israel. Iran is just blew up Israel. Huge number of missiles hit Israel with no resistance. Billions spent on a useless missile defense system. Haha, Israel's getting owned. And it's like, okay, this is just not happening. This is just, once again, I'm just like, I live in reality. This is just bullshit. It's just fake. This is not happening. A lot of this footage, all of it is just, Yeah, you're right. You got me. Apologies. It's just bullshit. There are so many of these fake. I don't know if they're like intentionally trying to spread propaganda or if they're just trying to make money. I'm not sure if it's money motivated or propaganda motivated, like ideological motivated. I don't know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm conducting a test. This is a test. Bear with me here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, every time going forward, every time you hear that noise, that is a red alert. I'm gonna turn on the audio notifications for the red alerts now. Every time you hear that noise going forward, that is a red alert. That was a test. That was a public test. Going forward, that is our red alert noise. They're real. It's just sickening how much just horse shit, pardon my language, there is out here. It's bad. The fake news game is bad right now. It is bad. I just see another one that says 100 plus Iranian missiles just hit Tel Aviv. That did not happen. That did not happen. That did not happen. This is crazy. This is crazy. We have been sitting here watching all of this live. All day, every day. All right, I've got a little side story here for you folks. What the hell just happened? No, we're good. We're live. Okay. Trump administration held an intelligence briefing with some senior-ranking Democrats, members of Congress, including Democrats, earlier today. Chuck Schumer said, and I quote, "We certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure." So, just to be clear, even Chuck Schumer is on board with what Trump is doing right now. Even Mr. Schumer. %76%. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Okay, remember, it was yesterday morning when we saw 3 U.S. F-15s. The pilots had to eject. It was misfire. So it was a Kuwaiti F-18 fighter jet. A Kuwaiti F-18 fighter jet mistakenly shot down 3 U.S. F-15s after firing 3 missiles. Kuwaiti pilot, Kuwaiti fighter jet, Kuwaiti Air Force, flying an F-18, fired 3 missiles at 3 different U.S. F-15s, shot them all down. All the pilots survived. All the U.S. pilots lived, all 6 of them. They all ejected. They all safely ejected out. And so I kind of have to ask the question here. Was this guy stupid? This Kuwaiti pilot. This happened a day and a half ago now. But it's like, brother. My brother. Jason with the $5 super chat, he says, "I was just called a straggit by a liberal here in Washington recently. Apparently, it's a derogatory term for a straight/non-homosexual person. I laughed very hard." Yeah, it just doesn't. That one just doesn't hit as hard as the original, though. The original, it hits way harder, don't you think? They always try to kind of copy what we're doing, and it just doesn't have the same zing to it. It doesn't zing. It's got no zing. Hey, thank you very much. Ben Johnson, he says, thank you, buy family breakfast tomorrow morning at McDonald's. You deserve it. Okay. Okay. We had McDonald's a couple days ago. Maybe I'm not gonna. I need to wait a little while. I can't have too much McDonald's, otherwise I will. You guys have seen Matt. I will become fat Matt. Would you guys still watch the show if I was morbidly obese? If an industrial crane had to be used to pick me up to put me on and off the toilet? Would you still watch? If I was morbidly obese? If I weighed like 900 pounds? No? Everybody says no. No, you wouldn't. Okay, so then, if that's the case, no, then I need to kind of be careful with McDonald's. I gotta be careful. I gotta watch out. Massive gunfire in Beirut. You can never see it, but you can hear it. We're gonna conduct a little test here. Hold up. I had to take a picture of myself. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay, sorry, apologies. I'm going to use AI to make myself look morbidly obese, and we're going to see what it looks like real quick while we have a little bit of a break. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So here's the question: if I looked like this, would you still tune into the broadcast? And everybody is saying no. Everybody's saying no. Yeah. I can't blame you. I can't blame you. It is a little bit fat-phobic. I do need to be honest, but I can't blame you, I guess. Flip us back to our other cameras here. It's a little bit calm, I'll be honest. It is a little bit calm. Never mind. Never mind, Hezbollah, they're shooting each other again. No, not a lot is happening right now. Admittedly, it's kind of relaxed at the moment. Oh! I've got something big to tell you here. Just now, another ship was just attacked this evening off the coast of the UAE's United Arab Emirates port in Fujairah, just south of the Strait of Hormuz. A ship was attacked right here in this red area. So that is very, very concerning, frankly, and the reason why, as you can see here, is because there are like dozens, if not hundreds of ships in that area. All of them are sitting here idling, waiting to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Big traffic jam. And so one of these boats just got attacked. I wonder why. Doesn't look like any of them were trying to go through. Okay, the master reported the vessel being struck by an unknown projectile, causing damage to the steel plating. There was no fire and no water intake. No fire, no water intake. The entire crew was reported safe. Unknown projectile. Unknown projectile. Unknown. Crystal C83. Thank you very much, Crystal. She says, "Great job. Appreciate your coverage. I'm a USMC brat. So your mom and dad, I think is what that means. So I like to monitor the situation. My parents were active military during 9/11, so hearing your coverage helps keep my PTSD calm. Thank you." Well, hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I am looking at Twitter. I'm looking at some of the stuff mainstream media is saying. I'm looking at what a lot of these propaganda horse shit accounts are saying. They're everywhere. Everybody's trying to make a quick buck on Twitter. And yeah, I mean, it seems like they're trying to whip people up into a frenzy by spreading fake news. Really, the fake news is next level right now. Next level. I'm happy you're tuning in. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also, by the way, fun fact here. You mentioned monitor the situation. You know that's a Trumpism. Trump was the first one to say that. That actually monitor. I'm going to monitor the situation. That's a classic Trumpism. Everybody says that now. I'm monitoring the situation. That's originally from a Trump tweet a couple years ago. It's one of those Trumpisms. Robert says, yes, as long as you don't have to watch the crane moving you to the toilet. You would still watch, huh? Well, hey, that's nice. Hey, that's very kind. Thank you very much. They need to bring the dog in. I'll tell you what, my dog is not a fan of fireworks. In fact, I've never met a dog that is a fan of fireworks. And so, yeah, it's gotta be rough for these dogs out here, having bombs drop on their head. True. Okay, we have a super chat here from a Russian viewer whose name I am not even going to try to pronounce. Your name is Sukabyot. Is that fair? That's the only thing I know how to say in Russian. I can say privet. I can say Sukabyot. That's all I know. He says, a Red Bull for you, Matt. How would you describe the whole thing from the past few days till now to me who has no knowledge? I want to catch up. Respect. Oh my goodness gracious. Entire catch-up. Over the last 3 days, Trump and Israel, the United States military and Israel have been carrying out a series of extremely targeted strikes. In fact, one targeted strike every 3 minutes if you average it all out. Every 3 minutes. And right now, the IRGC and the entire Iranian leadership structure is just pretty much getting decimated. Now, what is the end goal? What is the objective here? It seems as if Trump is totally comfortable taking people out until there is a leader that steps up and says, okay, we're going to do what you want. What does Trump want? Trump wants Iran to not be enriching uranium. No uranium enrichment, not at all, not even a little bit, none. And no ballistic missile program, and no supporting, no funding or supporting terror proxies in the region. So no terror proxies, no ballistic missiles, no uranium enrichment. That's it. The three demands at the moment. And so it seems like the game plan is to keep on blowing people up until a leader arises inside of Iran and says, okay, we will stop doing all three of those things. But until that point, until those demands have been met, seems like Trump is just gonna keep on blowing them up. Right now, a side objective here is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which you're looking at right here. 20% of the world's oil supply comes out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, and once this conflict broke out 3 days ago, the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they threatened to blow up any boat. We're going to fire missiles at any boat going through the strait. And so as you can see, all of these dots here are boats. None of them want to go through the strait now. That's a big problem. It's very economically turbulent across the entire world. Not just for the U.S., but for everyone. And so Trump is, he said a couple hours ago, he's considering using the U.S. Navy. He's going to perch the U.S. Navy up here, with probably the Ford carrier battle group. I think the Ford is in this region right now. Perch it up here and just fire down, shoot down, intercept any missiles that Iran fires in to reopen the strait. That's probably what's coming next. He wants the strait back open. Oops. But the conflict is still going back and forth. Oh, breaking news right here. What do we have? It's not over yet. U.S. defense executives are scheduled to meet at the White House on Friday to discuss increasing weapon production following the strikes in Iran. Today's Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. So 3 days from now. A bunch of defense contractors are going to the White House to talk about kicking production into overdrive. Dog Mama New York says, Matt, how do you know that we're not all morbidly obese? By the way, I'm getting my IQ tested tomorrow. Well, first off, good luck. Good luck. Hopefully you're not brain dead. Hopefully. Second off, listen, hey, have you ever been to TrumpRx.gov? All of these weight loss drugs, they're discounted. They're 85, they're 92% off. Ozempic, whatever else. There's no way anybody is obese because of TrumpRx.gov. That's where it's at. It's all about TrumpRx.gov. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, here's a curious website. I'm gonna pull this up. Let's take a look at this here. This is IranRocketArsenal.com. So, ballistic missiles and rockets in the IRGC inventory, 998 remaining. Allegedly, this is all based on open source intelligence information. So, rough numbers, maybe estimates. Allegedly, Iran has used 502 ballistic missiles. They still have 998, which means they still have, allegedly, 66% of their total arsenal. I frankly doubt whether or not it was public knowledge how many ballistic missiles Iran had. How do we know that they only had 1,500 at the start of this? Maybe somebody, I haven't seen that. And then you talk about ballistic missile launchers. They started with 200 allegedly, and now they're down to 118 allegedly. This all seems kind of made up to me. If I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure exactly how. You can imagine this would be one of the IRGC's most closely guarded secrets. I'm not sure how anybody outside of the IRGC would know this. I would also guess that even within the IRGC, this information is highly compartmentalized, so that maybe no one person knew exactly how many. You think Mossad knows, man? Maybe. I'll tell you what here, folks. Everything has been just about quiet now for an hour or so. It's been about an hour. Things have been relatively quiet here. Things have been relatively quiet. We saw about 2 hours ago, we saw the American and Israeli Air Force carry out a series of just devastating airstrikes in Tehran and also in various locations in Iraq, taking out pro-Iranian regime terror groups. And so you know what? This most recent series of strikes in Tehran and Iraq, all across Iraq, just might have been crippling. Normally you kind of expect a response. Okay, Israel carried out airstrikes, now we're going to have a response. It's a back and forth. They try to do a tit-for-tat thing. But it's been 2 hours. Massive strikes carried out by Israel and the U.S. And Iran has not done anything in response. Nothing. It was a tit, but there's been no tat. So we will see. We will see. Matt Morris, I have a very serious question for you. Would you rather be gay and only eat shoestring french fries, or have a crane have to move you to the toilet seat because you are morbidly obese the rest of your life? Wow, hey, thank you for that excellent question. That's a really good question. I think a lot of people in the audience are dying to know the answer to that. That's a very, very good question. Thank you for that. Honestly, I'd rather be morbidly obese. I think I'd rather have an industrial crane suspended over my house, and I'm morbidly obese because in this situation I would be able to eat steak fries. The other situation where I am gay and eating shoestring fries, listen, man, I'd rather just have the steak fries. I'm having steak fries. I am a red-blooded American, and I am going to eat the steak fries, even if that means I am morbidly obese. I am having the steak fries. And that's the way that it's going to be. Shoestring fries. As if it was even an option. As if that was even a difficult question. Very quiet right now, folks. Won't even lie. I'm not even going to lie to you. Not even going to lie to you. Things are very quiet right now. What the hell's going down there on YouTube? I think the live chat just... There we go. Okay. All right. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think what I might do tonight is just wrap it up and come back tomorrow. Things are very quiet. They've been quiet. I think we might wrap it up for the night, and I might just go get a hamburger with steak fries. That might be what I do tonight. If I'm totally honest here. Because I'll tell you what, I'm getting pretty hungry. And things are just as slow as a sloth. I'm just doing one more quick scan. You guys know I hate to... I don't want to wrap up the show if there's something going on, if there's something to cover here. But listen, I think the situation has quieted down for the night right now. Maybe everybody went to bed. They went to bed early. It's like what, 2 or 3 in the morning. You know, this might be the first night where during our crazy time zone, during 1 to 4 in the morning Middle East time, they just went to bed instead. Rather than light off the bottle rockets, they just went to bed. In Israel, it is 3:15 a.m. Which means in Iran, it is, what, 4:45? 4:45. 4:45. Yeah, we might be kind of pushing out of that. That is gunfire on the streets of Beirut. We've been hearing that all day. I really want, like, what are they doing down there? What are they doing down there? Who is shooting who? Who are they shooting at? All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen, I want to say thank you all very much for tuning in for the day. I am going to wrap it up. I am going to go get a hamburger with some steak fries and some nice sauce on the side, whatever it is. Man, I can't wait. I am starving. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Really, the support has been overwhelming. All the new members to the community, welcome to the Morse Force on Rumble and on YouTube. Thank you all for being a part of the show today. If you have not already, make sure to hit that like button, follow, subscribe, do it all. Follow on Twitter, Matt Morse TV on Twitter. We have the Morse Report Twitter page also. And I will see you folks tomorrow morning, early afternoon. We'll be back. We're going to do it. We're going to do it all again. This situation will remain monitored. We will continue monitoring this situation. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Until I see you next, God bless. Stay safe. Prayers for everyone that is involved in this situation. We're hoping for as peaceful of a resolution as we possibly can have. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Thank you. God bless and take care. See you folks tomorrow.